this. Hey, we gon' turn the crib into a club like Hennessy and Buddha screaming thug life. Get it, baby, you know I'm the plug, right? But we got a feeling that it's gonna be a long night.
Never an average night, 2-4 hours up in the day, I gotta make it right. 18 of those, I'm in the cave, I gotta make some light, make it hype, even if we break at night. And even if things go left, we gotta make them right. Chillin' with mom, we triple up, they on a double up, triple dub. Came from the basement, we only going up, they loving us. Up in the booth, I'm getting dizzy, but they the cup is up. Toast to my people that's on the come up, and you live with us. Ain't all about the trigger bus. Looking at my watch, your spirit bomb, both hands is going up. You going coast to coast with us. See the flows is flowing, overflowing, yeah, the cup it runneth over, tidal wave up in the ocean.
We gon' turn the crib into a club like Hennessy and Buddha screaming thug life. Get it, baby, you know I'm the plug, right? But we got a feeling that it's gonna be a long night.
I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in the cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Take my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Content, hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste consumption. Breathe faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out. Be carefree lately, yeah. Just picking up daisies. Got one too many quarters in my pockets. Counting like the four-leaf clovers in my locket. Untied laces, yeah. Just tripping on daydreams. Got dirty little lullabies playing on repeat. Might as well just ride around the nursery and count.
Father, you should know I've been going solo. Want my love, baby, earn it. Yeah, dancing on my own. See if you can follow. Got me feeling alive. Watch me go, lose control. Is this real? All I feel. Freak my signs. Every time let's be real, be real, be real. I do what I want. 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 I want.
God that the brothers on the rise now. Endless celebrations all in my house. Levitating now, I'm super duper fly now. London boy, but DC where I reside now. Put the time in while you always yelling time out. And for quit it, cause I know I'm coming with it. You were sitting, you were wishing I was handling my business. Now I got the ball like Harry Potter playing Quidditch. And my business so humongous, you would think that happens in it. Oh man, I'm all that, yeah, I'm all that. Working for that whip, yeah, that what you call that. I'ma blow up in the summer, have them yelling fall back. And I've always been ahead like an effing ball cap. Man, I came in the game like, whoa. Got a couple chains on me cause I like gold. They told me I'm the best and I told them I know. Cause when I'm in your town, every ticket I sold. Yeah, they saying I'm the man. Facts, bro. Lot of haters, tell me where they at though. I'm the new pop, all I do is rap though. Want me on your song, throw a couple stacks, yo. Woo! Everybody wanna do the same thing. Yup, that's why we ain't on the same page. Do my own thing, and I maintain. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. I'm going mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. Yeah, I'm going mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. I'm going mainstream. Mainstream. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream. Yeah. I'm going mainstream. Damn. Flow like water, so I'm going mainstream.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me. Hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me
Welcome in, everyone, as we get into some European Glory Continental Clash. I'm Hail Monkey Man in the booth alongside Casual as we bring you some of the best of roller champions. It's been a wild first day, moving into day number 2, and it's only going to get more chaotic as we try to prove who is the top of the stack. It's a fine Sunday, Championship Sunday. Casual, how's everything on your side of the pond over there, man?
It is going great. A bit better weather than yesterday. It was very, very rainy, but it was overcast. It's the UK. It's always going to be. But something that wasn't overcast was all of these matches we had yesterday because they were absolutely amazing. We had one that went on for like nearly 20 minutes, which drained me a bit, but it was an amazing match to watch. We had some that were over in like a couple minutes, which were very fun to watch. It was so fast, but hopefully all that today culminates with players having that wide variety again to say we want that championship and we want to pull it through and can maybe make this day even better for me where it's actually sunny for once and the sun just came out as I turned the window there.
Hey, sometimes you have to weather the bad weather to be able to make it better. So you get on the other side of that, the sun is shining, and so are the teams that are remaining. But in case you guys out there did not see how some of this sussed out, well, we got those standings for you right now. So we'll flip on over to what our duelist groups looked like in the first place. And we took the top of each one, save one, add a little asterisk into this one because we are pulling up Le Croissant as Snazzy Dogs was just unable to make it into day number 2. Well, that easily then paints a picture here for us casuals. We'll be going into our big bracket. It is a 4-team single elimination bracket. I say that, but there will be consolation moving into that third place match down below. And it's best of 5, best of 7. If you thought that if that 20-minute match was long for you, well, we've got an even longer one on possibility unless they're setting land speed records out there.
Yeah, hopefully there's going to be something like super duper fast. As was said, this is that point where you can't really take yourself to that point where you want to last the amount long possible. It's going to be, I want to win as quick as possible. I want to overwhelm my opponents here. Luckily, we haven't got those teams together we saw yesterday where they were known as like the troll teams or the troll players, where they were like trying to out-troll each other and causing those longer games. But yeah, this stage of the tournament feels like it can go anywhere. Like they're both fighting to stay in the tournament and get that prize at the end, as well as both fighting to say they stayed in that upper bracket. So it could be long, it could be short, it could be a bit of everything. But of course, it's also unfortunate to see that some of our players couldn't make it today and losing out on that first place slot, especially when these groups were so close as well. Like we just saw that graphic where I was like, it wasn't a case where it was like a complete destruction at the top. It was like 4 points to 3 points to 2 points for each match, and that just shows that these players are putting in dedication and just losing out by a whisker, not only not making it, but also maybe not making it completely just from something like that. And I can really get under the players' skins and Les Croissants. They might have that benefit to them thinking, we got in off of luck. Will that be a sign of good hope for them to take all the way through?
I mean, that very well could. I mean, you have to strike when the iron is hot. You have to be able to get lightning in a bottle, and it doesn't happen twice. I also have several other cap posters that I can take some of these quotes from. But on the day, opportunity is on the table, and you have to grasp it. Le Croissant, they've been given a second win, second life. It was tough yesterday because each of the matches were just best of 3. Some of them, they only went for, 3 minutes because they were just quick 2-0 sweeps. Those can be really arduous to get yourself out of the mentals of, but the Croissant, they're going to be given another chance. But we have 2 teams from the West and 2 teams from the East, and this really is comprising itself to be a big continental showdown. Finally, everyone proving, hey, is NA, EU, anyone else in between able to be better than the rest? But our first matchup coming into it, we're going to have JSL, who really did showcase themselves well as the first match on stream yesterday against Killer Instinct. But this time around, it will be against Le Croissant. So when you see a team like this, I mean, we get to see it all around esports, that underdog story. It's got to be, hey, we want to be able to just get at them fast. And it's going to be about really just enforcing the tone of the match straight from the rip.
It is going to be that sort of situation where they're going to be forcing that tone straight away. Le Croissant was one of those teams that we looked at who, on our little document, said they are one of the troll teams where their dedication is to be a bit more silly in their gameplay rather than being very active. Like when I was casting over them yesterday at the very end of the day, they were one of those teams that were not actively acting on trying to get a goal in, but they were actually acting actively on trying to, how can we stop the opposing team from getting that goal in? And there was points in the game where there was like one half of the ring where they were just staying, going back and forth of that one segment, just because they were like, hey, let's mess about with our players, like a cat playing with a toy. They want to wait to that very last minute to break them down. And, just as their name is, they're croissants. They're making their opponents flake there a little bit, and they're waiting and waiting until they could score themselves, just biting away at every last chunk that was possible. And it worked out for them because even though they lost, they still got through. So maybe that's one massive troll on their part. Maybe they out-trolled everyone, and that's how they got through to second stage as well. We just don't know.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that was just part of all the mental game. They're playing 4D chess, and we're just pretending to tie our shoes and failing on the first try. So they're going to be coming into this one pretty, I would say, variable driven. It's about how consistent you can be. You have 5 matches to be able to do it. And of course, each one of these is going to be 7 minutes long. And of course, go into an endless, well, near endless overtime. If you want to be here for a feature-length film of Roller Champions, very well could happen. But I think that JSL, a very measured West Side team, I think that they're going to be coming in very hot, very heavy. They only kind of stuck closer to Killer Instinct in that group stage match we saw whenever they were able to slow everything down. If the troll play style of Le Croissant is going to do the same thing here, it could mean the difference between getting run over by a JSL and otherwise controlling the pace of the game. And if they don't, I think JSL might be able to run away with this one. But hey, it's not an easy thoroughfare. You have to get the job done, and it's a best of 5 here, Casual. So it's going to be at least a half marathon before we see the grand final.
It is going to be a long, long one, and I can't quite remember. I believe that's one of the games that you cast over, but was JSL one of those teams where the first match was done in seconds, where one of them ran the rings around the map quite literally, and then just scored that 5-pointer within the first grab of the ball. So we could see that sort of matchup coming again, where it's just get the ball, score a 5-pointer. That itself is a troll move that the Croissants could bring along as well, where instead of being such I guess a solid wall stopping a goal from being scored, they can just troll by just playing some troll tactics, go round 3 times, get that 5-pointer, call it a day. And these best of 5s where fatigue is everything, you want to have that sort of dedication to your gameplay. You want to be able to say, I'm scoring 5 points, winning a match, or I'm making you feel like you're crumbling, I'm making you feel like you can't score, and then getting those last second goals once all the fatigue is worn off on you.
Yeah, and that's going to be something that will be defined pretty quickly, too, because they will either play the keep away game, some holder champions, as is made copyright by our wonderful Verbalocity, and they'll be joining us in just a little bit alongside Stealth Ninja. But otherwise, you've got me and Casual hanging out with you. It's our first semifinal match of the day. Croissant will be in blue, and JSL will be in orange, and this is the battle across the Atlantic Pond.
It is a battle across the Atlantic. It will be a battle for the ages. Of course, one of the teams has to make it through to that final. One of them, unfortunately, falls to the third place playoff, but you still get a consolation prize at the end of the day of the guaranteed award. I believe it's $50 worth of wheels, which still goes quite a way in this game. But let's see who does get that bitter taste of glory towards the end of it, because we have got, I believe, JSL taking full control of the field, and they've got that first lap under their belt, so they're going to be looking to maybe avoid these troll tactics, keep themselves in the game, stay ahead. As soon as I say that, though, it goes straight into I'm Alex, who is the king of trolling, I have heard from Little Birdie.
Yeah, the little bird's been tweeting pretty darn loud when it comes to Alex, but this is also so far from what we've seen of Le Croissant. They've been trying to get these team grapples as well as keeping straight on the heels of JSL. Sinez, who's going to be that enforcer of JSL, coming in strong. And Yancy, we saw him with handles just a moment before. I'm not sure if maybe that one was just a slip of the wrist. They were able to pick the pocket of a player that had possession. And at this point, your first minute and a half, it's not being done as swiftly as we saw JSL in their first group stage play, but it's just an initial battle here in this first lane. Game 1 is really about seeing how quickly you can adapt to game speed.
This is exactly something you want, especially in this stage of tournament. You have 5 games to adapt through. Hopefully you can do it in 3, so hopefully you can adapt those 3 games, but game 1 in any esport really is you use that to say, okay, what can I do, what can my opponents do, and how can we both try and play each other. There was a little bit of a loss of the ball there, so that could have been something that they can work on by the ball. I've seen it's lost, not to tackles, but just to the flow of play quite easily for both of these teams where they're really losing their control. We have seen though that JSL have gone and taken that ball loss into a good situation to go for a goal point, but then we just see Nope here, getting the ball back and throwing it into the hands of the of Les Croissants, who can then take it ahead, and they've already got one of the bars around for that first lap, and now they're getting halfway there. So we're just seeing this back and forth style of play of what we saw Les Croissants last time, where it's let them get close to tasting a goal and then just ruin it for them in that last second.
Yeah, it cannot be understated how well that we were seeing Le Croissant really being able to keep pace man on man. You're not just seeing them kind of drop into initial placements around the rink and just playing from a zone defense. They're staying up on the heels of JSL, who's having to track them down because they're playing from those positions and then immediately looking for some separation off of some slingshots. You do have Yancy right in front of Lakota. Lakota's going to be able to keep this possession and look for a second option. And Sinez, three-pointer. It's a back toss, but that's a loose ball play. You got to think maybe they're going for a quick rotation the wrong way, but 3 points is still available as we're navigating traffic, and Yancy is going to go for an opposite option.
Yeah, Yancy and Lack there going for that play, and they seem to be going back and forth a lot, but not get greedy there. They could have easily got a 3-point open goal there. Dennis is the one to stop that and be a little bit of a menace himself, try and make sure that play is going very far. And maybe this could be that sort of cat versus mouse penalty you've been seeing, where you wait for that exact moment, you bait them out, you draw that last breath from them, and they look very unaware and not really bothered of them being so close to a 3-pointer, and then they struck at the last second when there was a shot taken. And that's just given those Croissants that opportunity to go ahead and try and get their own lap in, and they're one away from that first lap. If they score that one goal, that's going to be something under the skin of JSL, and they're so well to get close to these 3-pointers 2 times now. And if you can lose that just a 1-point game, that is going to be very, very annoying going into that second game. If you see that first lap, it does get completed, and we might just see the bitterness go through, but then we have Sin get there and stop that, and it goes back in the hands of JSL.
See, that's the one thing that JSL, they're not exactly unconfident about this position right now. They've had the only 2 multi-point, at least opportunities, and they were looking for a single shot, and then it just got denied as they were trying to keep the rock in their hands. But they've absolutely been authoritative when it comes to Le Croissant getting any 1-pointers or anything. They've not been able to have much more than just that single. But you did see a great tackle as this one is looping on around. We hit through checkpoint number 3. Another loose ball play. This will fall into lane and into enemy hands as, again, we have another reset. And as we approach the 2-minute mark here, Casual, this starts becoming a little bit sweaty, and 1-pointer looks a little bit nice.
1-pointer, it looks like it is going to be amazing for both of these teams. We did see a play there where they were trying to throw it through and use it mechanically. See him right back into, but it isn't the player who has to pass the game, but the ball. And I think maybe they got a bit greedy and thought, okay, if we at least get the ball through there, we open up the goal, someone can pick it up. And it was just unfortunately the opposing team was going to pick it up. As you see, another amazing skill there by Lack there, just trying to stop the Les Croissants getting any further. And now it's just coming to that dead halt, which you just mentioned, where both teams are sweating it out for this 1-pointer to try and narrow this game down. If not, we could see one of those really, really long end games. But Dennis is the one to get a hold of the ball there. And it seems to be one change of flow, but loses it for maybe a self-pass and doesn't get back onto it as Lack is one to pick it up there.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of great mechanics getting flashed as well for some of these wall transfers inside-outside. I think a lot of that has been from Nop, and they're actually already tracking with Yancy, who is finding a lot of traffic in front of him. 1 minute coming up, and again, who are we talking about? Nop. They come through, knock, and then just knock you down as they steal out possession. This is happening a lot more from the side of Le Croissant, and this is getting so chippy. Less than 1 minute remaining. JSL looking for that moment of separation. You do have a great spin kick upwards, but it's Alex King that will lay Sinez flat.
Absolutely flattened there and allows for Le Croissants to get it. We have Nop here, who has been an amazing start for this team. Tries to play it very high and do a couple of tricks on the ball there, but does lose the ball. It does go to get picked up, but then you see Sin there is the one to pick up again. Nop gets another hold of it there and drops it again, maybe going for a cheeky fake pass there. It gets back into their own hands. And now we could just see a case of maybe don't bother passing, just run rings around this court, try and get to that goal. It becomes a bloodbath in that one corner there.
This is a brawl. You're down to the final 10 seconds. There's going to be an endless timer on the other side of this one, so you see how they're prioritizing positioning and then getting the reset. They're going from checkpoint number 3, and Lakota will get a great spin kick to be able to loosen that one up. No one has been able to secure the rock or possession for a long time here at Casual, and even with JSL having the multitude of opportunities to look at those threes, they still haven't secured anything, except they're now trying for maybe some late-term theatrics to get this single point.
They're probably trying to get that single point there, and this is what both these teams are going to work for. We are in the overtime with that point. Is anything? We're going to see a lap completed here by JSL, and they do go ahead and get it. A rule book goal there. Just, get a point underneath that goal. See if anyone's there. If you can pass it, pass it. If not, just go for that score. You don't have to go for anything tricky. A trap a lot of teams fell into yesterday, where they were going for these tricky shots in that last minute, wanting to go on and on and on. But at least they went for this simple way of winning the game. And that's something you need. Just by winning with the simple stuff that late in the game, you can get under your opponent's skin, set the narrative for the rest of this match.
And if anything, playing a little bit extra on the back end of game number 1, they gave them some extra time to really establish the pecking order. They were getting very physical from the side of Lake Croissant, really shutting down some of those better passing lanes that JSL was starting to develop. But I love the timing on that final would-be shot. I think in terms of shots on target, on net, I think we had maybe all of 2. We opened the gate way more often than we ever actually got to see attempts being made. But when it finally mattered in interim time, a 1-pointer is the same as a 5, as a 9, as infinity when you're in overtime looking for the win. So they do take that one in OT, and that's game 1 that gives them the 1-0 series lead. But I don't think this is at all a time for panic. I mean, this is Lake Croissant that has been keeping pace very well with JSL.
They've been keeping pace very well. Like, we saw so many times again, where whether that be a troll tactic or just a bread and butter sort of tactic, they were finding a way to stop that going in. The amount of times where we saw JSL going for that 3-pointer, where that could have been done within like 2 turns, we should say, of like going around. It was, it's just a case of they were there. They had that cat and mouse mentality. They had the sitting and waiting mentality. They weren't bothering from tackling and stopping them from getting those points early on. It was waiting for them to have that crumbling point. They could maybe try and replicate that in this next game and try and make sure it goes on and on and on as well. It seems to be a style they're liking across both days. But it's also that case of maybe they can try and flip the switch and say, okay, instead of going into this situation where you're trying to score these points and we're stopping you, we'll just hammer you with points until you cannot stop us from sheer numbers.
I do like that idea. I think that could really kind of permeate moving into game number 2. And it really has to, because this could either be another shootout or it could be a grinder, just like what we saw in the previous set. Moving into Zen Temple here momentarily, JSL, this is a squad that looks like they've got the slight edge. I say slight right now, only because we've seen one score go through when it comes to the offensive side. But Lake Croissant, we had some great mechanics being flashed from them. They were able to get those team launches as well as being able to just kind of navigate their way about JSL. But it was individual mechanics from JSL members that was able to at least disrupt them just enough. But you know what? Game 2 is a best of 5s. That, to me, for that kind of series play, defines what the series is going to look like. But this game, I mean, anyone can come back at the last second. Hey, we're looking at you, Frost, taking down French Guardians. Things are crazy. Let's go to game 2.
We're going into this game 2. As you can say that lightning doesn't strike twice, but maybe we can see a second strike of that last minute 0-4 to 5-4 win, which is amazing seeing this game, especially with how critical that sort of stuff could be. Like in a game like this, where it's relied on where you position yourself and you can go round and round and round. It was just a conservation of that energy was able to put the team forward. But that was all in the past, and we're here and now here. Lucy Dennis is the one to take the lead on the possessive play. And it's just going to try and maybe just go around as quick as possible. Maybe just instead of taking the fatigue on themselves and waiting to score, they're going to want to score as quick and as soon as possible. Alex on the ball, passes it through, and this is a lot more basic play. I'm loving to see this from this Croissants. They're not trying to bait out, they're just going for that score. 1 point is already open, they take a long shot, they go for a long pass. Can we see a score come from this? It doesn't go to the pass, Alex gets it, and it's go for that second lap, it seems, or it could be a bit of a bait, or they're thinking about it, and they go for that second run there, try and get those points higher.
Prioritizing playing with the position. You're talking about cat and mouse, and they're really playing JSL by the end of a string. Yancey, they're already up under the ring, and they're kind of waiting on it, but they do get laid out, and that 3-pointer is up. Oh my goodness, what a recovery at the last second as they roll up a thought to go for 3, and Yancey is able to leap, bound, and deny.
Absolutely stopped there by Yancey, just trying to show them, look what I can do if you are trying to do that to us game 1. And this seems like it's going to be a bit of a revenge match. I can see from where they were getting cheesed on, where they were getting trolled on, where it was waiting to stop them from scoring. they're not going to let that happen to them, and they're going to give them a taste of their medicine. Alex, though, is not letting that get under their skin and is playing as amazing as they have always been playing and is looking to reset that timer on getting the points through. They're one gate away. The one point that has opened, can they score from this or will they keep going? And it is that next lap they are aiming to go for with a very open play in the field. Allows Nope to go through and is really, really close to even a second run through. That three-pointer is now open. A long shot goes in. And what an amazing goal to open this game 2 here. 3-0 to the Croissants when they had a long, long game. They are not waiting this one out. They are going for blood this soon.
You need to get something on the board. Turn that 0 into any other number. And they can't go negative. So, hey, you're going in a positive direction right now. And that was just making use of when you found separation. They were absolutely playing away from JSL, who has struggled so far to even get hands on the ball in these first couple of minutes. Right now, they're able to get it, but it has been a rare feat, an event for them to continue doing so thoroughly. And at this point, they have had, I mean, maybe 5%, maybe 10 moving on up in these waning seconds of actually being able to have some kind of threat to net, but they're going to be working further. These one-pointers really aren't taken seriously, at least in the first 5 minutes or so. You get a manual pass, and that one just falls very short of Lakota, who goes and chases down Dennis. And the way I've been seeing Dennis play around both Alex and Nop, it feels like Nop and Alex are much more on the man, where Dennis is filling that zone gap in between and picking anything that will drop.
Yeah, and that is something we need on these sorts of teams, where the field is so condensed compared to like your football games and other things like that, where you have the space for everyone to be. This game, if the ball goes rolling, it can go anywhere. It can go up the wall, down the wall, through those narrow passages formed by the rest of the court. Because someone needs to pick that up, and they are doing amazing to do that, allowing the front men in Alex to get there, and Dennis as well. We do see it does go for a pass into a double deny, where it was denied back and forth on team. And Dennis again is that one to pick it up, getting it through to Nop, who alongside Alex is just going to be this amazing power duo who are showing why I can do this. And with a long shot we saw earlier, and that's something that's going to be in the back of the minds from the rest of JSL here as it goes through, but double taken back again, Nop showing why they want to have this win. Goes straight through to Alex. The ball drifts a bit, but it's in a safe little pocket there where anyone can get a hold of it, and luckily it falls into a blue hand.
Yeah, you don't want to fall too far behind when it comes to series play. And so far, barroom brawling here at the hips of these Bulls has been really tough. They've been able to kind of move around, recover quite just on the end of it. And this one is right along anyone. It's a fair play, free play for anyone that wants to come by and steal it. JSL, again, another rare moment for them. They've not really been able to find any kind of distance from this Le Croissant grouping, as everyone is making these really good reads for where they want to rotate to. Look at that interception. Nop comes straight up over the ring. They know that's a favorable spot for your next level option as you start to rotate through the first and second gate, but they just leapt upon it, and now they're running away with it.
They are absolutely running away with it, and that was one of those crucial points where you try and make those saves. I've seen loads and loads of players trying to go over that goal or use the goal as an obstacle to try and protect the ball once you ever pass. We see Jonsi is the one who gets to hold that after that throw there. And now we're just seeing what we saw in the early game from game one, where it's just going back and forth in this one little tiny spot. It isn't going to anyone in particular, but it's still showing that dominance. We do see Dennis does go for that just pass action with Nops there, but doesn't quite get it past that gate, and maybe they're biting themselves a little bit where they thought, oh, I could have gone for that gate, could have got that second one active, but didn't really get time to. As he does go through, as Alex is the one to activate that first gate there, and it's going to mean it's good system for all as the gate goes back in favor of JSL, and now we're stuck in that old loop again, over and over in that same little pocket there. It's hard to tell a winner, even though we have that 3-0 lead for the Croissants.
But you're seeing JSL, they're having to resort to small ball. They're kind of lucky that they even got one. And yes, this is what I was wondering. They go for the one-pointer, recognizing that they are struggling to even get threats on net. I was only slightly surprised this ended up popping out, but they go for what's presented to them, which we got a couple options now here, Cashel. They're either going to go for a couple of one-pointer sprints, or maybe they're looking to get that three-point turn and steal a lead late turn, but they have just a little over 100 seconds to go and do it.
That is exactly something they can go for. I was thinking just as they got that goal, if they get a one-pointer, that means they've only got to do 2 more laps rather than a whole 3-lap system just to get that win. So now they have that bit of comfort knowing they can do it in a few laps. And it also puts the rest of the Le Croissants on to the edge of their seat, because they must now know, okay, we're one. Well, they now have to get 2 laps as well, 2 or 3 laps, because they know that if there's a 2-lap system from the opposing team, that becomes a draw. And if they get the 1, or if they don't even get that next goal, it becomes a case of JSL getting that complete win. They do get that first one over, another long shot, something that's famous from Nob and the rest of the team here. They get that goal in, but now they know they have to get another one to completely win the game and avoid this deadlock going into another overtime, which if you go 4-0 up and you go into the overtime, it's going to be crushing the mentality of these players. It's going to be so well to get where they are.
Yeah, 3-1-1, kind of the name of the game. You at least get that middle ground off of a multi-pointer, just getting ahead on that lead, but answering a 1 with a 1 and recognizing where they've seen JSL very much slip up and become just like turtles on molasses in wintertime. They cannot get through that second lane and then catch up defensively. So it's Le Croissant, less than a minute to go. Able to get hands on the rock. They're running away. They could be able to just hold this out if they really want to, or a 1-pointer, which is a little bit easier to grab. Well, that's if you still have hands on the ball, but everyone is able to find these chippy bumps. 40 seconds. Dennis, again, this second bowl has nearly never had JSL members waiting whenever Le Croissant offense is on the run, and with less than a half minutes, they may be able to just run this one out, but we've seen comebacks before, and they're going to try and work on one here.
It looks like they're going to work on this run completely. And now that they have the ball in their hands, JSL can quite happily run it to, I guess, that mini overtime you get if you are in an advantageous position whilst holding the ball. They have got a couple gates through and can keep running it through. They've got 10 seconds left, going to 20 seconds. They've got the goal open, but is it going to be enough? Will they just go for that cheeky 1-pointer and try and go through? They block in that gate, players around them everywhere. They're on that last chance, and they go through all the way. Luck gets a hold of it and gets for another gate. They are half the way through to this 3-pointer. They go around, but blue team get just a hold of it when they were going to go 1 gate away from possibly scoring. And luckily, we do see there is that thrust, that engagement from both teams here, and they are really looking to get this win. It's now 1-1 apiece in this best of 5, so we're going to be going to pretty much every game possible in this set. It's going to be amazing to see who takes this, because both teams are working to their edge to try and get it. And with games like that, where it doesn't have to go to overtime, it just goes to that situation where it's any goal can win it, was really nice to see. And hopefully that carries on the next games, because this is going to show who is crowned our champion of this first semi-final.
Yeah, then that was an initial jab and then a counter punch hitting in game number 2. And so just like what we saw in the previous game, it was quite close until it wasn't. You got a 3-pointer that really kind of set the tone for JSL, who is chasing all of Le Croissant. They were really keeping on the hip of JSL throughout the entire first game, and it came down to a 1-goal separation. We barely got to see JSL have offense, and they had to just suffice to take a single pointer. That I mean, you see the chat go off. They're like, oh yeah, NA 1-pointers. Look, that is what NARC was built upon. All right, being able to slowly grind it out and just whittle you down because you get bored. But then they had to rely upon that, see if they can maybe do that a little bit earlier. And hey, look, I'm looking at you, Razzie. You set that tone, okay? You get that 1-pointer in like that first 40 seconds, and then everyone's like, okay, what's happening next? It's because it's sometimes tough to get multiple laps against very defensive teams like this.
It is really tough to get that sort of situation. And as well as that case of like with Le Croissants right now, they're going to have to know that JSL are aware of their win conditions in the late game, where they scored that 1-pointer. And that is something that to the naked eye, most players might be like, oh, we scored 1 point at the end of the game still. But to teams like JSL, they recognize if they score that 1-pointer at the start of like the second half of that game, they can then take that end game, get that last chance situation to go round as many times as possible. You can turn it into a 3-pointer, bring that to a deadlock. If you can get run another time, which they came very close to doing, I think had Le Croissants not have switched to that pace where it's like, okay, we have to defend rather than just sit here, they could have got that goal in. They could have gone to a 4 points. They could have gone even maybe to 6 points to close off that game in the last few seconds. So both teams know their win conditions going to this next one. They know that both of each other are aware of each other's tactics, such as going for those late-minute goals, going for those really early goals to get the points in. And I think this is going to be the one where we see the full action kick in. Le Croissants could maybe go for a straight 5-pointer. They've shown they can try and go for it and been stopped at the last hurdle. But JSL, they could maybe go for that 1-point NA typical win. We'll have to see if that is what is executed in this final dwindling stages to go 2-1, have that advantage going into our final game.
If this is a place as ever to go and grab 5 points, it's Mexico City. But can you grab the 5-point classic ahead of the likes of Lake Croissant. JSL, it's been tough to even get ball from launch, but they are going to have to get a lot more physical and read more quickly. Something that's been difficult for them to really push with is speed. You see them getting caught on the interior wall a lot more often. They're planning to play a lot of juke dodging small ball, and they're looking for more. A great recovery as Jansi is able to grab that streaking down from the outside, and second ball contention. They're already looking for options, but Nop is going to shut that down, and that's something they've been doing a lot here, Casual.
It's something they're doing a lot, and as you were saying about those aerial plays and those wall-based plays, that seems to be a place where Le Croissants have been thriving. And now we can see where they're actually taking a lower play, and within the split seconds of this early part of the game, we can see JSL actually work that out. And instead of playing it low, they're playing it high. So we're having to see quick adaptation where JSL are adapting to what Le Croissants aren't doing and going high up. Because Le Croissants have realized, oh no, this has happened, we're being pushed down. They're now having to adapt on the fly themselves. Alex has got the ball and now they're playing their typical high ball play. But is this going to be the way to play it? Dennis going from that more pocket player to being someone who's getting active in the flow of play, gets it far, gets it to Knock, who opens up that first gate, goes into that second gate for the second run here, and could be seeing that 3-pointer coming through. They go for another player. John C is the one to get in their way. Goes up to Alex again for, I believe that was a self pass. I know that was a self pass, but then Alex picked it up, going back, maybe going for that 1-pointer, teasing it, but goes around again, goes through back to Dennis, who again is being that amazing switch-up role, going from a practical player to a supportive player. Gets denied on that last gate, though, and it goes back to JSL, who can maybe execute this if they play the cards right, because everyone gave them free space.
I've been wondering where Lakota's been, honestly. We've seen a lot of Alex, Nop, as well as Dennis simply playing as they want to, really undisturbed, unperturbed, as they moved around this rink and surrounding every member of JSL. You finally get that dive down of disruption, and they steal that possession. Gate number 3 seems to be a big point of contention right now, and you have all of Le Croissant kind of waiting them out. They have been much more fluent and efficient about moving this ball around, and Lakota, they see two options. They both go high wall. Yancey's going to be on the low end, and they nearly get kicked out. 1-pointer, they actually look at it with some seriousness. They will take it, and they're trying to establish tone. They simply want Le Croissants to chase them.
They want Le Croissants to be the ones chasing it, definitely. And we did see that there was that thought process that both teams are gone through right now, where it's, do we go for that 1-pointer or do we go for that 3 to 5-pointer? And I think now JSL have realized that they have to play it safe. They can't get too greedy and try and go for those 3 to 5-pointers, because Le Croissants are just being happy to block them. By getting that 1-pointer, you're putting that pressure down, because you quite easily stack that. As I said before, you go for having to do so many laps, to reducing that lap rate by 1 each time you go round. And with Lakota here, getting quite far down the field, is opening up a really good passageway for that another 1-point. They go for the shot, and they, in quick succession, less than a minute, blink and you'll miss it. They go and get that second goal that narrowed that victory passage even lower. They were toyed with in that game 2, and now they're going into this game 3 really, really ready to go. And they're going for these small ball, small point plays, and it's working out perfectly, because Le Croissants can't do a tactic of teasing them at the very last minute. If they score, there's no point defending because it's already gone in.
Yeah, it's almost impossible for Le Croissant to kind of set up the same way and that they're comfortable with doing. If you are constantly seeing just quick shots, they now have to really respect the threat of anything next to the donut. It used to be, all right, gentlemen's agreement, we're not going to do anything, we're just going to stand by. But this is West versus East. This is not all the EU players that have really gotten used to that. Oh, okay, we're at a treaty. We're only going to go for multis, and we're not going to even look at the donut. But this time around, they've got JSL that will be leading them by the nose. They're going to have to get a little bit faster about it. You see how they're really forcing to maintain possession, but Sainez comes up with a great spin kick, and that's going to be Yancey on the recovery, so we get another full reset. And this has been JSL improving on their man-on-man play, and Yancey being chased down, but they find a little bit of floor space.
Yeah, Yancey getting chased down there completely, but luckily Lakota is there to pick up the pieces for them as it goes through to Sin, who goes and uses that obstructive position of going over the goal. You have the goal to defend yourself. It goes through another gate. It goes into no man's land, but luckily Yancey is there to pick it up. Goes around again, and yeah, just get into that very, very good position. You see Sin's one pick it up. It is 1 lap completed. Are they going for the single ball? No, they're going to maybe go for those extra points. All they need is 1 more lap, and they have completed this match in very, very short time. We see Le Croissants are the ones who are putting pressure down, and it's denied on that final gate here. And now we're in a position where, as we had that case where teams were trying to use these goals to their advantage and be like, okay, score one, pocket it, go for that shorter lap now. We now have a situation where Les Croissants have to then play that even like in a passive way. They now know they have to go for these 3 laps to get that a smidge of points to guarantee they win this game. So it's going to be a very close one.
Looking at the idea of maybe getting their own 1-pointer, but right now that's not as serious as needing themselves just to rotate around the map, because if they can get that 3, they will steal into a 1-point lead, which is really where they want to set a consistent just tone against JSL, showcasing to them, hey, they've been able to at least hang on to everything for multiple laps. Now they're going the wrong way, but they're being able to clear some of those gates. Looking at another option, they do find Alex King, and not just ahead of them, but you see both Sainez and Lakota, they're prioritizing the second lane, and Bull dropping down. Alex King now will dash on by. 3 points could be in the very near future, but Lakota will rewrite history. And that's going to be a mystery for the future of the next 2 minutes if they can get this one back with enough time.
They'll have to see if they can get it back completely. They were just baiting themselves into their own little trick, and where they were waiting for JSL to get greedy in previous games, they're getting greedy themselves. We're getting to this 1 minute mark, and JSL have a 2-point lead. It could come down to a last chance situation like we saw in the last game, but I don't think JSL will let that be their downfall. We have Sin here, who is just going to sit up there, and they're playing the same game that were played into them, where they're just taking the ball high and dry, and instead of trying to score, your best offense is a defense. Just go up, don't let the ball move from your possession, and if they can't get it, they can't score, you win by those 2 points. That's going to be a very big margin going into this final game. Getting under the skin again. A 0-point game is the worst thing to have in this stage of the tournament, especially if you did so well in the rest of that series.
At 1 point, doesn't matter at this point. You need the win, and that's really the hole that JSL has forced Le Croissants into. Because since they got a couple, now you have to rely on getting a couple very late. They've been able to find it, but not been able to get a shot, even a threat when the 3-point gate has been open. Alex King waiting on Sainez to drop, and you see how they swarm upon them, and yet that ball is still orange. It's still in friendly hands and still in the way of JSL. Yancy looking for a lot of floor space, and now it's up to Les Croissants to really get expeditious. The winner of this game will have series point lead and match point heading possibly into a grand final. Yancey's just keeping on the high side interior wall, and we've got 15 seconds to go.
15 seconds to go, and it is going to be one of the most crucial 15 seconds of this game. We do see an attempt there to make a good tackle, but Sin is the one who's going to go ahead and dodge that. With these 5 seconds left, all you can do is just play it defensively, play passively. Don't pass it, don't drop it, just hold it, and that's all they go for. Winning that 3rd game with those 2 goals, where they went and lost that second game by not getting the goals. They have gone and been very passive and played that to advantage. We're going to the final game of this series, and this is going to be something that is going to be the final games could go to a 2-2. So we're going to these final games of the series, and we're going to see who takes that championship point going through to the finals. I want to say Les Croissants can maybe bite back and bring it to that final game, but I think JSL are just putting them on their edge, and they're going to say, you know what, let's just push and push and push, and then win it in this game, nip it in the bud, and just throw it away, get calm for that finals.
You got to think that they're going to try and limit anything that JSL is going to pick up going into game number 4 here, because, yeah, like you said, it could be the very end of this series, or it could be our propelling point to going into game number 5 to really just go to the full match. But when you look at what JSL is trying to do, they were finding at least 50% of possessions away from Les Croissants. And then they said, you know what, we're going to score off of them. It doesn't matter what's happening. If we can get at least a couple, then we have that game winner right around the corner of a 2-lap run. But now Les Croissants, they have to theorize, all right, do we want to match pace? Do we want to score early? And do we want to play with our early possessions about getting 3s and 5s? Can we just straight go out there and get a 5-pointer and this force this one to go the distance in a much quicker succession? And it's tough for them because they've been able to find those great transitions, and they've had some of the better team play. Honestly, JSL has been very segmented, but individually they've been disruptive just enough. Can do just enough going to game number 4 to get themselves into a grand final spots, or can Les Croissants maybe be able to respond? I mean, Casual, are you a betting man? Do you see this one being a recovery point for the Croissants?
I want to say Les Croissants can do it. You know, they've done so well to get where they are. Like, they've come very close. They've fallen into their own traps of getting greedy. But I think, they had the first game where they didn't really do much. They played passively, had it go to time before they lost. The second game, they played very, very aggressively, and then that did very well for them. This third game, they did like a mix and match where it was like they were aggressive enough to go for those 3 points early on, were gunning for a 5, and then lost to their greed. So I think this next game we're going into for the game 4, I think they're going to have that kick in the back they need, and they're going to say, you know what, let's play it as a normal team. No trolling, no racing, no nothing. We go into this as we need to go into it, and that was a winning mindset. Game 4 is always a crucial one because if you go down to that situation where you can win it all, that is going to be very, very annoying. So bringing it to 2 for 2 is going to be very good because you see the kickoff is about to happen a few seconds in. There is that countdown as it's all players raging around the pitch, trying to find who goes where. It dropped straight into Lakota, who takes us off to a very, very rapid fighting game, as we then see it goes into hands of the Croissants, who are doing the same tactic. Get that space, get the passes, get the players, and go for that ring. One goal is already open. Are they going for a 1-pointer, or are they going to get greedy? As I see, as they are bubbling around this goal, and they go for the next set of rings. So can they work for their mistakes and not get caught off? And there is a deny as they go for that long ball to try and activate the gate there.
Oh man, that one just ends up being kind of a loose ball play. You get to see Le Croissant. They already are showing their hand. They're saying, hey, we're not going to get those 1-pointers right now. You do not scare us into necessitating that kind of stratagem. We're going to make sure that we're going to find our game, our rotations, that we're going to play away from you. They've been struggling to keep up with speed, but when they're in their right positions, they have been able to cut down Le Croissant. But it was Le Croissant that was showcasing that half of this game is also Street Fighter, and they came in with a quick combo to lay a skate to the forehead. So we go into our first minute in and out of play, and Nop and Le Croissant are going to maintain hands on the rock. Just looking for these rotations, but they're cutting these lanes very short.
They're cutting the lanes completely short, and they are working off everything. And we're seeing that, I guess, like from where it is game 1, where it's that bloodbath rather than a match of roller champions. And we just see it again in this same corner. They're picking a point on the court, and they're saying, this is going to be our fighting area. We're going to completely fight for the ball. You're not going to get any further than this until we want you to. Le Croissant gets a hold of it, has a very, very open passage to go through. They go around a few players. Sin doesn't actually quite get into the right position there. It goes straight through to Nop there, who can then take advantage of it. But Yancy is the one to get it. Who gets it across to Sin, who plays it back to Yancy, who then loses it in the fray, but gets a hold of it last second. Dennis is the one to pick up though, and we're just seeing it again. They've keep moving their little fighting area to what it's going to be, and no one's getting any further than 1 or 2 gates, which is going to make this into a long, long game. I think it might come down to one of those last-minute goals again, or a very crucial 3 or 5-pointer.
One thing that continues to need cleaning up is JSL's positioning on this second lane. They consistently give themselves up to try and get hyper defensive, but some of those throwaways, as you see kind of those separations by Le Croissant, then get past them. Great news, though, so far. Sainez and the gang, they've been able to at least dominate from end to end, from gate 2 to gate 3, and deny Le Croissant those opportunities. Sainez looking at the 1-pointer, and because of that, Nop has to back up. There's less defenders to slow them down, and there's more floor space into this 3v1. Nop is already taken away from their defensive position. Yancy and Lakota options to each other. Great spin kick, and they're able to take it down. Dennis denies the possible 3.
Dennis denying a possible 3 at a very, very crucial moment. About a minute has passed in the gameplay here, and it is just, tough times like that where you want to see something like that. We do see a spare though, so these players are getting a little bit of lady luck on their side when it comes to these late game moments. Nop is the one to pick it up, and we're just going to see maybe both these teams go for those 3 to 5 pointers now. It isn't like, even the 1-pointer could win it if you can play passive enough, and it seems that they're all recognizing this, and they're all trying to fight for that last breath of the goal. Sainez picks it up though, and he's just going to reset that flow of play, and it really does seem JSL want this a lot more, because they have come a lot closer to those 3-pointers than Le Croissants have been wanting to themselves.
You see consistently JSL is actually moving ahead, just maybe inches, but maybe steps in front of Le Croissant. I say that, but there's still nothing to show for it on that scoreboard. As Alex King and Dennis are going to hold this one by the hand. they're going to be able to just quickly circumnavigate any of the threat that Yancey has from the floor. They've been able to find some of those dives, and now they finally get to gate number 1, but this is a turning point. Sinez, you see how they back all the way up. They do not commit the 3 players to get rid of this rotation, which is in much more sure hands moving around this rink. Sinez does come up. Oh, I can't tell if that one just popped out of the hands or was in fact a shot, but it bounces off the ring regardless. We reset altogether.
This reset is something you hate to see at that stage, especially when you're so close to scoring a goal. That that was one of those cases where we've seen the croissants go for these long shots. So it could have been a shot, it could have been a pass. We just don't know. It could have been the pressure getting to them and thinking, I have to throw this ball somewhere. There's players either side of me. There's no one to collect it from me. What I do is just what I do. Alex, though, picks it up quite swiftly and is in a position where they can go round. They are stopped by Yancey there and Sinez. And now we're seeing the case where JSL are getting very, very defensive, especially around where these gates are. They're recognizing where they need to be, recognizing what they need to stop, and they're not allowing it to get any further than each gate. Ball does leave play and goes into the hands of Sinez, back into a blue hand, but not for too long it seems, because they are just getting cornered and forced further and further away each time. And this isn't what you want to see. You want to be seeing players all around you, left, right, forward, back, everywhere, and they're not getting it. They're just seeing nothingness, and they're being forced into these passive plays and being crushed for it, and they're being told, we can't do this because you have the ball, we have the ball in our hands, and then it's not going to go to you. Dennis, though, just trying his hardest.
I mean, Dennis actually just recognized that it was a 3-on-2 power play for any of his passing options and decided, you know what, I'm going to go straight floor lane. I'm going to get out of there. I'm going to escape. 80 seconds is coming up here, Casual, and this is actually a pivotal moment where that 1-pointer becomes way more prolific and powerful for the success rate of getting to game number 5. Nop has an option in front of him, and Alex, Yancey is on the floor waiting. Going to make sure they don't get tackled, and they're going to come up. That was all of a bait. 3 points available if they can slip this shot in. Oh, the defender, what a mistake. But no mistake on that shot, as 3 points is on the board for Lake Croissants.
Le Croissant's getting an amazing 3-pointer there. We just see in our replay coming up right now that it did look like it was anyone's ball there. There's no blue name tags in that entire section going towards where that pass is going. And it was so close to falling in the hands of a JSL player. And all of a sudden, we see that name tag jump on through. We see the goal come through. 3 points at the 57-second mark. It's amazing to have. We can see maybe some last chance action coming from Lakota and the rest of JSL, but that is going to be something that you have to hold on for a whisker. You now have to have 3 laps to win this, and 2 to bring it to a deadlock. But I think Le Croissants know this, and all they have to do is score 1 or 2 more, and they've pretty much guaranteed this win. But again, that bloodbath is happening. This is becoming a fight zone, a street fighter match rather than roller champions, as both teams are trying to work both defensively and offensively. They are between a hard object and a brick wall right now. Do they go for the defense or they go for the offense? No one even knows, but it looks like Le Croissants know. They just play it slow, they play it safe. They can sneak another one in. That's going to be amazing. If not, they still know they've got that cushion.
This is Dodge Championships trying to get themselves away from JSL, and it looks like they've successfully been able to do so. Guess what? We're moving to game number 5 of our first semifinal of the day, and why not emote about it? A little bit of a dance party at the very end, as you do find that success point. It was all about that one decision. I think it was Yancey, could be wrong, but I believe that they were under the ring, and that ball fell into a no man's land. It was right in the middle, on maybe on that upper 2/3 of that floor lane, and it was either I go for that ball, I have to pick it up, or that's a free net behind me and it's all over. That latter ended up being the outcome, and that 3-pointer is really what sunk them at the end of game number 4. So Cashel, we go the distance.
We're going to complete distance, and both these teams are showing why they deserve it. And I want to say I called it quite correctly, where it's that back and forth play where we're seeing different modes come out from both teams, where it's like they're going for like trolley and passive to a really offensive play to a really defensive play, and then we just see in this game both teams kind of just mix and match a bit of everything. Where it's like, okay, if we can't get it in, we'll just we'll defend. But there's that one moment where that I guess the modes kind of slipped up. Maybe it was communication, maybe it was positioning, maybe anything could have happened, but it just feels so narrow where that 3-pointer went in, because that was anyone's ball and it went in the hands of Le Croissants, went and got that goal. Game 5, this is going to be the one where the team's going to be crucial. It's going to be the one where, you can't have any shenanigans. You can maybe score a goal, mess about for a bit, but you can't mess about too much. You can't be too passive. You can't be too, direct. You have to find that perfect blend. It's like making a smoothie right now. You can't just throw ingredients in and think you're going to get something out of it. You have to have everything at the right ratio to make sure it tastes nice, and a victory tastes very, very nice, especially if you get it on a game 5.
I didn't know that we were going to be talking absolute smack about my culinary skills out here, but you know what? We try with what ingredients we have, and maybe JSL just will find whatever's left in the cupboard, throw it in, and consume regardless. As long as it's edible and doesn't kill you, well, then that's what matters the most. We go to game number 5. Is it going to be one-pointers, multi-pointers? I think any opportunity left out there, both teams are going to try and strike upon, and that's, hey, everything that you have to do with 7 minutes, because when we see this, you got one chance left to either make it to the grand final or go yourself into a third place consolation matchup. Either way, all these teams are giving us all the greatness that we were expecting from day 1 to day 2 of this Continental clash. It is West versus East. It's you versus me, Casual, because we're going to have a smoothie off here after game 5. I swear it. But let's figure it out. Who will have that hidden C note and get themselves at a seat on the table in the finals?
Well, as they do say, let them cook. As we come in to this game, our players are all rearing up in the background of our footage here. Yeah, they're gonna really be fighting for this. A very, very tiki themed resort, it does seem, for our final stage. If we go into that countdown, hidden C-note is going to be a hidden tactic that brings the win in. Dennis comes on through. Yeah, I think that hidden tactic, where Dennis has been very, very passive the past few times, I think Dennis is actually going to be a super powered runner, and it's going to have that cracking goal towards the very, very end. It's going to win it all. Alex and nope, they're just being like a facade. They've been a brick wall run. They're going to make sure that Dennis gets that last 5 points that wins it all. With Dennis being actually a forefront of this play right now, it looks like that could be an option, but they are being stopped quite quickly by the likes of JSL. With Yancey, though, falling behind, I think the wrong pace allows Alex to get a massive, massive position in their play. And a 3-pointer is imminent if we can see it go through. Dennis is the one to get it further, though. All the way up. Do not who gets close to that goal. Oh, and tricks around and maybe is going for another one. Goes that 3-point from the wall and gets this going. Less than a minute has ticked, and we already see the power plays coming from their croissants. They are not playing. They are, they stopped playing their food, and they are eating it. They are swallowing it. They've made their smoothie. They've cooked their dinner, and they're going through for a really, really quick game.
They pushed their veggies to the edge of the plate, and they decided, you know what? I don't get dessert unless I consume the rest. Mom said so, and so I'm going to follow those rules. As we get to see now, JSL, they want some food. They want to be able to consume, and it's been tough because so far, Lake Croissants has been stealing themselves away from JSL, really been able to lock down that first possession, and they never really let go of it. It has been Nop and Alex, just like you're talking about, enabling Dennis to be a very big front runner, the tip of the spear of some of this, but it's gonna be the rest of the shaft that has to follow to really get the full kill shot. More than a minute has gone by, and JSL continues to struggle to even get a finger on the ball, and you're seeing them having to hyper position themselves ahead. Sinez has been really kind of left behind, being that anchor in many of these long troughs that they want to move to.
They are being forced into a very passive play, and like I said, they are having to rely on these anchor points to try and get any further. We did just see there that Le Croissants just noticed they were playing so heavily on one side of the field, they could just wrap around and go behind them. Yes, it's a really awkward situation because it pulls them back towards you, but once you've pulled them towards you again, you just go behind them again, and this seems to be something that's happening a lot, where Le Croissants just getting so far ahead on the field, they can go backwards, they can go forwards, and either way, we're going to see JSL behind them, and they've now got to complete another lap. They can go for this killing blow of getting that 4th goal and really rub it in. Yes, we've seen a 5-4 comeback before. Yes, it is possible. Dennis, though, plays it on forward, does lose the ball a little bit, but goes past the head of everyone on JSL. It goes, no one gets a hold of it. Not gets very close, but Sinez is the one to pick it up there. But it does go back to our running man, Dennis, here, who gets a hold of it yet again, and this again. It's an open field. Le Croissants are running literal rings around JSL right now.
Yeah, JSL, the one time they've been able to pick up the ball is when no one else wanted to have it in the first place. Everyone ran away from it like it had cooties or some kind of other COVID infection. So with 4 minutes approaching, you do have Le Croissant still dictating much of it. Yancy will get that initial spin kick, and so they will, off that collision, be able to finally loosen this tight hold. And finally, JSL at least posturing for a run of it. They do dodge around Dennis, and that's been a great read so far. Le Croissant denying these easier rotation spots. You have two on the wings, and so the one-pointer will be in front of them. Do they want to go for it? You see them immediately back up, and that's just to force Le Croissant maybe out of their initial position. They were running with a lot of momentum, and finally we're seeing JSL now get cheeky with it. That's a great manual pass, and they're looking for 3 to tie this up.
They're looking for that free, and what an amazing way to hit this free in. Where you just said that manual pass. You can see a cheeky fake shot going through where they went for that shot for a pass. They go round again. They activate that next gate to go for that 5-pointer. Will they take it? Will they go for that free just to be comfortable? It seems they're going for that 5 though. Jancy has an amazing throw of play to go through. They have one more gate to get there. They know they have to go for it. We do see Le Croissant is pulling it back, but are they going to go through it? They've fallen to their own mistake and gotten too close to one gate, and now they can just go round. Sinez is the one who goes through, but gets denied at the face of the gate. Lakota does get it back though, but a little bit too late. Yancy does get hold of it and goes through that passage again. Gets a second gate activated, a third gate activated. Goes through to Sinez, who is unfortunately flourished with blue names there. It gets hit in the hand of the oranges. He goes through JSL, does a long pass, who's picked up by Sinez, and now they are waking up. They've let those 3 points go in. They found out these tactics, and they are running havoc right now.
ASL, they've been able to at least stay a skate ahead of Le Croissants, and Le Croissants, they had to double take. They realized, oh, that was the series winner right in front of us, and a big defensive play was able to shut it down. Not coming in clutch when they need it most, and just when you think, all right, a tie is possible, or maybe even the win, JSL come away with nothing. That's got to hurt at least a little bit, because the sweat is on, the timer's running down, and the tick-tock of the clock is getting way, way louder with 2 minutes very, very near. If you're JSL, you have to replicate what you did before, but you got to come away with some points.
They've got to come away with some points, and they really, really want to get those points. Yeah, it's 2 minutes on the clock. They've shown that they can bare their fangs in their teeth. They've done play. You know, we've seen them doing passive play, and they found these passages to rock on through. It is going through. Yancy does pick it up after a very, very poor pass there for Le Croissants. Not does return it to their team though, so it is going back into safe hands, into some blue hands, and now they're falling into the same passage. But we're now noticing that there isn't this case of everyone's bundled around one gate or one part of the court. They are splitting themselves up. You've got Yancy going in one direction to force the play away from them, and then you have Sinez and Lakota going around the other way. So you're stuck in that one portion. You can't go back because you've got 2 players on you. You can't go forward because you're forced out into a fork, and then you have those 2 players come wrap around, and this is really, really good to see. Dennis gets a hold of it, gets tackled straight away, and Lakota gets onto it and has another free run to go with. Only Alex to get past. Sinez is an option, but now it's just come to where both these teams are playing this mix and match offense, defense. It's 60 seconds remaining. It could be anyone's game with the play we're seeing, but of course, Le Croissants have those 3 points and want to maintain those 3 points to take this series after what has been quite a lackluster series really for them from that start.
Gotta bear down upon this last possession as Le Croissant. They want to walk away with this one, be the first team from the East to make their way to the finals. You have the best from the West limping their way towards the finish line, but not able to cross it as of yet. Free ball play. Alex will be able to pick it up with less than a half minute to go. Now it's just Monkey in the middle trying to chase him down. Lakota will pick their pocket. Sinez opposite side of the ball from them, and they're already being read. They have to get through to 2 defenders, and Yancy, well, they have to now maintain this hold. Dennis and King, no! They have the crowd for a reason, and they're able to hang it away. You'd have everyone separated from them. They can't get this out of Dennis's hands. It's over. They're going to be looking for best for 3rd place. That one's going to go over to Le Croissant. They authoritatively go over the finish line, and they'll be your first one moving to the grand finals.
They are going for the grand finals, and in a fairy tale fashion as well. It's not every day you can come into a tournament and be like, okay, we got knocked out in the group stage, but then less than 24 hours later, be told, oh, you're actually going through to the final stage because another team forfeit. So now they're probably running on adrenaline. They probably were packing their bags, probably like, oh, let's go play some scrims, go play some friendly games, and again this phone call up being like, oh yeah, you're in now, go through, and they played that with their heart. And they got there to that very end. That game 5 was crucial to them. And the fact that both the games, all the games they won were from that same sort of style of play, where it's just, okay, get a 3-pointer, hold it passively, and then we win. And it's just amazing to see that you can replicate such basic stuff and still go very, very far. So going into that finals with their head high, representing the East, and we have to see who is going to be one going through. Of course, they don't know their finals opponents yet. We will be finding out very, very soon. But it's going to be nice to know that we have some European representation in a European tournament in the finals. And Les Croissants, did very, very well. But of course, JSL did really well as well. And they came through at the top of their group stage, but will be going for that consolation prize in the third place playoffs.
You say that it's a European tournament. I see Continental clash. I see people, talking a little bit of smack in the chat. I think it's due, but it is great to be able to see some EU players being given a gift. As JSL, well, they turn into old men just at the last second. Arthritis falling into the thumbs and unable to move sticks and buttons too quick. I understand, guys. It's your 30s. It hits hard. But we also have another semifinal coming up in just a little bit. It's going to be another West versus East clash. It's going to be Sexy Mexicans versus Frost, who I don't know if you guys were able to see it coming in yesterday, but a lot of players, a lot of people, were looking at French Guardians. We got to see them, and they didn't make it across. It was, in fact, Frost that made it through. Of all of our different brackets, of all of our different groups, Casual, I think that's the one that surprised us the most. Do you think that Frost has what it takes to make this maybe an all-EU final?
I think they can do it. I think having an all EU will be very, very good. European glory is the name of the game right now. But I don't want to downplay them, but I think maybe you can't ever say lightning strikes twice. Like, they had that really good game against the Guardians where they were playing very, very well. And they're like, oh, we're 4-0 down. Let's just go and win 5-4. That was amazing to watch. I was on the edge of my seat watching that from back here. But it's just one of those cases of you got through this group stage. You had a very, very tough group to go with. You're now facing the best of the best. The Mexicans, for lack of a better term, had a very easy group. They faced into teams where they just, they run rings around all their team. They came top. They did very well to get there. But, it's going to come down to how much these players have their hearts and their minds in the game. And we'll be seeing that after a short little break. So don't leave, because we've got some sexy Mexicans against some very, very frosty players coming up for you.
I feel a change, something within my heart. I didn't know I could feel like this. Running away, trying to keep us apart. First I knew I felt so hard. You scare me with how much I could love. You give me wings, how you lift me up. I can't lose you, I need you here. I can't lose you, I need you here. Nothing to say, ready to lose control. wish I could love. You give me wings, how you lift me up.
Gave you too much, now I'm swallowed. Now I'm a fool while you're breaking rules. Dangerous path that I follow. Oh, go on, just do what you do. And it as I bleed for you, cry for you, oh, oh. Let me bleed. As I bleed for you, cry for you, oh, oh. Let me bleed. Let me bleed. Let me. All of the pain seems to follow, like a shadow, dark and cold to the touch. Am I insane not to let go? Oh, go on, just do what you do. And it hurts as I bleed for you, cry for you, oh, oh. Let me bleed. As I bleed for you, cry for you, oh, oh. Let me bleed. Baby, this is do or die. Feel it in my veins tonight. Emotional suicide. You know it's an eye for eye. I didn't wanna walk the plank. But the Mariona, it came like the thunder. I was on my way to going under. Swimming in the bay, yeah, I was covered in a tidal wave, But I'm a fighter, trying to take me down, I'm going higher. Baby, you've been playing with some fire. You've been playing with fire. One day you will see what you made of me. Found my inner peace. You watch it release in the dead of night. In the dead of night. Baby, when the sword die, you know it's an eye for eye. Feel the energy align in the dead of night. 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 You can save your alibi. I already know you lied. Oh no, no, don't even try. Watch the flame in me ignite. You didn't wanna walk the plank. But the Mariona, it came. Baby, it was dark, it was Odyssey. And that's when a spark lit inside of me. Oh, I was lost from reverie. One day you will see what you made of me, what's inside of me. One day you will see I found my inner peace. You watch it release in the dead of night. In the dead of night. Baby, when the sword die, you know it's an eye for eye.
Second rendition of the East versus West Roller Champion Wars is about to come to us very shortly. And once again, we have exchange commentators still East versus West. Verbalocity representing good old Europe. And alongside me, well, I mean, I shouldn't speak for you yourself.
I went the wrong way. You're over here. I'm Stealth Ninja, and I'm ready. I mean, thank you for the lovely intro, of course. Yeah, I mean, we've got two lovely NA versus EU, West versus East matches, which, of course, matching commentators. And while we're not allowed to cheer for teams, I mean, the Mexicans be looking sexy.
Speak for
So,
yourself. I'm
you
cheering
know.
for Europe. Let's go.
Yeah, absolutely. These players are ready and fired up. Looks like today was a slightly different roster. We got a different sub in. We are gonna be seeing Nima today instead of Alexander. Alexander played very well for Sexy Mexicans yesterday.
Okay.
We're gonna be seeing Nima. I think Nima, another great player, and I've seen a lot of him. So it'll be interesting to see, of course, alongside Paul Angs and Gilberto. And then, of course, we have on the blue side, we're gonna have Team Frost repping Inspect, Cries, and apparently chat's favorite soulmate. Everyone in chat loves him.
Indeed. A name that I've seen a couple of times. Quite a few members of Frost I'm decently familiar with from my time in TFL and then in Pits Derby. I'll admit I'm a little bit less familiar with a couple members on Sexy Mexicans, like Paul Anks, Doma. I do recognize Doma, of course, I don't believe is playing today from my source and field reporters in the chat. But speaking of the chat, I'm seeing quite a few people piling in with some love for soulmates. So let's see what happens here. Precedent, of course, has been set that best of 5 games on stream in the best of 5, that barrier's already been broken. Are we going to see a stomp, or are we going to be going into another best of 5? Personally, I'm going to peg this. This game's going to go 4 games. We're not going 5. That's my personal hot take, with no information whatsoever.
Yeah, I think Sexy Mexicans 3-1 sounds about right. Don't you think?
You're putting a team on that? You're willing to put a team?
No. I mean, 4 games sounds about right. I think, when you look at Sexy Mexicans, very defensive heavy team. Yesterday, we did see them struggle a bit on offense, so we did see a bit of a long game, which probably took a little bit out of everyone. But, if we don't, as long as we're not seeing too many offensive mistakes, I think Sexy Mexicans does have a bit of an edge. We do, Frost, a bit of a wild card. We did see them, what I would call it, upset against French Guardians. And while they did play well, it was a 5-point comeback at the last second in game 1. It was a 1-point game in game 2. It was very close. And now we're looking to see if that offensive powerhouse that we saw from Frost yesterday, we're gonna have to see if it can put up its dukes with the defense coming up from Sexy Mexicans.
Of course, the Yank would say, "Put up your dukes." What is this? The '60s? Are we in a speakeasy? Inspect. Let's potentially see some more modern vernacular being played. The fat dubs, hit the gritty, insert other TikTok things here. Ball goes back to Soulmate, reverse skating for a little while. Second gate activated via reverse skating. Inspect is up high, but keep a little vision on how Sexy Mexicans chooses to defend here early on, as you and I were having a little bit of a chinwag before air, and you were mentioning how Sexy Mexicans has a bit of a bias towards defense, if I didn't miss here?
Yes, no, absolutely. Paul Eng's going into this with all of his previous tournaments from in NA is known as one of the most defensive powerhouse players. Short of Ulu, who is known as the goalkeeper, Paul is just an absolute defensive powerhouse. Also, what was that word you just said? Excuse me?
Did I stutter?
No. You know what? We're just gonna pretend like the EU vernacular is not crazy sounding, and we're just gonna continue as we have a first lap completed already for Frost. And these EU teams, they don't like to take ones. They've already got their players ahead of the play. They've already got the continuation. It's not even a counterplay. It's just a continuation. They've had that plan a while ahead. But Paul knew exactly what they were doing. They know they're not taking that 1. They know they're not taking the 3. Especially after they've zoomed past that 1. Just Paul absolutely shutting down both plays here from Frost early.
I've got to say, that was a dangerous tackle, potentially. Because the way that Frost chose to set up Soulmate, they had a slingshot performed, but they had Soulmate take the launch up the wall to receive the ball as he was coming down. So because of that, a lot more momentum and a lot more threat of being able to blast right through to either a score from the back or go for a 5er. But no, Paul was able to be in the right place, right time with an excellent but deceptively simple-looking tackle.
Yes, they always do make it look easy, don't they? These players are the best of the best. Paul coming from the top of the ceiling to get that pass and gets it around to try to stay his teammates, but takes his time here. They're maybe taking a different approach to what they did yesterday, taking their time, taking their space, trying to get as much as they can out of this, make sure they're not making too many offensive mistakes here. As we've seen their defense, we've seen their defense. Now we have to see what their offense can handle. So we're heading close to the second half of this game, still scoreless.
Just about to round the gate of 4 minutes. Inspect, ball control. A high percentage of the ball carrying time right now has been up in the air. Very, very dexterous level macro plays we're seeing being deployed, specifically in regards to keeping the ball away from that very dangerous transition point on the mid transition up the wall. It's either on the ground for slingshots or up high. There is no transitional point, and I'm sure, as most people have noticed over this 2-day event, being only kind of up the wall is arguably one of the more dangerous places to be in terms of ball possession with players of this caliber. Am I wrong in saying that?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if you're not super high up on the wall, you are almost certainly getting tackled here, especially on the ground. You can dodge and dive, duck and dip all you want.
Insert dodgeball movie here.
Yep, dive, duck, dive, duck, dip, dive, and dodge, I believe is what they're doing. And unless they are high up on the wall, it is very difficult to do those things and maintain the ball. So you're going to see them very high up there. Is even there, the tackle barely missing, very high up on the wall. These players know what they need to do on defense, both sides. I mean, you don't usually see scoreless games go this long very often. So, you know, both teams definitely bring out the most of their defense. We're just going to have to see which team can bring out the offense first.
Gotta put a little bit of a spotlight on Nima there for a moment. Nima had that hair's breadth away tackle in the air. It missed, but it didn't get Nima down. Nima instead corrected their path and then committed to an equally difficult tackle that ended up happening. I have a funny feeling that prediction of yours of a defensively sided game is going to happen. So my eye, personally, Stealth, is turning towards seeing the star-making plays on defense. What are the tough tackles? What are the best game sense choices? Team play like that is what I'm looking for. Oh, this is quick. This is quick.
Oh my god, the double slingshot. A really fast lap and already at checkpoint 3. Sexy Mexicans are currently scrambling. Only Gilbert at the net. Are they going to take the 3? No, I don't think they do. They've already got an open lane. Paul Eng's going to try to stop him, but Soulmate up on the wall. Past to Inspect. It's already 3rd checkpoint. Coming around the corner. He's got Soulmate up on the wall. They've got 2 in goal. Gilbert's going to try to stop him. Nemo's not there anymore. He's tackled, and it's a 5-point out of nowhere. We were seeing no progress from either team, and just the absolute incredible offensive play. So much speed, we didn't even know what we were seeing, and neither was Sexy Mexicans. As the tackle comes out on Nima under the net, nobody's home. 5-point. That's game 1.
Bruh, like, that goal was made by Soulmate, but Cries cleared the way. For a split second, I was about to yell, why is the goal empty? But then I saw Cries just pummeling the face of the defender. And I was like, oh, that would explain why. Macro play. That is the level that you need to start aspiring to with your proper team communication, proper timing, proper positioning to crack open a defense that's this tight. You have to be able to do it, and we saw what happens if it's executed well. Are both teams going to adapt or change styles because of it? I'm not necessarily sure. What's your... Oh, hang on a minute. Did you just hear that as well, Stealth? I think I just had a very interesting bit of news.
Yeah, it sounds like Sexy Mexicans are putting Doma in, and I think I like this. I think from what I've seen from Doma, he's a very good offensive player, and I think maybe that's exactly what this defensive team needs. You know, we saw a lot of offensive attempts coming up from Frost, immediately stopped by Paul, and we did see some good ones from Nima as well, but putting in Doma is going to give them, I think, more of a fighting chance at getting past the Frost defense and giving them a chance in this game, because a defense can only take you so far in this game. You do need some sort of offense, because you can't. We don't want to play another 19-minute game of just defense. We want to get a point on the board. We want to get just something going, and I like the idea of putting Doma in to try to get that going.
Yeah, substituting mid-set. It has several valuable things. All of the positives you explained, but then on top of that, a change in team composition, a change in comm style. It can sometimes clear the air, change things out. That could be the thing that Sexy Mexicans need, potentially. However, for me, I'm looking at this from potentially a slightly different point of view. Frost, they are, these are all veteran players, but Frost, are former Will players. They are players who have won, Trio Cups, Neo Retro series, just way too many series to count. They're going to be sat here and welcoming this time, and more importantly, these aren't players who, in my opinion, would stall out just from, going cold, of the series being delayed a bit to while we wait for this substitute to get into the lobby. However, Sexy Mexicans may kind of be starting from scratch here. The question is their starting from scratch level Stealth the place where they want to be that's better?
I mean, when you're bringing in a sub like this, you do almost get a sort of timeout on both sides. So if anything, from what I've seen in esports, a timeout a lot of the time goes in favor of the team that lost. It allows the team to communicate, refresh that mental, and especially with a sub coming in, it's going to be a new, fresh face that Frost are going to have to figure out and deal with. They've already played against Paul. They know where he likes to tackle. They've already seen him pop off. Maybe they've read Gilbert down to a T, but they don't maybe know Doma as well. Doma didn't play yesterday, didn't play today. They don't know what he's going to do. And knowing that he's an offensive player may scare them a little bit going into this. As they did just have a highly defensive game and then had just an incredible 5-point play come out of nowhere. Now they're thinking, oh, do we need to play a little bit harder on defense, or do we just keep our same strategy and just hope Doma isn't going to be crazy good?
I'll admit, watching, X-Will, now Frost play, did remind me of the old, Golden Girl. Remind me the name of the team. Was it Golden Girls, Golden Balls? It was something.
Golden Boys.
Golden Boys, yeah. Thank you. The Golden Boys days, where their entire strat that they were, we saw in play so many times was just, okay, grab the ball, slingshot around the stadium 3 or 4 times, and you're done. That kind of, I don't want to say blitzkrieg because it's not that fast, but that up-tempo play that is facilitated by strong macro is going to be something that Sexy Mexicans has to worry about, because I have seen way too many teams get blown over by that. They look away once, okay, get ready, guys. Oh, they've 1 lap already. Don't worry, guys, we'll get them on the second. Oh, they're gone as well. What we saw happen in that game potentially might lightning may strike twice. I'm kind of scared of.
Yeah, I mean, it really happened so fast that we us as casters, we were staring at the ball the whole time, and even we were like, whoa, what's going on? We went from nothing for 5 minutes to all of a sudden, wait, they're a lap and a half, wait, they're 2.5, wait, it's
nutty. What?
I mean, it was astonishing, and you can see a lot of the time when teams use those grapples, get a lot of speed. The defense has to adapt very, very quickly. They have to get into a position to block those or to predict where the player with the ball is going to go, so that they can try to slow that play down, at least, if not stop it. Because once you get up to speed, it is very, very difficult, because that space becomes so much more open when you're going fast, because you have to be that much closer on defense to get a tackle when someone's going that fast. So if they can do something like that again, it might be hard to stop Frost, but I don't know. If there's a team that can do it, it might be Sexy Mexicans. And I may be seeing, am I seeing this right? Am I seeing Alexander in? It looks like we're having a double substitution where we're going to have Alexander and Doma coming in to play alongside Paul. I think this is going to be very interesting. Maybe this is exactly what Sexy Mexicans need. And I'm very excited to see this. Oh, my fingers are ready.
Okay, time out for a second. So the subs coming in, Alexander as well. I'm familiar with them. High caliber player. You mentioned the aspect of keeping up speed. As don't worry, folks watching, we aren't stalling because we like to just hear ourselves talk. We're waiting for the lobby to get set up and all the subs to be transferred in. But you mentioned the topic of keeping up speed and how it's hard to defend. Comparing some matches that I watched yesterday versus today, one thing that was distinctly evident from this particular, even the first game of this set, Stealth, was that there wasn't a lot of mechanical misplays for momentum and keeping speed. There was no cratering, there was no getting tripped up on the hump, there was no badly timed jumps that caused people to just kind of go and splat into the wall. It was always smooth from most of, and if not everyone on these teams, all 6 players. So that makes defense even harder, except for Paul, who can just stand in the middle of the rink and just kind of go and tackle someone at 300 miles an hour. So what kind of strats are you looking at? Put yourself in their shoes for a moment here. What do you do if you can't get the easy tackles?
I feel like it comes down to some team communication as well. Another big part of communication. You'll see it, like you were talking about. They weren't making mistakes. I didn't see a single pass miss. A lot of these games, you'll see pass misses, and it won't be because the players are bad or something. A lot of the times, it's just bad communication or bad timing on the players. and because it could just barely, if you don't time the pass right on one end or the other, it just might miss. We didn't see that. So I'm wondering, is the communication coming out that strong for Frost, which is why they were able to get that play so quickly online, that they were able to just surprise the defense of Sexy Mexicans? Maybe bringing in Alex and Doma is going to provide a little bit more communication to the team, as Alex and Doma have played more together. They maybe have a better synergy that they can set up these plays maybe even without saying anything, or they can add that element in of communication, and maybe it'll just go the other way. Maybe the same thing will happen to Frost that they just did in game 1.
Although you mentioned not saying anything, I did hear a rumor that there is a team playing in the tournament this weekend that literally don't talk to each other because of language barrier, right? So, I mean, if teams can make it this far without literally being able to speak to each other without text, it's like maybe there's just a little bit of a lot of bitter innate instincts that really helps in this regard. Like, I go on about like camera control and game sense, but it is, in a game like this, it is very, very important to be able to physically not get bamboozled by where everyone is. Like I can attest so many times playing in ranked of just playing like, okay, I think I know where everyone is, and then I realize there was a 2-man battle above my head on the top of the wall that I didn't know about because the team was, I was playing ranked, no one's talking in bloody ranked, and because of that, you can miss things legitimately. So communication in regards of team positioning is important, but you can't necessarily communicate everything, otherwise comms just ends up being like, okay, he's above you, go down, go back, up, down, yes, that, and it gets stupid at a point. So there is some of that instinct that does have to come in, otherwise your comms are just a complete jammy mess, and you can't really play in as much of a free-flowy way you want to play. Like, relaxation is really important. You don't want to play uptight and worrying about saying the right thing. And if these substitutions, which hopefully should be resolved soon, we hope, if these substitutions allow for a bit more of a relaxed play for Sexy Mexicans, it would work. It's a good idea, especially earlier on in the set. It's one game down against them. That's not the worst thing. It's like, how, complete hypothetical here. Am I looking like way too deep into this stealth, or is there a difference in doing a sub early in the set versus late in the set?
I mean, clearly, if they're doing 2 subs here, something wasn't feeling right. Paul was obviously feeling good. We saw him getting multiple very insanely good tackles at a level that works perfectly. And, I don't know. Comms are tricky, and I think subs are tricky too, because you don't typically see a lot of subs often. You run the same team and you try to adapt off of that. This also could be a negative for them. They maybe didn't practice every single set of 3 players, and try to figure out synergies. They're going to be relying a lot on instincts, like you said. And, of course, that does go into comms. There is a balance when it comes to comms. There are some things in terms of macro that are a lot easier to call, and there are some things micro, like, getting tackled when there's a big play going on. Sometimes you hear a tackle sound and you think, oh, my teammate just got a tackle behind me. But no, it was actually your teammate with the ball getting tackled.
Question.
And that kind of thing is important.
Sorry to cut you here for a second, but you accidentally brought up a very good point that I neglected to think of. Practice. Let's be honest, this is the first big tournament in a little while for the scene. We have been on, it's been in a quiet phase. How much have teams necessarily been scrimming or practicing, I wonder? Because some might be, it might have essentially done the, student cram version of scrimming. Like, okay, qualifiers, from a couple days ago are in a few days. Let's get together, do some matches, go, 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 go. Maybe some people are, like you said, Stealth, playing on instincts of, I've known these guys for like a year and change at this point, if not more. And sometimes that can be enough. Playing together can be like riding a bike. You just never forget. But for some other people, they may need to scrim and may need to scrim hard. Admittedly, I'm putting you in a bit of a corner here. I understand, Stealth, but do you have even a vague idea of how much scrimming might potentially affect these teams versus how much you think they might just be playing off instinct?
Well, I do know one thing for sure is that I have Paul Engs added, and I can see that he has about 40 hours in the last 2 weeks, according to Steam.
Oh, you got the source. You got deets. What the? Let's
That's
go.
a little, yeah, so a player like Paul, I've seen him. I pop up online. Paul Engs is playing Roll of Champions. I know Paul has been putting in time working on mechanics. Whether he's with his team or not, I think that shows a lot. I can't speak for a lot of the European players, but I imagine some of these players definitely in their off time, especially knowing that they're playing in a tournament, do go into training, do play against bots, or just passing plays, learning, just practicing with their team. If it's not against another team, at least with their team, thinking about strategy, both macro and micro, and hopefully we get to see a little bit of a combination as we do have the subs in. We are starting the match. Sorry for the long wait. We stalled long enough. I'm glad. And now we can go into the second game of this match. We're going to Lost Civilization. A pretty cool map, in my opinion. Very cool map.
Let's go. I
Frost
basically,
up 1-0.
I like hearing myself talk, but we actually, want to watch the Vidya game, which is nice. But Lost Civilization coming up here. Game number 2 in the set. A Frost, which may have been put on ice a little bit by this break, versus the Sexy Mexicans having brought in not one, but 2 fresh substitutes. Let's see if that makes a potential substantial difference, or if it, amounts to a whole lot of nothing. Who knows? The only way to find out is when we hit the rink.
The green lights are on in the best color of lime, an absolutely electric map. Coming in at this Lost Civilization, looking like some Mayan pyramids too. As the players finally back out onto the ring. Here we go. We got Alex and we've got Doma. Doma did have some PC issues, is now on console. Shouldn't affect him though. I've seen him play on both. An excellent player, and Paul Engs still unaffected by the break, it looks like, with an incredible tackle right off the bat. They're coming out strong.
Also, apologies for the misinformation from my co-commentator. Yellow is the best color, not green. Official stance of this company.
Ew.
Paul Engs gets tackled. Soulmate, control the ball. Good stuff. Pass over. Inspect. Let's see what they can get done with this. A little bit of setup. Don't want to do anything too out there, considering they were in the Zone 1, Zone 2 quagmire. Self-pass attempt, successful to inspect, build up. What the? Improvisational pass? I'm going to call that and leave it.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. I've seen some players try something similar, but that just looked like a very messy version. It works out for them, so I'm sure they'll just say, calculated, we take those and move on.
Sure.
Fortunately, our first missed pass, we do see it, and while it was lost, it's immediately picked back up, and they go right back to where they were, right back to the second checkpoint. Inspect doesn't have a teammate with him, but no, isn't punished there for diving onto the ground. Soulmate with a little bit of speed to try to get around. They are taking their time, but at the same time, they're moving fast enough that it's causing this defense to constantly backpedal. And while they are blocking this bull, they didn't get a block on Inspect, and they're struggling to keep up with the speed that Frost is putting out.
A little bit of manual braking, a little bit of hot toe to get around the opposition. Inspect dive passes to get up to Cries, who goes and rises up high. 3 members of the Sexy Mexicans on goal. Multiple tackled by Soulmate, but Cries couldn't get out of the get-up animation in time to throw the ball, I think. So he ends up getting completely kicked in the face. And then we get set back to a neutral position.
Cries such an unfortunate mistake, but you always hate to see whenever you're playing, you're trying to just dodge the tackles, and then you end up on the ground. You look around, and your teammates are just barely out of reach. It's kind of where we were talking about with communication. It's like, hey, I'm getting pressured by all of them. Where y'all at? And as we see now, we've got some good communication, good passing plays from the Sexy Mexicans as they have a 1 point open, and right before the pass comes out, Inspect just at the last moment is able to stop it. But we're seeing a very similar start to last game, a little bit better of an offensive push coming up from Sexy Mexicans as they've already gotten a lap complete, whereas Frost struggling a little bit more than what we saw last game.
the chilling effect, her pun here, is real. You know, if anyone remembers the case of, you know, Sonic Fox at EVO, you know what I'm talking about. What was that magnetic pass? The ball had a life of its own. Hello? Cheating? Question mark. I've never seen that before.
What?
It just went around the hump.
Yeah, I expected it to go straight and just kind of hit the ball. It went around the middle pillar.
Yeah,
Like
I've seen it curve into the goal, but I've never seen it go round the hump.
That was new. That was incredible to watch. I mean, it was definitely a panicked pass right as his teammate was going up the wall. I expected it to just kind of bounce around the ball, but no, it actually went further. It does end up in Frost's hands as they are just passing so high up on the wall. As like you said earlier, very similar to the playstyle we've seen in the past from Golden Boys. A 6 or 7 time TFL winner. I lost count after like 5 or 6.
A while.
It was such a domination, and it seems like their playstyle is very similar to that. Very high on the wall, pass plays, using as much space as they can. They've got the second lap completed. I don't think they're wanting to go for the 3. They see him on the net. And the goaltenders from Sexy Mexicans unable to stop it, this play as they go for another 5. Will they be able to get it? Alexander with an interception out of literally nowhere. I don't even know where to start with that. Where was he? How did he get
He
that?
was in space.
What?
That was an intercontinental ballistic Alexander that just came from the stratosphere and destroyed the hopes and dreams of a quick game 2 for Frost. Wow, excellent stuff.
I mean, Frost definitely probably thought, yeah, we got the 3 laps completed. Shooting it should be no problem. Let's just get this pass off. And what? What? That's what I imagine the comms were. They were cruising. They were ready to pass it. And then all of a sudden, Alexander comes out of nowhere, already showing that the sub is worth it. I do want to see more out of Doma, though, as we need the defense to come out, get the ball to Doma, and see if he can push that ball, as now we got some more speed coming out from Frost. Let's see if the defense can adapt this time. So we know they're going to go for more, but we're still seeing the Sexy Mexicans block that net. They haven't really figured out, these European teams do not go for the 1 or often the 3-pointers. As we head into the final 2 minutes, final minute 40, as we see Sexy Mexicans with the ball, you think they maybe take the 1-pointer here to try to bait the Europeans into taking only a 1-pointer to tie?
I noticed during that last go-around, as the 3-pointer or the 1-pointer was unlocked, the 3-point was being threatened, the offensive momentum of Frost got stalled because they were expecting Cries to be either up high on the hip or up in the back bowl between zone 1 and 2, but they got I believe Cries got intercepted by both Alexander and Doma. That caused things to slow down, and only now Frost has been able to reinvigorate the offense. Doma's in goal, Paul marking on. But no, slingshot again. Inspect going around. Everyone for the Sexy Mexicans on goal. Alexander and Paul decide to go against that and come out. Soulmates up high. 5-point available. Is this it? Is Frost going 2 for 2 on a quick game? But no, magnetic pass saved by Soulmate. Inspect gets it at the scramble. Doma's on goal. Gonna keep an eye out for the goalkeeper. Are we resetting though? We might be resetting here, Stealth.
My God, it's so back and forth. They're taking their space. They're trying to bait out the defenders here. 30 seconds left. They want to stall this clock. They want to score. They don't need to score now, but they would love to end this and be a quick 2-0.
Let's
the
go!
defense is tackled, and it's another quick 5-0 for Frost.
Cries with the spare. Look at this replay, if you can catch it on down below. So the camera angle is a little bit hard because of the auto-gen, but you can hear the ba-bam, the double tackle, you heard it. Cries got a 2-man tackle to put the goal wide open. That is 2 games for Frost, just demonstrating the reason why you put a man on whose only objective is to mangle and maim the goalkeeper, plural sometimes. You get a 5-pointer. Well done, Frost. 2-0 in the best of 5.
I mean, there was some promise from the offense for Sexy Mexicans. They just couldn't get it going. And then as soon as we got hit that halfway point, we started seeing the Frost do exactly the same thing. A really fast offense that wasn't able to be slowed down even and get those 3 laps. And they weren't able to get it the first time because of Alexander, who was playing very well that game, also on defense. But again, it's just the defense from this European team that is just stopping the Sexy Mexicans from doing literally anything on offense. It is just mind-blowing that they're so good at both.
Now, I am seeing in Twitch chat and through the back channels that apparently Doma's PS4 crashed. So that is why we are going to once again have a mild delay while either Doma is able to get their PlayStation back online and in, or a substitute is coming in. So a little bit of a delay, but game number 2 has passed, and it has definitely answered a couple questions, at least on my end, Stealth. One of the big ones being, what's going to happen to that very, go, go, go momentum heavy play? And it completely evaporated for the most part. A lot of the play from Frost, I noticed, they were getting very close to succeeding, but they weren't quite able to drive the hammer in. So, or drive the nail in, excuse me. I suppose you can drive a hammer if you really try.
If you hit it hard enough, you just need a bigger hammer, right?
Yeah, it pretty much. You're strong enough, you can drive it in. However, what Frost chose to do instead was the slower inch forward, get a man in place. Okay, get the pass up to inspect. Cool. Okay, Kryze is coming around the bend. Kryze gets wham, taken out. Okay, abandoned thread. We lose the ball. No problem. Let's get people in position and reorient. Frost looked a lot calmer there, even in moments where you and I were kind of sweating a bit like, oh no, is Sexy potentially going to try and pull this back through? But Frost, 2-0 up, with a damn good showing. Now, what do Sexy Mexicans do here to even attempt to start pulling momentum back in their favor? Like, is there something they can do?
I don't know. It seemed like it almost seemed like we started seeing more mistakes, but we also started seeing a calmer and more organized Frost. We saw multiple missed passes that game. The first game we saw almost no mistakes across the board. And then all of a sudden,
the question just got answered. I'm looking in the back channels, and Inspect just put longest 3-0 series in history. That's confidence. Oh my! Okay.
Wow. I mean,
so Frost is confident.
They should be. It's one thing to be up 2-0 in a series. It's another to win both games 5-0. I mean, with 5-pointers, usually you see them either very quick and it's a very dominant team, but I mean, here you can clearly see Sexy Mexicans. They had the defense to put up a fight there. They just need to get their offense figured out. They completed, I think, like 1 or 2 laps amongst both games. Like there was like nothing. And then meanwhile, Frost, the first game, quick 3 laps. Oh, it's in. Cool. Second game, took them a second try, but they got it. I mean, the first time, it took an incredible interception by Alexander from literally the ceiling or space or somewhere to stop what was probably going to be a 5-pointer. It's just a matter of figuring something out. And clearly the PS4 crash isn't going to help. But maybe the timeout will. I don't know what the Sexy Mexicans.
Is this hurting Sexy Mexicans at this point? Like, having this kind of constant stuttering? Are Sexy Mexicans a kind of team that plays momentum, but this constant stopping to get subs in is messing with them? Maybe, at this point. Answers on a postcard, please, chat. What do you think?
Oof. I don't know. I mean, it seems like the Sexy Mexicans are losing faith in themselves almost. What can you do? You're down 2-0, and it's like you could have some sliver of good mentality, right? If you knew these games were close, but when you lose both games 5-0, especially when you have like all these difficulties on the back end, you try to get subs in, you're trying to change something, and nothing is working. It must be so frustrating for these guys. And I do see we do have Doma back, so we'll be starting this soon.
We'll see.
Potentially.
Let's not jinx it. Like, the Ubisoft servers could explode. Apparently that is, like, technical difficulties is the rule in this match. I want to go rewind a little bit, though. So, Inspect, by his own admission, he's feeling pretty confident for his team. However, I am reminded of the very poignant words of a certain ancestor in a dimly lit dungeon. Overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer. If Frost overplay their hand, Sexy Mexicans might be able to peel this back to a 2-1. if that happens, momentum swing and or people start, let's be honest, the people in the Roller Champions community love a good bit of crack. They may start having a giggle at the expense of Frost. Then you're like, oh dear, like, lads, we've got to shape up. Then they start overthinking maybe, and then it can keel back to a middle. All I am worried about is Frost overplaying their hand. As I see, looks like actually we have a map loading. Looks like no one's computer has committed self-uninstall. Yep, we're going to Dragon Temple. Looks like it. Here we are. We actually have a match. Huzzah!
Similar to what you were saying about overconfidence. In the words of Zenyatta, overconfidence is a flimsy shield. So we will.
Of course, you go with the more well-known quote. Of course you do. How dare you?
I wouldn't know. I don't know if it's a more well-known. I just happen to be a support main, so it popped in my head.
Okay,
what can I say? What can I say? So we'll have to see. Frost, will this overconfidence bite them in the back, or is it just going to be another 5-0? We do know that these games are not super fast, but they are decisive in their scores, as they have not gone. They've not gone all the way to 0.
Okay, apparently I cursed the match by opening my bloody mouth. It looks like there was a little bit of a hiccup, and North American servers ended up being hosted. So it looks like we gotta redo that. Okay, how many incense sticks and how many covens of hags do I need to contact via astral projection to get a game going? Do I have to sacrifice my firstborn child? I don't have one, but I'll offer it if I can get a game going. Please, I beg you, some lords.
I don't have a volcano near me. Nearest one's Hawaii, and Hawaii's having their own issues right now. So yeah. I don't know if I have a volcano to just kind of borrow for any sacrifices. I'm trying to even just look around. I don't even have anything that could be used to anti-curse. I mean, I played a bit of Phasmophobia, and I know how to deal with ghosts, but omens, as always, yourself. Curses. I don't know. I don't know if chat or the production team would really.
We have a Dane and a Finn on production. Half of their household stories are people getting sacrificed. Hang on a minute.
Apologies for me laughing.
You're Danish? I thought you were Finnish, Novi. What the Okay, I'm being told off by production because I got one of the nationalities wrong. My bad. I'm going to be sacrificed by a troll in my sleep. There's only so much I could waffle here. There's only so much time we could stall before we could get an actual game going. We're sorry. We're trying.
Oh my gosh.
Okay?
Absolutely hilarious. We're getting nationalities wrong. We're cursing the matches. We're having technical difficulties.
A rain dance, I'll take at this
all
point.
All over the place. Yeah, it's cloudy here. Maybe it'll rain. Maybe we can get a little bit of something going. Looks like we're getting the players back in the lobby as quickly as we can. But in the meantime, I mean, what do you think? Do you think it's Doma? Do you think it's Doma needs to step up? Do you think it's just too much for them?
I will take anyone stepping up if someone could just connect to the lobby. I will take anyone stepping up at this point. Like no crack, no kayfabe. We just need a video game. We just need a video game to talk in an overly enthusiastic manner about. That is all we are requesting. It's not too much.
Yeah,
please.
I mean, we've got 5 out of 6 players in the lobby right now. We're trying our hardest to get this the Roller Champions games back to you guys. Everyone, please rage. Let's get some. The hands next to each other, even though it's a high five, we'll pretend it's a praying for now. If we can get all the energy pushed just into this one game of Roller Champions. According to Frost, it could be a few more. And it's another crash. It doesn't matter what we try to do.
There's comedy on our ears here, folks. As soon as we're trying to build the narrative up to an actual, start of game number 3. If those of you that's joining us, this is a best of 5 set. Frost is 2-0 up over Sexy Mexicans both times, winning 5-0 off a single goal. However, there has been delays between game 1 and game 2, and now delays between game 2 and game 3. Both teams essentially pseudo-icing themselves because we can't get people to connect. So that is the current state. If you're wondering why we are, very much insert Twitch copy pasta here, casters please start game. That is why we are blabbering.
Yeah,
and
I just yawned. I don't think I've ever done that while casting. I'm excited for this match. We're already making the lobby. I mean, I don't think there's anything that hasn't gone wrong that could go wrong. I say that, but in Murphy's Law, it's like what can go wrong will go wrong. At this point, I welcome the challenge. What hasn't gone wrong yet? I mean, everything
you want to put that into the universe. Are you really sure you want to manifest that?
We've had a PS4 crash. We've had a wrong server. We've had someone else crash. We've had broken lobbies. I mean, in terms of setting up a game, what more could possibly go wrong? I understand I'm cursing. Maybe cursing it will reverse curse it because we've only been trying to help it. I'm doing anything at this point. I mean, just wow.
You know what? Since we have a little bit of time, we normally can't go that deep into player analysis and talking about achievements and whatnot. Because, game go roll on fast. But, we do have a little bit of time, so we might as well, get familiar with some of the players while we can, actually be productive.
I need to teach you about Doma, because Doma was... I see all this stuff on our secret sheet here about all of his
Not secret
stuff.
Anymore, thanks.
Oh well, my bad. We have a list of information about our lovely
you
players.
meant to say you're that smart. That's how you meant to gas yourself up, my guy.
Yeah, well, I mean, I know this off the top of my head, and you didn't. But just in case you,
why you throwing me under the bus? Okay, that's entirely true. But still.
Doma. Well, I mean, Doma started with some incredible play in the early stages of Midnight Madness, where he won with, I don't remember exactly, it was like Mama Bears or something, and that team transformed into a flow with Skodos and Alexander, very close to what we have here, except we have Paul Angs as the captain, who is also another incredible player, won the first TFL on Psychopaths, or not the first TFL, the first Yumi Bowl, I guess Infinity Tournament, as you will. And so you have so many talented players on Sexy Mexicans, all with so many incredible high-level wins under their belt. But maybe it's just because they don't know how to deal with European teams. All these are some of the best North American players that have played the game, and they're struggling. There's no other word for it. 2-0 in a best of 5, both 1-goal games, 5-pointer. I mean, they're struggling.
Let's be frank. Let's be frank a little bit here. Back in the day, as I remember it, Europe was considered pretty much the superior region in terms of playtime. North America lagged somewhat behind. That maybe it continues, maybe that breaks up now that players have maybe potentially taken breaks from the game. I'm being informed from production, and I can hear them crossing their fingers, that we may actually have a lobby. We may have a video game to watch on our stream about a video game.
Happening.
We might have a game.
Chat. Don't call
Survey,
it too soon.
Dragon Temple. For those of you just coming back or unmuting because understandably you're tired of us waffling, 2-0 in this best of 5 set against Sexy Mexicans. We are going into game number 3. All right. Tip off. Who gets it first? I'm putting bets on the Sexy Mexicans because, quite frankly, they need a dub somewhere.
I mean, really, they've been pretty good at grabbing the ball first. I think Inspect got it on game 1, but Sexy Mexicans got it back pretty quickly. But I wonder, is getting the ball first really that big of a deal? Because, both these games so far, we've seen a very slow start from these teams, like 4 or 5 minutes of just nothing. And it took a while for either team to get on the line, especially Frost. But once Frost got online, there was no stopping them, really. I mean, but barring a miracle, once Frost gets going speed, which it looks like they might already be doing now, trying to get the quick 3-0.
All Alright, so there was an attempt there at a through pass, but it ends up bouncing, so it is what it is. Doma gets control of the ball, waiting for everyone else to get back up. Ooh, I see there's a little bit of... What is going on here? This is either some weird play or maybe there's some sort of issue. We'll see. People are playing it out for the time being. Paul Angs, control the ball, avoids slightly lucky, to be honest, YOLO tackle from Kreis. Ball goes to Alexander. Ball goes to Paul. Fourth gate crossed. I don't think we're going to get a one-pointer, though.
No, I mean, maybe this NA team will just take whatever they can get. Doma's just throwing it down the lane just to get it away from the battle, but, you know, Kreis has some speed, able to pick that up. I mean, Sexy Mexicans are struggling. You can see them flopping on the ground, trying to get a pass off, but nobody's there. It's got to be, I'm wondering if it's got to be a communication issue where they're just not able to communicate, hey, I'm here and ready for a pass, or are Frost pressuring them enough or getting in their heads even that every chance they have at a potential pass, they're slowing down and the teammates aren't adjusting, and it's just causing a lost ball.
Alexander, certainly not losing the ball anytime soon. Excellent break dodge. Right on the tippy toes to avoid Kreis. Has to get the ball to Paul. Good. Simple work. Oh, as soon as I say that, the first real crater we see of the set to Sexy Mexicans loses them possession of the ball.
Yeah, it's super unfortunate to see. I mean, as the series goes on, I think we've seen a little bit more mistakes. As I say that, a missed pass was flying around, tackles. It's a mosh pit going on. As the series is going on, we saw a really good first game, and it took an incredible offensive pressure again from Frost to get anything going after like 5 minutes. But, you know, as game 2, we saw multiple missed passes, and now in game 3, we've already seen multiple missed passes and a crater. These players, I think, are getting more tired than we ever will. I mean, it's showing.
I'm noticing that to an extent in the way they're deciding to pass. They're taking safer pass routes, air dive passes. Quite a strong method of passing. It has admittedly been nerfed over the year or so, over the months, but it is still the way to go if you just want to get quick and dirty distance. Air dive passes from on high up to someone who is high, never a bad route. Although Sexy Mexicans wanting to play a little bit more of a stop and start, break heavy possession game. Gate is open. Gate is still open. Excellent. Doma managed to grab the rock before Kreis could recover from the momentum of the tackle and get the ball back for Frost.
And a clear decision there. Wide open net for so long and no even attempts or fakes on the net. Every player in this arena knows 1 point is just not going to be enough to win this game, as the precedent has showed. And I'm just completely shut up as Paul Angs turns around, walks halfway around the arena to the net, and just decides to shoot a one-pointer. I don't get it.
Everyone point and laugh at stealth. Point and laugh. Apparently the players are doing that as well. They literally heard you say, there's no way they're gonna do a one-pointer. Literally everyone else bets.
Yeah,
they just hate you, Stealth. They stall for this long and then make you look like that. Like, wow. I am sorry for you.
Yeah, that was rough. I think they did that on purpose. And yeah, I'm not quite sure what I'm supposed to do with that, but you know, maybe don't do that again. Maybe don't, you know.
And we just have 3 pointers?
Me.
No! Another 1 pointer from downtown! And the entirety of the Sexy Mexicans are feeling it!
Are you kidding me?
I love it!
Are you kidding me? That could not have been timed better. I'm looking at them like, don't do this to me. You did this to me once. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. I don't know. I don't know.
Was that a self-pass? What was that, Doma?
I mean, from Doma, honestly, I would believe it. I would believe it was intentional at this point. I mean, we're at a completely different pace than what we've seen. Maybe Sexy Mexicans have come alive. Maybe it's it's the server advantage. Who knows? We just want to get this game going.
Ooh.
We are seeing a different style of play. We're seeing different pace from both teams. Frost are slowed down to a nice ice cold chill level slow. The electrons moving a lot slower, whereas Sexy Mexicans
Electrons,
bringing
is.
the heat.
Yeah, we're getting quantum here, folks, right down to the minutia. But Alexander goes up high, explosive tackle, and Paul gets the ball stripped back. I've got to say, both teams are really, really, really putting on. I cannot overestimate or overstate the really here. Different kinds of ball strip. That is such an important skill to be able to have. A loose ball is one of the biggest threats in this game.
What are they doing?
Have.
He's trolling. He's trying to do a Chupo shot. He was trying to charge up a roll shot.
No, I look like an
throw it
idiot.
off the
I'm
inner
trying
lip.
to analyze, and they do that. Like, I'm shutting up now. Stealth, go.
Yeah, I don't know. They literally, he was just trying to do a meme shot on them for a one-pointer. And even though it missed and they almost had a chance at a 3-point opportunity to end the game, it just, like, what are you doing? This is giving me vibes of the other one where we had 3 mischievous shots in one game. I swear to God, Soulmate, don't do this. Don't go for it. Don't. I thought he was about to throw it off the ceiling. He's not. I don't think.
Yes.
I think if we're gonna see it from anyone, it's gonna be Inspect. But I don't think these players are gonna do that. I would love to be wrong. Again, I guess if they want to go for a Jesus shot. I don't know if the EU players are listening. I know the NA players are listening. If the NA players, just imagine if Sexy Mexicans weren't listening. And they just
kept
did that.
it simple. Okay. Mix up the paradigm. Shift it a little bit. All right. Frost realizing that, okay, the Sexy Mexicans are having a little bit too much fun. Let's stick it on ice for a bit. That's a good choice in this scenario. Now, the onus is on Sexy Mexicans. The initiative must be taken by them. Holder champions. Am I wrong in saying it's a real option for the next 30 seconds here, Stealth?
I mean, not when Alexander can get the ball like that. You know, a 3-point. I think with how little time was on the clock, I think the Frost team, they know the position they needed to be in, and that was a winning position with little time left. They only need 1 game to win. But now Sexy Mexicans, they know what they need to do. They need at least 1 to tie. Do I think they're going to go for a 3 and try to win this? Probably not. They just want to get the best opportunity they can. Unless they see a really wide opening to try to go for a 3 here. It's looking like they're probably going to try to score the 1. They need to get this 4th goal first.
Where's the
Force gate. The goal is open. He dives for a pass. Nobody's there. He's going to get tackled. He gets the pass off the Paul, and they're going for 3.
No!
The tackle comes out, and Soulmate's going to pick it up, and that's over. It's a 3-0. Inspect called it. The longest 3-0 we've ever seen on a stream. So many delays. So much went on. And we're finally over. Frost are going to take it 3-0. A much different score line on the 3rd game. However, it was not enough to quite take them down. An excellent performance from EU. And it looks like we'll be seeing 3
Shots
EU teams.
blowing up
2
with
EU teams in the
Lamaus.
finals. We will see 2 EU teams in the finals.
If you're gonna call your shot like that, you better not bloody miss. And there was a threat from Sexy Mexicans there, but Frost allowed the fun to be had and then put the final punctuation on this statement game, both in the shenanigans being stated and also just the level of play. So, I'm being informed we are going to have a total bracket on what's happened so far. We are now out of the pseudo qualifications. There'll be the 3rd place game and the grand finals have been decided. And I'm looking forward to that because the teams that have won, if I check my own notes here real quick, last game we watched, JSL got beat by Le Croissant 3-2. So now it's going to be JSL
close.
going up against Sexy Mexicans the next match on stream.
That's going to be our consolation match for 3rd and 4th place. We're going to see an NA battle. Yeah, I mean...
I'm personally looking forward to that match just out of sheer curiosity of... Let's be frank. This entire, the set... You're watching the recording, you may not necessarily feel this, but in the moment right now, as we are talking to you, in the year of our Lord and Savior 2023. This entire match was a little bit shenanigansy. The pace and the feel of it did change back and forth quite heavily. That is going to affect the players. Le Croissant, JSL is going to be waiting in the back, just watching like, what was that? And meanwhile, sexy Mexicans are probably pounding their heads into their desks, going, what was that? And that could legitimately affect both sides and how they play going into the next game. Am I wrong, or am I talking out? Am I right, or am I talking out my backside in that one?
I don't know. I mean, Sexy Mexicans losing 3-0. It's a really big detriment to mental there. I mean, JSL, they had such a close match against their counterpart in their match. So, I mean, we're going to see an NA battle. They're both going to be on NA. Should be on NA servers. So we'll see. I think JSL maybe have the advantage, but in terms of player, I think I like the players on Sexy Mexicans more. I'm not trying to say like I like these people. Like, yeah, they're cool people. I just think, yeah, I mean, they have the potential. I mean, EU have shown today that the offense is where the games are won, and the defense just isn't enough from these NA teams. You kind of need both, and maybe we're just not seeing the offense from Sexy Mexicans because Frost just shut them down every chance they got.
That is a fair point. That is a phenomenon we did see a couple of times in prior tournaments, was some teams weren't able to show off necessarily the breadth of their prowess because they just got crunched by a certain strat. So because of that, maybe we start to see Sexy Mexicans offense come alive against a team that doesn't have the oppressive offense of Frost. And I'm being informed we actually have the brackets now. For those of you just joining us, you can see the state of the tournaments and what we've actually seen coming into this. As you can see here, JSL were beaten by Le Croissant 3-2 in the prior game. We just watched a very extended 3-0 by Sexy Mexicans, and the next two games have been decided.
Yes, we got a third place match like we were talking about between the two NA teams, and then we have Le Croissant and Frost in a grand final later. Stay tuned for that. Going to be very exciting matchups. I'm looking forward to that. But for now, we're going to head to a little bit of a break.
Yeah, let's call it. We've talked enough. Let's just go. I think a break should be appropriate here. People want to go to the toilet. We've been going enough. It's fine. Love you all. Stay here. See you for the third place game. Ta-ra. Back with us.
I'm gonna cock my 9 mother. I'm gonna cock my 9. I'm gonna cock my 9 and mother.
Say I make you nervous, a tragedy, I'm a beautiful disaster, a reckoning, you wonder how I got this way. You think I'm someone to be saved, someone to clean up and tame. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh. You think I would look pretty on your arm once you cover up my bruises and battle scars, but it always ends the same. Can't bear the things I've had to face, got you crying on your knees in pain. Oh, some things never change, never change. Oh, you'll break your back to make me feel again, suffocate to make me breathe again, lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption never came. I stopped asking for forgiveness, cause you should know only fools tread where the angels fear to go, but you keep trying to get too close. Save myself by turning into stone, so save your judgment cause you just don't know. But some things never change, never change. Oh, they say I should feel guilty and change my ways, leaving crumpled bodies in my wake. Swear I didn't mean to make them break, swear I didn't mean to make them break. But they're so delicate and so mundane, and they keep coming like a moth to a flame. Oh, some things never change, never change. You'll break your back to make me feel again, suffocate to make me breathe again, lose your mind from endless pain. Some things never change, never change. Oh, redemption never came.
manera de vivir. Este lugar, esta tierra, tiene tanto que ofrecer. Tiene tanto que ofrecer. Tiene tanto que ofrecer.
Welcome back, everyone, to the European Glory Continental Clash. I am here back again, now joined by my boy Cashel. How you doing?
I'm doing quite well. I just came back from a break after that very, very extravagant first side of the bracket of the semi-finals, and what an amazing one it was. Did catch a couple of glimpses during and behind the scenes section of what you had to cast over, and that also looked very, very good. So it's going to be good to see some amazing teams going against each other in not the finals, unfortunately for them, but this third place playoff. You're playing for that last little bit. We're going to look at that bracket, kind of see the journey these teams came on to get to where they are. Because we had JSL versus Croissants. The Croissants, of course, had that amazing last minute win going through and getting them through a final spot. We have Sexy Mexicans, who did amazing yesterday, topping their group and just having style points here everywhere, but they fell short to Frost, who had that amazing win going from a 0-4 to a 5-4 during one of their games during a set yesterday. So they went forward to that finals, and of course JSL Sexy Mexicans are going to meet in a best of 5 for third place to kind of say who gets to say we came third out of everyone and is going to be happy to guarantee themselves that higher placing. Everyone gets points, everyone gets prizes, but it's nice to say that you have a number next to your name, really.
Absolutely. And of course, we do have both of our remaining NA teams in this third place best match. So this is going to be players facing against familiar faces, and it's going to be very interesting how they react in DMs afterwards. Maybe some bit of a trash talk. But we'll see. Both these teams, the top 2 NA seeds going into this tournament, both have shown that they have the potential to be one of the best teams. Unfortunately, JSL just coming up short, and Sexy Mexicans maybe having a little bit of a struggle. So we'll have to see if Sexy Mexicans have a better game plan against their NA counterparts, or if maybe the play style isn't going to be able to adapt as well, and they're maybe going to fall short, because it seemed like that's kind of what happened during Frost. JSL able to bring it to a game 5, and Sexy Mexicans getting nearly swept across the board, with the first 2 games being 5-0, which I think threw everyone for a loop. I was expecting Frost to be more a bit of a wild card, but they've proven themselves to be worthy for the finals. But I'm trying to think what does Sexy Mexicans need to prove, what to do to even get a game off of JSL, because they're looking just so strong.
They're looking very, very strong. But both of them really look super duper strong, in terms of what we've seen throughout the past couple of days. JSL, of course, took it to that final game against Le Croissants to say, we both want this finals, we both want to get there, falling short of that final hurdle. Sexy Mexicans on paper right now, given their current state, look like they're not going to be doing too much, because it's a case of they got completely swept. It was a 0-3 loss. They weren't coming back from that. But in that group stage, yes, some people say they had a bit of an easier group compared to other people. They're one of the highest seeded teams in the entire tournament. It's just going to show that they both have that kind of they both have their ups and downs with what they've done the past couple of days. One of them had a very good pass into these top cut brackets. The rest of them didn't have as easy a journey, but still really showed what they wanted to do. That clash really, really gave them that kick to go further. So it's going to be nice to know these two sides of good versus bad, of quality versus quantity. Who's going to come out on top? The team that fought for their spot really, really hard, or the team that were close but really didn't have to do much given their group. But the game is coming up very, very soon. So I have to see what they can do with that to show everyone who has the bee's knees and who is going to be that number 3 team.
I'm looking forward to it. I really want to put an emphasis on just how much we need Sexy Mexicans to show up here if they want to prove that they were one of the best teams. Of course, JSL being the number 1 seed, Sexy Mexicans the 3rd seed. We do expect maybe an advantage toward JSL. They performed better in the semifinals. They performed better overall, in my opinion, than Sexy Mexicans have. But these players on our Sexy Mexicans team, they're just such good players. It's got to be like a chemistry issue or a communication issue that's maybe holding them back. And I'm hoping to see what they can do against an NA team that they're more familiar with. Maybe they can get a little bit more offense going. We are in Acapulco Arena, and I'm ready as I'll ever be to see an NA match again.
It's always amazing to see these NA matches. It was bound to happen at this point. You were guaranteed some sort of combination of NA versus EU, East versus West. It just so happens that it's NA versus NA in this lower bracket. So the European teams really showing why this tournament has its name, the European Glory. There was a Continental clash. He did not come on top, and they are fighting for that final. But of course, these players are going to be fighting for their lives for that 3rd place. We have Sinez kicking off the action here, just doing the usual things they've been doing these past 3 matches, where they're just doing their laps and finding their place in the field. It seems to be a sort of meta that's developed over this tournament where it's been a very, very long, well, it could be a long ball or a short ball competition, and this is what we're seeing for these players right now. They're playing it short to keep the opponents tight, and as soon as they are tight, they play it long, making them spread out, and it's working so well. That first goal point is already open. And
oh my god!
From a dunk.
That was a Jesus shot, and we finally saw one. We saw so many missed opportunities. A throw off the ceiling, a jump, a dive, a catch, and a dunk all in one. That's a Jesus shot, a 1-pointer to start us off. This is NA going out with style. You love to see it. These players, obviously, this is for consolation match. This is for 3rd and 4th. This is their last games. Might as well go out with style, right? They're bringing out all the stops, all going for the self-passes. We are seeing all the mechanics displayed, and JSL with an incredibly, amazingly fun. I can't even describe just how much of a start. I've never seen one of those done in competition. Those are so exciting to watch, and I'm wondering what they have left in store for us for the rest of this.
They must have a lot in the back ready to show both us casters and the audience back at home, as well as their opponents to try and have a bit of a show off. As we've been saying, where it's sort of like a consolation prize, win, lose, you don't lose too much besides you come 3rd or 4th. Of course, it is nicer to have that higher number next to your name, but it's still nice to say that you did so well. A bit of a deny there, just meaning that we'll see that JSL will keep hold of the ball. And it's just one of these cases where, teams can go for style points, really. Like, in the main bracket where we had that long 19-minute game where teams are going for style points, maybe at the wrong point in the match, were really, really pushing everyone to their full extent. But at this stage of the tournament, you can go for style points and no one really minds. You're going to do a show for the broadcast, you're going to show for your teammates. This is basically just a scrim or a quick match to them. They can use it to practice, they can use it to learn new things, and they can use it for a bit of a laugh. I'm sure maybe as teams, their IGL is just saying, like, just do what you want. We're here for the long run.
Absolutely. I mean, we're seeing some pretty solid gameplay across the board, but of course these guys wanting to show off a little bit. They are doing those self-passes almost every chance they've gotten. I think I've seen something from almost every player here. We have a gate open for Sinez, and all the players run past into the ball, but the pass still makes it through. Maybe going for a 3-pointer here. Maybe after that Jesus shot, they're just like, all right, let's end it. We know we're the better team. Let's just try to quick 3-0. They've got a 3-point open. Will they go for it? No, they're going to get stopped. Up Lakota with a nice pickup. Sinez now. I don't know if he's baiting out the pass or what. Yancy above the net. Lakota, wide open net. Well, great bait. It was the great debate. Everyone saw it coming. As soon as he turned around, nobody was there. It was wide open. And now it's a 4-0 lead, which only strengthens the idea, that JSL are are going to destroy the Sexy Mexicans. It's just destiny at this point.
It does feel a little bit destined. Like, I think again, like maybe Sexy Mexicans are just accepting at this point that this is a show match, a fun match, a consolation prize. They're just gonna sit back, relax. They can maybe try and get a couple goals in just to get that again that shooting practice pretty much. But it's still gonna come down to what they do. They got a goal open, denied death straight away. So we're just going to see JSL just run complete rings around the field here. They'll have to do is score one goal. They could maybe try and style points it further and go for a lap after lap after lap, but they need that 1 point, close off the game, not develop any fatigue, and they've had the learning curve. They've had the learning curve. Do see a bit of a change over in possession here, and I think this is what we're going to be seeing a lot as well, where we're seeing a lot of aggressive play to try and just get goals in, get this match over with. We're also just seeing a lot of these passive plays where it's just defend and then stop them scoring, give us a show, make it long.
The show they have given us for sure. A 1 point Jesus shot to start off the series, followed by a nice clean 3-point debate. Now, Yancy trying to just get it away. He's got all of the enemy team on him. He's just playing with them, toying with them, trying to show off, and he still manages to grab the ball before Doma picks it right back up. These teams really just kind of toying with each other. I mean, JSL, they know they're not going to hold the ball for 2.5 minutes, but you saw him. He's had all 3 players on him. He was just holding them off. At this point, it's a bit of a mild mosh pit. Stoma, a little bit of a fail there. Just going to give it to Yancy. I wonder if, what's going through their minds. Are they just trying to maybe make this go a little bit longer, have some fun, or maybe they do just want to end this? They're up 4-0. A little bit of a Zyber shot, a little brick off the thing. I wouldn't call it a shot because it looked like it was more intended for a pass. But it ends up hitting the closed net, and now a quick turnaround, quick counterattack. Maybe they are trying to end this game early. Lakota up on the wall, just misses him as he gets tackled up there. So many tackles coming out from Sinez. That was 2. Oh, no, they're not. Don't tell me they're going for the 9-pointer in the consolation match. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to see it. Sinez now with a 3-point net open. He doesn't want the 7. We know what they want. They want the 9. They want the 5-pointer to end it when they didn't. They only needed a 1. Lakota is up on the wall, going for the self pass. Jones misses it. Doma's going to get the tackle. They don't want any part of that. They still want to win this game, because they're going to shut that one down real quick.
They're going to shut it down quite quickly. They could have been quite a simple gentleman's just say, for the style point, we'll let you have that 9-pointer. They were a gate away. They could have done it. But you still got to fight for some sort of resilience. You still got to fight for some sort of strength towards the end of this match. We have got Sinez on the ball now, and Sinez can, we're in his last 50 few seconds. You can just kind of just dance to the ball a little bit. You do a couple of emotes. You can do anything just to run the timer down to make sure that this game lasts to its utmost potential. You want to make sure that you can just get this over and done with, so you can go and watch the finals. You can cheer on the finals, and just do everything you can just to show your respect to the rest of the players, as well as just kind of saying, I got what I wanted from the tournament. You got your prizes, you got your placements. You can just call it a day after that. We do see that Alexander is going to take it around, and we could just see there be something like a last chance. We could see like the reverse, like 5 to 4-pointer. Maybe again, because it's in that place where there's no overall outcome to this match. It's like, hey, wouldn't it be funny if we just let you have that 5-pointer at the very end of the game? But it does seem that it is going to be just a bloodbath to try and like organize or orchestrate that start of match. As you see, it does go into that last time situation. Orange team though does get that win. They're just going to say, you know what? Let's not give each other that benefit of doubt. Let's just run the game through, run the timer down. 4-0 win, quick and easy. 1-0 overall to JSL, and just with how they've been playing, I think they can just take that into quite an easy 3-0 or like just a very close. Like they're going to get those 3 points. I think the 3 is going to go to JSL at the end of this run.
Yeah, it's certainly looking like that. And barring any technical issues, it could be a very quick, actually quick 3-0. And even if the game does go to last chance like that one, would be quite a relief. And I would like to see Sexy Mexicans maybe get a little bit something on the board. They almost got shut out in their series against Frost, and maybe they can get something online. It's hard to top what John C just did with a Jesus shot right at the beginning of the series. It was brilliant. They didn't even fail. It was the first try. We saw 3 attempts yesterday from different players that all failed. One of them actually saved on the net, so it was actually an accurate one, just a great save. But nonetheless, the first try in this series goes through. We'll have to see if they do more. We did see quite a bit of self passes, quite a bit of mechanics, a lot of show off stuff for the stream. Maybe we'll see a little bit more dancing in the second game and third game. I don't know if they're listening because they were listening before, but we'll just see if the NA 1-pointers will come out, the little dance squads maybe. It seems like they're having fun out there for sure, though.
It seems that they're having a lot of fun with this gameplay, and it seems that they're just going to take that fun to every level possible. We are going into Zen Temple for this next game, so it is going to be a case of they could maybe like the map, just take it a bit zen, take it a bit chill for this one. They have every room to do anything in this match. They can give us an exhilarating game, they can give us a slow game, they can give us a long game, a short game. Every possible combination of different game plans and game outcomes can come from these style of games, and it's just going to be up to them what they want to do. Sexy Mexicans, of course, to avoid maybe an embarrassment of a double straight flush losses, can maybe try and just get at least one game in this, or maybe even try and take the whole thing. JSL though, probably because they went out. Well, they went out in the first bracket of this. They're going to be a bit upset. They're probably going to want to say, you know what, we may have gone out on the first stream match. We may have gone out to that whisker fin thing, but we want to show why we had that whisker fin change and just go for that win, say we got third. We do see that though from kickoff, they just get a hold of it straight away with Yancy, who then throws it into a kind of a dead zone. We do see Lakota picks it up, only to lose it straight away to Alexander, who plays it through again, and we do see this same back and forth. It's a very mixed position of play until about halfway through the game, where we see his first few goals coming through.
Absolutely. I mean, it's been a very consistent pattern from almost all of the games we've seen, where these first 3, even 4 minutes sometimes, it's just a constant back and forth, and it's about wearing out the other team, and whether you can, wear them down and then start to get that offensive pressure. But here, starting to see a little bit earlier than the script allows, and never mind. Paul Eng's there for a great interception. And right when I thought maybe this game will just be a nice quick 5-0, nah. Paul with the ball on the wall here, just gonna shut that down. I mean, I expect nothing less. I mean, this team, great defense and apparently better offense now. Looks like they're doing something, but doesn't quite work out as Dakota there to snipe that off the wall. Seems like mistakes are happening high on the walls, and yet recoveries are still happening from the opposition. So some good play still being showcased here on stream. Not all fun and games, but you can tell these players are a lot more relaxed and a lot less uptight. You're not seeing a lot of crazy mistakes either. You're just seeing clean recoveries and clean play overall. Is a nice tackle there. There's another deny as we just back and forth. As soon as you think, oh, maybe this game will be different. Maybe the script will be rewritten. Nah, we're going to be nice and zen for the first few minutes of this game.
It does seem nice and calming. Maybe the atmosphere has just really calmed our players out. We are seeing a bit more pressure coming out though from the Mexicans, so they're getting quite far ahead and they get onto that goal scoring position. They have got that 1 pointer open for them, and they don't actually go for the shot. Maybe just wanted to bluff it. Maybe did go for it, but then launched a bit too late. Or they're going to go for that 5-pointer, but they do not get it. The Sinus picks it up and does change that flow play back into the hands of JSL, who throw it again. Another dead ball goes as far as they can. They still do manage to get hold of it, but then Doma is the one who stopped that from being as tranquil as possible. Sinus picks up again, and it just seems to be a case of having a slow game here. We're seeing a few gates get popped, and we're seeing a few gates, a few goals be targeted, but it's just getting to this point where I think the players are combining that lust to make the game go quickly, but also giving it into their greed too much and then going for those 5-pointers too quickly. Sometimes a 1-pointer is all you need to kind of close off these games, because you can just get it and then just play defensively for the rest of the match.
Interesting recovery there. Sexy Mexicans floundered around the ball and weren't able to pick it up despite a couple of tackles coming out. Failed self-pass, still going to picked up by Sinez. Despite the fact that they're messing around the net, still able to recover the ball when they make the mistakes. Like I said, I mean we're having fun here, but at the end of the day, this team's still trying to win, and maybe they're just trying to do a little bit more style. As a 3-pointer open, tackle comes out, and of course Paul's there to deny, and we're back to square one again. Halfway through the match, it's the script on cue. But I think this is about when we're going to start seeing a team start going for those 1-pointers, maybe getting a good offensive pressure, getting even a 3-pointer. At this point, I'd be a little surprised if we saw a 5-pointer. And a double bounce rimming around the net, denied by Alex. Such a close shot. I thought that was going in. I saw the shot from all the way downfield, just barely bouncing out. That must be tilting.
That is a really tilting play. Like, even at the stage like this, where you're just playing for the fun, maybe that long shot was just like a sort of a, I can go for it. If it doesn't go in, it doesn't really matter too much. It's just a bit of practice there. But it must be very disheartening to see a shot that was so open, so free, bounce off just like that. Sinez picks up the pace again to try and get those gates going, that ball flowing, but we just see Alexander coming in and taking that save to really put that pressure on in the opposition's favor. Lakota, though, just picks up again, and now we're just coming into this stalemate again. We saw the script kind of coming together. We saw this pattern coming together where it's like one team was able to pick up the pace and go for that shot, but then we just saw it come back again. Lakota is in position to score a goal. We see a 1-pointer very open. Yancey could have scored an amazing diving shot there for a dunk to get a Jesus goal, but didn't quite get on the tee. It does swap hands a few times. It gets back to Yancey there, who can then quite safely just go around and activate his gates again. And now we're just seeing a stalemate game is coming to play. And I think both teams have accepted this. One of them has to score that cheeky 1-pointer towards the end here to kind of seal the deal before we go into that overtime or have a last chance ditch to try and just steal this game. 1 minute 35. It looks like that was a game.
Don't do this again to us. It's the same caster duo that we had yesterday when they went to probably, if one of, if not the longest overtime. We had a 19-minute game. It's just absolutely brutal for everyone. As we have a 1-pointer open, and look who's got it. It's Doma, the offensive pressure. It's wide open, and he does take the one with the slowest lineup I've ever seen in one of these matches. He walks up, doesn't even charge the shot. He just look at how casual this is. Bump. It almost looked like how simple that was. It's like we're watching the lowest quality of World Champions, but we're not. We're just seeing a bunch of high-level players having fun, nice and zen on Zen Temple, and I couldn't be happier to see that the score is not tied with a minute left, as maybe we'll see JSL come up with something. I'm expecting maybe a 3-point opportunity to go, but not at 1 point to tie it. Now they wouldn't do that.
I don't think they'd do that to us after what we went through yesterday. Of course, I was considering the timer as that first goal went in. It was a very poetic time for the goal to go in. It was 1 minute 11 seconds with 1 goal, which it's something you'd love to see. It's a little tiny detail that could have been orchestrated, or it could have just been sheer luck. I like to think in the back of my mind.
In the script.
Yeah, this is all scripted. Third place playoffs are always that scripted section where players can even behind the scenes just have a bit of a chat and just say, you know what, let's go for something funky like that, like a 1 goal on the 1 minute mark, or maybe wait for the very last second before overtime ticks to score that goal. Just stuff like that is really going to drive a good narrative that allows these players to keep their head high and say, you know what, we may have lost in this stage, but at least we had an involvement in that loss. We are going to go into a last chance part of this game because of Lakota holding onto the ball. They can take this as far as they can. If they score another goal, kudos to them. They're going to get that 1 more goal. But also, shame on you for making us do a little bit more. We do see that we're not going to be forced to another 19-minute game, as there is that game ticking over. 1-1 apiece, going into a game 3, and it's going to be one of those ones where, it could go anyone's way right now. It looked like it could have been a quite an easy, one and done sweep here for JSL, but they're just falling behind the second game. Gonna have to rely on a couple more games to win it now. They could take the whole, just 3-1 sweep, or we could see maybe the reverse sweep. Maybe Sexy Mexicans are just here to say, we were completely swept last round. Let's just sweep these guys and get our third place.
Yeah, no, I definitely I'm proud of Sexy Mexicans. You know, they played 2 best-of-5s today and they got swept in the first one, and this one they finally did get a win. So props to them for not getting double swept today. I did have a lot of faith for this roster going into this. I didn't get Lakota. I hadn't heard a lot of. I did hear that he was very good in 6 mans, and I had recognized the other 2 names on that roster, but just the precedent of the names of Sexy Mexicans and the roster. I expected more. It's coming together like one of those teams where it's like, okay, let's just shove a bunch of talent onto one team and it should work, right? But maybe not this time. However, it is 1-1. We're going to Mexico Arena. A little bit of an advantage maybe for the Sexy Mexicans to try to take this back, take a lead even against JSL, going into our third place match, best of 5. And I think after that game, I think maybe we can see a little bit of a different result. I mean, that second game was a lot of back and forth, a lot different from our normal script where, you know, it's only about 4 or 5 minutes of back and forth before we start seeing the offense start to pop off, a lot more pressure, a lot more threats. So it'll be interesting to see if we start seeing a lot more of that second game or if we go back to seeing more of the first game.
Yeah, it could go either way. Like as I was talking about in even the main playoff bracket, where it's like these sorts of teams can play any style of gameplay coming into this match and can really like push themselves to every limit possible to try and see what they can do. This just feels like an extremity of that style of play. We could see a repeat of game 1, we could see a repeat of game 2, we could see something completely brand new where players might just be trying new things or, you know, re-executing old things. And it's just gonna be one of those things that we got to see come from these teams going into this next game. Kickoff, of course, is imminent and is one of those moments where players really set themselves in this style of gameplay. If you want to play for fun, you just kind of be like, okay, whoever gets the ball first, just let them have the first goal. And this seems to be what is happening right now. We do see Paul is getting a hold of the ball, playing it quite high and dry at first before dipping it down to the bottom of the ring and is allowing a lot of space. And we're seeing a textbook mistake, even in like a for fun match, that textbook mistake of allowing your opponent to have too much room. By going up, you just kind of say, okay, I'm above, I can throw down. If I'm on the floor with you, I can just, you know, outpace you and go for it. So that does swiftly end as we do see a bit of a bloodbath happening. And it goes back to Sainez. He does a little bit of an emote just to kind of say, oh, I got the ball, let's go forward, as they go for a long throw and do fail to get to a teammate.
Yeah, I'd love to see the emotes. I said we might see some dancing in game 2 or 3, and here we are in game 3, and we're already seeing the emotes coming out in the first minute as they're running around with the ball. Maybe they could hear me, or maybe these players just have a similar mindset. You know, it's that NA mindset, NA grind set. These players a lot of time taking those 1-pointers, and we're seeing Sainez here taking the second checkpoint alone. Doesn't really have a lot of backup, having to wait for Yan C to come help him. Does go for a dive pass, gets Lakota going down the wall, actually gets a lot of momentum. Had an open net opportunity there. Doesn't look like they wanted to get a 1, or maybe he just didn't see the play happening. We are pretty early in the game, so unlikely to see a 1. He's baiting out the defenders, going to go for a pass. Sainez getting the ball with a tackle. Pretty impressive there. And an interesting pass play, very unintentional, but very, very cool to see. A missed pass looping around the ceiling and going down the lane to the players already ready for it. A 3-point net open, and they do take it 2 minutes into the game, and we're seeing very similar to that game 1. Like I said, it could be, you said it could go either way. And it looks like we're going back to game 1, quick 3-pointer, pressure on the board. We could see 5 minutes of nothing, or we could see JSL end this early.
That is exactly what you can see in the stage of the tournament. And hopefully we do see it ended as quick as possible, either from a 5-pointer straight away from the Sexy Mexicans, or maybe JSL just going for another 3-pointer, getting that 6-point game and calling it a day. Maybe they could even go for that grand prize, trying to get a 9-pointer again, the maximum amount of points you can get without ending the game early, or 8 could be just enough to say, you know, that they've got this dominance and they want to play it through. Yancy dancing around that small area around the donut, just waiting for the perfect pass. They actually pass through chains back to themselves, and again are just trying to play this wall play, trying to keep themselves safe. They do get tackled quite quickly though. So that isn't going to be the case, and Doma is now the one who is in possession and is going to be trying to find that passage to start igniting this 5-point possibility. But again, these are two teams who don't want to be humiliated in a style like that, even this late in the tournament, as you do see possession is going back and forth really quickly, forward-pointing dominantly into the hands of JSL via Lakota, who again is just doing the same case alongside Yancy, just really just not without having to emote, just dancing and sprinting around the field here.
Yeah, Doma emoting when he had the ball there, turning into a worm, trying to be as slippery as a worm, but can't always hold on to the ball as much as you want. Alexander, though, has all the space in the world and can hold the ball as long as he wants. Oh, he is probably looking for a teammate here to help him get this second gate. They are trying to get back into this game. A missed pass is going to get picked up by Doma. A lot of space, a huge jump off the wall, but immediately read by Lakota. He was floating in the air a while, a really great read, but these players are on another level that may have just looked like he was floating and landed on the ground. It was an easy tackle, but he was ready for that. He was planning to get him there. As Doma now with the ball and trying to get this down to his teammates. They're still trying to keep in this. They're down 3-0. They're going to need more than a one-pointer at this point. As we go into the final 3 minutes, don't like to see teams only take a one-pointer unless they plan to go for a 1 and then a 3 maybe to try to get the sneaky win, but not a whole lot coming up from Sexy Mexicans in terms of offense here, as they've already lost the ball before they could even finish a lap. We're going to have to see a little bit more from them if they're going to want to change in this series.
They're going to want to have a chance in this series. They're going to want to display why and how they deserve this series. And they're starting to pick up the pace up now a little bit later in this game. I think they've realized that they're in this 3-0 deficit. They have to really work towards it. We do see Paul getting a hold of it. With one more gate to go, we could see that coveted going for a 1-pointer, going for a 3-pointer to clean things up quite soon. But actually, they do just go dodge past that 1-pointer. Do they think about it for a second time there? Paul does. It goes straight towards Alex, playing it forward. He also thinks about going backwards, and I think they could be trying to tease that 1-pointer, thinking, you know what, worst case scenario, we have the ability to drop back to this. We have the ability to try and go for the 1 and then the 3. They also seem to be playing their hardest to try and ignite that second lap, and they do get it. They are on a 3-point themselves. They wrap around. Alexander goes for it, has those opportunities, gets it through to Paul, who then has another opportunity to go back, who goes through to Alexander, who goes through to Dom, who does get a hold of it, and now it's only past one gate to clean this game up in one swift move. Goes past one defender, goes past the other, gets it all the way through to Alexander, who is in a goal scoring opportunity and goes for it, and it goes straight in.
Oh, and it got just right past him.
5-3 in. Oh, amazing to see in that 1 minute mark being ever so close to what we want to be seeing in the style play. 5-3 to the Mexicans. They are waking up. They have had their siesta. They've had their fun, and now they are now saying, you know what? Let's show them what we're really about. 2-1 up just after being thrashed in that first set of the playoffs.
I mean, that is what we'd like to see. That is what I expected to see out of this team. An incredible performance, a nice 5-pointer too. Really getting revenge after that last set, like you said. It's good to see them popping off a little bit, you know? That goal was remarkably close to getting saved. I mean, I saw at least 2 defenders literally on the net. It looked like that ball went right through their head. It was a greatly placed shot, though, right in that top upper left corner on the inside. And just, I mean, it was well done, the whole play. The entire time, they had good control of the ball. They had great passing, high on the wall, made it nearly impossible for them to get tackled. It was just clean. It's what I expected from them from the beginning. It was unfortunate they couldn't get that in the previous series, but it's good to see it now. And I'm looking forward to Game 4, where I think almost Sexy Mexicans is more favored now. Not just because they're up a game, but it looks like they have a lot more potential in the offense category than they did in the previous, 5 games?
Yeah, it looks like they're looking to be more of an offensive brute force in this. We saw them play it like they only just lost out in that first one. In that second one, they managed to claw it back, get a bit of revenge. They had an okay situation when they went ahead and won it. But this game here, where they took it by that last second 5-pointer that everyone loves to see. I do believe we're going off to Chichen Itza, which is it's not quite Mexico, but it's Mayan, it's very Latin American themed. So that could be another sort of like home ground advantage that they could maybe try and like hold on to. Like some players say you don't get an advantage in this game based on what ground you're on. Some players say you do. Maybe there's a bit of mentality to that. But to see what they go from there. But of course, what we're really focusing on is their play style, and they've bared their fangs. They've showed what claws they have, and they're just going to try and rip to shreds the opposition here going into the final match. An NA versus NA match, obviously. So whoever wins this could be said that they're one of the best teams in North America that participated in the Continental Clash as we do head off into Chichen Itza for this fourth game.
And of course, one of the best NA teams in the world, not just in NA, because these teams have had to face European teams to get here as well. So it's one thing to be only beating NA teams. It's another to be NA and EU teams to get this third place. So there is a bit on the line, even though these teams clearly having fun, going for Jesus shots, a lot of self-passes, a lot of mechanics. It's what we love to see. Now we got the fiery dragon rotating around this incredible arena as we head into Game 4. Sexy Mexicans up 2-1 after an incredible 5-pointer. A much different paced game from Sexy Mexicans. I love to see that. I would love to see a Game 5, but at the same time, the Sexy Mexicans, they want to end it here. I genuinely thought in that first game, with the way how slow the pace of play was for them, that they were just kind of miming. They weren't really trying to win. They weren't really doing anything crazy. It was all like Jesus shots just don't happen. You have to set them up, you have to nail them, and you have to not get saved. And it happened as the first goal of the series. I was thinking, yeah, I think this is just JSL's to win. They're clearly memeing on them, but now they're down with potentially losing a position to take fourth. And there's a big difference between fourth and third. Fourth doesn't get much. Third gets a bronze medal and a lot more bragging rights, in my opinion.
You do get those bragging rights, you get a place on that podium, and I think this has really kicked in for both these teams in the last game or so, where they've gone to realize that you can't just be this person who's like, oh, I went to the third place playoff. No matter what, I'm not getting this coveted first or second place. I'm kind of just like existing in this void. But I think now they've realized in like an Olympic situation, in the grander situation, they'll be doing very, very well and getting that podium place. Dakota though opens it up, just as we were talking about how much these teams want it, and showing that coming into this fourth game, they're going to try and make it a 2-2. They want to see that Game 5 happen, and they want to fight to that last minute to get that last prize to their name. Of course, that's only 1 point. This could be an NA 1-pointer. This could be a warning shot. We just do not know. Sex Mexicans gave us a 5-pointer last game. They can probably do it again. If not, nudge a 3-pointer, make this an even harder victory for JSL to get, as Alexander just does rings on everyone straight away, getting that first gate in without even having to pass the ball.
Sexy Mexicans eating up their competition in that last game, but now JSL eating some of that Sex Mex and putting on a show here with the first point, and Alexander opting not to take the first point. A lot of clashing leads him to having an open lane, but no teammates. He's going to turn around and take that 1-pointer. Very smart decision here. This is what you would always see in NA. It's not just the 1-pointer. It's this awareness that he is alone. He has 2 of the opponents on him and a wide open net. You absolutely just turn around and take those. I mean, tie game, plenty of time left. Why not? I mean, if you think of just from a score point perspective, a lot of these players do have confidence, especially in the Europeans. They have a lot of confidence. They go for those 3 5-pointers. But at the same time, you think from a strategic standpoint, if you have the opportunity to tie the game, why wouldn't you? You got plenty of time left, but at the same time, when you're at this high of a caliber, tying the game, even if it's just a quick 1-pointer for free, it relieves a lot of the pressure. When you're down, it gets into your head, it gets into your play style sometimes that, you're down and you have to do something crazy. You have to be perfect in a sense, and the defense look like giants. But not as much now. A little bit more back to this back and forth gameplay we're used to when it's game 0-0. It's now 1-1. And now Doma got to try to get something started for the Sexy Mexicans. Try to maybe finish the series early if they can get something quick going. Alex now actually alone in the bowl here. Gets a little help from Doma at the last second as Lakota was there. And a weird interaction there. Ends up with the ball in Sinus' hands. Seen a couple of those today where it seems like the player's just kind of in the right place at the right time. The ball just ends up in their hands.
it does just seem that they get all these right place, right time sort of like environments, and it just seems that some of them are executed, some of them are just kind of done off of a whim, and there's that bit mix and matches, like sometimes just go well, sometimes it doesn't. Usually a lovely little spare there just to kind of give us a bit of hope to see what would come forward. Yancy is able to just kind of collect themselves after that spare happened, thinking even if that tackle didn't go too well, we can get a nice hold of it. We do see Lakota now has a hold of it, gets through that second gate, and is just starting to put the pedal to the metal. We do see now Lakota going through, takes a long shot, which then does turn slowly into a pass, but is picked up swiftly there by Doma. So I think now we're getting to that stage where, because there's been that bit of a grind and everyone's clashing their heads, and we've now got this like 1-1 situation, I think both teams are just going to try and take these long shots, try and take these 1-pointers to pocket themselves in a situation where they just benefit from it as much as possible. We're coming in to the 2-minute mark of this game, and we're neck and neck, and we could see an overtime, or which could declare a winner here, there, and everywhere. But I think both teams are going to fight to try and seal the deal as soon as possible.
I mean, yeah, that 1-point opportunity. Look at like almost the exact opposite of what happened with JSL's first goal, with Sinez passing it to Yancy on the wall, immediately dunking it, or Lakota. And then we have the opposite here with Sinez trying to receive the pass above the net to dunk it in, but of course goes up a little bit off the mark, misses the pass, and now while they do have the ball again, it's been, like you said, very back and forth, very scripted. It's very scripted, these matches. We want to make them as close as possible. Those 5 points earlier, they had to wait another like 4 or 5 minutes before they even got something going. Another intercept there from Domo, just being in the right place. A lot of these players, I'm actually surprised that we're not seeing as many like preemptive tackles. You see them here and there, but this is actually a very pass-heavy match, not a very man-on-man covered match where you're seeing tackles happen before the pass to try to make the ball go flying and recover it. You're just seeing, okay, let them pass it, then tackle them kind of situation, because I don't know. I mean, maybe they're in each other's heads. I mean, they are playing for fun, but at the same time, we can see JSL are not giving up. Yancy now in the ball, gets it to Lakota. He sees Sinez up on the wall. He just can't get the ball off as Sinez still on the way up. It's an unfortunate missed opportunity there as we head into close to our last minute, as we're still tied. And I think everyone's fearing the same thing, a potential long overtime looming over the horizon, as a quick one gate opens, and with 1 minute, they try to bait out the defender. Paul's still there. Lakota sees Sinez. That looks like it's going to be a 1-point shot. He doesn't go for it. They're still going. They see all the opportunities available to them, and they decide, nah, we're going to try to end this here. The 3-point gate's open. The miss happens. Lakota doesn't get the shot off. And another missed opportunity from JSL. And now Sexy Mexicans with the ball with 30 seconds. It's their game to win.
It could be anyone's game to win, because the ball does go back straight to JSL. Sexy Mexicans pick it up via Alexander there, who then loses it again after a really, really crucial tackle. And we did see JSL maybe trying to clear it up, getting those 4 goals just to guarantee there's no sneaky extra goals going into that last chance section. But now we just have Sexy Mexicans who are now pushing the gates themselves. They've got a hold of this ball. We're going to be in this last chance situation, overtime sort of situation, and then we honestly, it is going to go into overtime. Let's hope it's not one of those 19-minute ones, because we want to see maximum energy come from these players. We do see the JSL are the ones who are able to pick up this pace and get the ball even further forward, through over to Sinez, all the way round. And now it's going to be that case of we're just going to see passive play, because you're going to wait for that moment where you can crumble. There's the 1-pointer. That's all you need. Yancy goes for it, gets it to 2-1 in overtime, and we're going to game 5. And Sexy Mexicans, while they haven't been completely swept, are now in a position where they have to show themselves. They had an amazing run to keep this alive for them. Can they clean it up in this last match? It's going to be a really rough run going to this, because both teams have fought so hard, these last-minute goals, these last-minute attempts. And this one might just be a quick, simple 5-0 one where both teams are going to go and try and crush it.
Here we go. Last map of game 5. The Omen was from the beginning. We had the best of 5. We had the very long best of 3, and now we're in another, or best of 3. Sorry, 3-0. But we've had 3 long series now. It's the Omen. You know we're gonna have a great grand final, but before that, of course, we have to declare our 3rd and 4th place teams. Both these NA teams fought valiantly to get here and have now fought valiantly against each other. It's 2-2. Honestly, every game felt like it had a different pace of scoring, and I'm so excited to see how this last one plays out. I think we're still going to see the very slow gameplay. We're not going to see a lot of one-pointers or 3-pointers or 5-pointers back and forth. I think it's going to be extremely close. Maybe not a super long overtime, but, you know, I think we're still going to see something similar to what we've seen. It could be completely different. Maybe we see like 2 3-pointers and we win and then a overtime for a 4-3, maybe something new, but every game has been different this series, and it's very interesting to see, you know, the different strategies that you see in NA, whereas EU, you know, it's go for 5-pointers until maybe like 1 minute left, then maybe go for a 3-pointer. It's gonna be interesting. We even saw I think a Jesus shot attempt in that game from Yancy, so he's 1-1 on those. Maybe we see one more. Maybe we see a 5-point crazy trick shot attempt to try to end the game. If we can even see a team make 3 laps, I don't know if we've even seen that. I think we've seen it. Yeah, we saw it once in 4 games. We saw a 3 laps completed. So don't think we'll see a 5-pointer this game, but if we do, congrats to whoever wins. Here we go, Pixel City, game 5 of our consolation match. My voice is giving out. Lakota now with the ball. Gonna start us off. JSL wanting to end this quickly, maybe.
Both teams going to want to end this pretty quickly. You know, we're in a pixel-themed map. You've got those Sonic-themed backgrounds with a blue team. You know, the motto is, as it goes, you've got to go fast to try and get yourself in a good position. And we see straight away that, you know, sticking to that blue little rocket of a hedgehog with their blue game tags and just blue everything, it is the Mexicans who are taking a very, very strong hold in this game. A rebound off the wall allows for a really good callback going for that self-pass, which I think might have just trying to been a pass to go ahead and get a good player. You see Alexander does dive over the goal, but goes straight away to play it. All things not going back again. He goes to that pass, gets a couple more gates active. We're now on 3 gates active. We just see Lakota trying to stop that from going ahead. Paul gets onto there as well, goes through on that final gate, opens up a 3-pointer, is forced back to Alexander, who is now in this narrow passage where there are 3 players around them. Will they get straight there? We do see Paul get a hold of it. Do they go for the 3? And they get it. Coins flowing everywhere. An amazing way to open this game. It's 5 minutes 57, and we've already sent a 3-pointer. 2 more goals, and they have sealed the deal on this game. Or they can just go for a couple laps and get those 3-pointers. They made that look like clockwork just there by just going round in a single lap or 2, and navigating it perfectly to start off this game.
I'm almost mad. Where was this Sexy Mexicans? Every game I've seen them play today, every single game I have been talking about, where is their offense? Where is the passing plays, their awareness, the just everything in that aspect? And they finally bring it out in their best of 5, the game 5 of their last match, and they finally show up. It's amazing to see. And maybe it's the Doma difference. Maybe they just needed to get warmed up. Maybe they weren't just practicing as much as I thought. But either way, a very early 1-minute 3-pointer for Sexy Mexicans. Now looking very good. Now I don't think JSL are going to go for maybe those crazy shots, as they're going to need to get a 3-pointer. And if you're going for a 3 or 5-pointer, probably don't want to try to make it fancy, because it usually doesn't end well. 50% shot rate for Yancy, probably not the best to try to risk a coin flip on a 3 or 5-pointer. So I mean, maybe they go for a couple ones, maybe they just go for the style points. But I said that at the beginning of the series, I thought we'd see a lot of style stuff, and we did originally. But now that this series is a lot closer than both teams thought, both teams are actually putting out pretty much everything they can. I mean, we're seeing incredible offense and another 1-pointer from Doma. We're seeing almost scrambling from defense on JSL because they're not able to get and hold on to the ball.
they haven't been able to hold on to the ball for too long, and we're just seeing the Mexicans take full advantage of this. We do see a little worm there afterwards just to kind of flex on what has happened. And when you're one goal away from the whole thing, like, you can't really have any sort of like, you're at this point in the game, you know that you're 1 point away from getting the entire set finished. You can take that win, and it'll be a great win to have after just being demolished in that first cut bracket. We do see Doma does try and go for a ball, maybe jumps at just the wrong moment trying to pick it up as Yancy gets a hold of it, but is chased down quite quickly, has 3 players from either team just kind of just settling around. Sainez comes in as well, trying to make that run nice and free. Goes back to Yancy, who then gets forced out of the way by Paul, who then just goes straight for that famous run. Takes a shot, but of course it is a closed donut, so there is no real value to it. Maybe waiting out time to see who comes along. Goes to that self-pass off of the wall, goes through. Yancy and Makoto, though, are there to pick it up. And I think now this is really clicking in for JSL as well, to say, okay, you know, maybe we can be a bit more active, and both teams now in that state where they're maybe going to try and go for a 1-pointer for Mexicans or a 5-pointer for JSL.
Yeah, and an interesting point you made, we're now seeing JSL a little bit faster, a little bit more active, is they're actually holding on to the ball, they're actually getting those passes, they're almost mimicking what a good offensive has looked like in the series we've seen so far from all of the teams. Just good pass plays high on the wall. I don't even know what happened there. I think he got tackled from like a mile away, it seemed, but the ball is lost from JSL, but a still promising push from them. Got 3 minutes left. I'm again still losing my voice, but it's just barely holding on. Yancy now showing off a little bit more, but they still need to get back on the board here. Sainez waiting on the other side of the ball. Doma's going to shut that down. Saw him coming a mile away as, yeah, the defense still holding strong for Sexy Mexicans in this last game, right when they need it most.
Yeah, they're holding strong because they know there's that imminent possibility of JSL getting that 5-pointer. We're at 2 minutes 30, and that's still enough time to get a few laps in, even if not just going for a 3-lap situation. Well, 3 laps is all you need, really. Going for those 3-pointers, to try and put that pressure down and scare them by saying, okay, we're a goal away from bringing this to a deadlock. And you can easily get that 1 lap with the minutes you have remaining. Yancy is proving a point here, is being forced into a sort of static position on the map. Alexander putting that pressure down completely, and now has on his clear runs, goes through to Paul, and Paul is famous for these runs that you can now see. Goes around one player, a failed tackle, goes into a dive opportunity, allows Alexander to then take full advantage of this, goes around and gets that goal. You need that 1 point to win this whole thing, but I think they're going even further for a 7 or a 9, but doesn't get enough time to turn around there. Yancy picks it up and puts an end to that possible game-winning play.
Oh, it looked like they had the 1 point on lock. He was right in front of the net in the front. I was like, okay, sure, he's got enough speed. He's got too much speed. He'll just throw it in the back, right? Nope. And it wasn't even a matter of the defense getting there barely in time, didn't want to just give the ball away. They looked clear as day. They wanted more. And can you blame them? They've looked so dominant in this last game. JSL haven't been able to get anything going until really right now, as the second half of this game has looked, well, it's looked more towards JSL. Sexy Mexicans, their confidence is beaming. It is 2-2 in the series. This is for all the marbles. Paul Eng's going to stop it. 1 minute left. We are going into a bit of stall territory here. Sexy Mexicans can try to end this with a 5th point, or they can just hold on to the ball as long as possible. JSL are going to need to stop them soon if they even want a chance. They need all 5 points here. A 3-point and a 1 point is just not going to happen. Not enough time. That's why we're probably looking to see if Sexy Mexicans can get this last point. Maybe go and setting for something cool. I see Alexander high on the wall. Not quite able to get anything going here. He's got dome on the wall. The tackle's coming out. They could be going for something crazy here, but they're just not able to get it going. Paul here on the wall. They get the last skate at least to open up the net. Sainez the only one back. Everyone starts to get back. The ball's loose though. Sainez picks it up with 10 seconds. This is their last chance to make something happen.
They have a last chance for it to happen. Alexander picks it up, gets it back. Lakota gets a second hold of it. Last chance kicks in, and we've seen Lakota and the rest of JSL pull off the sort of strategy before. All it takes is 3 solid laps this pitch, and they can get that 5th. The one goal for that 5-pointer they need to go through and win this whole thing. They have as much stoppage time as they possibly need to try and work this through. But all Sexy Mexicans let them have that. There is a long pass goes through. Silence gets a hold of it, so that gate is now cleared. 2 gates have now been cleared. That's really, really good for them. They go back and clear that 3rd gate, so that is nearly 1 strip done to allow for this lapping system to open up completely for them. They don't want to try and score because that is going to leave more room for the Mexicans to pick it up. Science plays it back, goes through, another gate is active, and they're really, really pursuing this. Another one goes through. They are so close to completing this 2nd lap, playing it up the walls, keeping it away from the Mexicans, and it does go to the Science who gets that 2nd lap complete. They're at a +3. They are looking to go for this 5-pointer. It's what they have to go for in this overtime situation to try and win the entire thing.
Oh my god, it's so intense. They have 2 laps completed. They've looked so clean. They've made a couple mistakes, but got lucky on the recoveries. They're going to need a lot of skill and a lot of luck to get it all the way. And there's Doma, a perfect tackle on the inside. Is going to cut that run short. An excellent last hurrah from JSL, but it is going to be our number 3 seed, Sexy Mexicans, with the 3rd place finish. Well done from them. A well-fought victory and a well-fought series from both teams, as we saw go to Game 5. Very back and forth. Honestly, Game 1, I thought it was JSL. Game 2, could have been anyone. Game 3, I thought it was Sexy Mexicans. Then JSL won Game 4, and I was just, I didn't know. I mean, it was clear, though, in Game 5, the confidence was oozing out of the Sexy Mexicans. They knew, they looked in the mirror, they knew what they looked like, they knew what they could do, and they put it home. And we have our 3rd and 4th place teams. There's only 1 place left to go, and that is the grand finals. We have 2 teams waiting, and we have 2 casters waiting for you. That is it for me. And Casual, if any last words before we send it to a break?
Thank you to the players for not giving us another 19-minute overtime. That's a good thing. But it's been amazing to be here. It's been really, really fun, especially closing off on such a tight game. You know, I was really thinking JSL were going to take it the whole way there and just say, you know what, overtime, last chance. Every additional time was stacked against them there to try and get it. Fortunately, didn't get it, and Mexicans took it. So congratulations to the Mexicans and commiserations to JSL. Both of you get onto that final podium. But of course, the final podium will be determined later. So we'll see everyone as soon as possible, just after this quick little break.
You control me. Guilty self-affliction. Prey on me when I'm lonely. But now I'm your willing victim. My friends already told me, but I don't wanna listen.
up, kicking myself. Exhale, cause I heard it helps. But same old way I felt, resting on my shoulders. Cold night in a sleepless bed, white eyes with a glaze of red. I'm going round and round, it won't let me out. Sing when I swim, I'm drowning in. I sing when I swim from the pressure in my. When I swim, I'm drowning in. I sing when I swim from the pressure.
Choppers, better cook those risks. Cold butter my fists, we fire starters. One out of a million will reach those heights. Always get a feeling that I won't deny that work. Never could toss. Look in my eyes, I'm on the rise. A couple milli now, I'm causing a commotion. I've been coasting, hear my name around the world like an explosion.
It has been a long week. There has been qualifications, there have been all sorts of breaks. We've gotten through groups, but now the talking is winding down. The proving has been done. And now it's time to see the results. Verbalocity, Monkey Man, and all we need left to introduce is a game that we should have up soon, but while it is still being assembled and ready to go, we got a few things to talk about, the story of the tournament in general, and of course, as chat is seeing, giveaway is coming up. That's been running as well.
Yeah, a few giveaways. You guys have been very patient and very fun to be able to have in the chat. A bit of bants back and forth, and of course, just being able to hang out with all you guys all the time has been just a thrill ride. And you say it's been a long week. It's just been the last few hours. We got to have a lot of qualifiers, but today seems extremely long because the playoff process has to, well, it's got to be a process. And we very well could be having ourselves a podcast here, Verbal. It could be, are you ready for 30 minutes of waffling?
Well, I'm not that hungry, but apparently we're eating that much, so does anyone have any kind of maple? I don't know. Let's put some sauce on the bracket, though. That sounds quite nice. Let's have a gander. It should up in a moment. There we are. Here's the tale of the tape. Here's what's happened through all of today's proceedings, at least. JSL had a little bit of an argument with Le Croissant. Unfortunately, JSL ended up getting baked, so Le Croissant went on through. Then Sexy Mexicans and Frost had a little bit of a 1-2. Frost end up chilling out the Sexy Mexicans and leaving them in the losers against JSL. Then, of course, as you saw just before, JSL and Sexy Mexicans went at it. The Mexicans came out on top. But then the final story to be told is Le Croissant versus Frost. Will the confectionery be served better with a steaming, piping hot victory, or best served cold? I don't.
Well, it's a matter of an alliance versus just all of French supremacy. You get the Eiffel Tower standing tall, or everyone else in the world, the Danes, the Germans, the Tunisians, and a weird conglomeration of maybe World War I and II foes turned friends. But either way, you know, just proving that even when NA wins, they lose. And so we get to see that number 1 versus number 2 be on this Eastern side. But we're going to also reveal the awesome giveaway. I think, where in the world do we even get those results? Because, you know, you guys have been patient enough. Oh, okay, cool. There you go. All right. So congratulations, again, and be able to get those awesome wheels and, you know what, take those, buy all the cool stuff that you can in the shop. I wish that I had some more cool t-shirts on my guy in the shop.
I mean, yeah, sure. You've got some cool merch IRL. You've got like Roller Champions merch and a literal helmet you could wear. Wear that.
That might be true. In fact, that is right here. As we are here to play grand final time. Yeah, look, we had that one off in the kicker waiting for you guys. You may not be able to have this one, but you can still have some great fun with us as you deck yourselves out in the shop as well. But we're going to be going into game number 1. Frost, a team that looks unbeatable whenever they're at their top speed. They have a player on them, an Inspect, that really wants to prove that they can be able to take multiple championships all in a row. But you have Le Croissant, a team that seems disruptive, that seems to be here as a not quite your regular, what would it be? Your Cinderella story. But they're here to be able to prove that that second chance will not be spit upon.
Indeed. So, something to keep in mind as we go in through this. First of all, I'm not shocked that the American went with the World War II reference, but respect though. But more importantly, there is a certain little bit of, okay, you know what, I'm going to do a faux pas. There is a little bit of a je ne sais quoi to the French team. There is a little bit of a weird energy to Le Croissant this whole tournament. Frost have been playing in ways that you and I are fairly used to at this point, to an extent, with some variance. But Le Croissant have been demonstrating aptitude in striking play, in man-on defense. Man-off defense has been significant. Finally, the game is loading up soon here, so we'll have this for you shortly as we're going into Zen Temple for map number 1. But for me, I'm giving the early edge to Le Croissant purely off of the potential surprise factor. They had a label of underdogs for this tournament, and sometimes that could come out as just the edge they need, that motivation to get things done, just as how the loading has just been done, and the tip-off is happening shortly.
You have a grand final in front of you, a seat at the table, and only one other guest was invited to taste sweet, sweet victory. But you've got to share, and eventually someone's going to have the bigger portion. We've got Frost. We've got Le Croissant. That's blue and orange, respectively. And we got ourselves Zen Temple. Let's kick it off game 1. It's best of 7 time. And this one is for all that EU glory.
Inspect getting the receipt of the dive pass, but immediately there's the protection being dealt out, or rather the offensive defense being dealt out by Le Croissant, keeping the skies a hazardous place. Nope, receiving the ball, skating through, and notice how hard they tried to skate, and it's just violence already! No one can get anything started. The gate one hasn't even been checked yet. Gate is activated, Alex has to hop on over, and we might actually have something going here.
Takes a while to be able to navigate that EU diplomacy. I've seen parliaments over there. It's not exactly just firm handshakes, but at least it's better than all of the socials posting that we find over in the States. This one involves a lot more dueling, and so far they've had to find traffic difficult to navigate up and down these lanes. Dennis now finding at least a chance, and they will delay that next scoop as they dodge through, and King, well, Alex does break checkpoint number 3, and after the first minute of play, we're still threatening 3 right around the bend.
Yeah, now, of course, Juan Cena has appeared once or twice this tournament. A one-pointer is not off the table, even though seemingly it was the North American teams that had the bias towards that. Oh, Inspect with a nice little bit of tech to get the ball up in the air and save quickly. That pass went off to the middle of Kentucky. I don't know why. But it will be picked up nice and clean by Le Croissant, and they're going to put themselves in a slower position as long as Alex doesn't get punched in the back of the head.
They're trying. It's not exactly as if they're not trying to give a concussion from him, as Cries just sneaks around behind, and that's going to be another interception that does force a reset. And they're being chippy out here. This is something that we got to see earlier as JSL was taken down by this same group of Le Croissant. They find those points of contact, and they just put an elbow to you. But look at Cries. It's basically Cirque du Soleil out there as they get through easily.
Soulmate up high. Someone call this a cartoon, because this is feeling scrappy right now. There is no flow, there is just violence. There is no harmony, there is only discord and hospital bills. Oh wait, this is EU, never mind. Dennis trying to dance around, but gets clipped by Inspect with a clean ball strip. Gets right, okay, I've got to ask. I've got to pick players' brains after this. There are so many moments in this, first minute and change, Monkey Man, where players are just flying over each other's heads. They're going for dive tackles when maybe they could have gone for roundhouses. I don't know. I'm throwing things into the wind at this point.
If this game didn't incorporate the mouse and keyboard, I would say they're just leaning those sticks as far forward as possible. But I'm seeing the equivalent of what I call W key gaming, and that's where you're just going. You're not really minding some of the more communicative process of getting around this rink, and that happens whenever you have two things: a leniency to be a fool, and also being lazy. And whenever you see that kind of impact, like you just get out of Inspect, well, you're trying to get up to series speed. This is a long series, regardless if we just go 4 in a straight sweep or if we see all of the best of 7. They're trying to see what they can get away with, and so far both teams are both being punished and not really.
There will be a feeling out process to an extent. These players all know each other. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about that. Cries, although could be if-anding about a one-pointer, at least threatening it. Nope, going up to Soulmate. We're going around for the traditional three-pointer. Nothing too interesting, but Inspect gets clipped by a 2-man check. That is how you know Le Croissant are serious about stalling this ball.
That's still going to be picked up regardless, though. And they're looking to complete the second run. And both these teams holding on to that gentleman's agreement that one-pointers are just for sweating at the end and maybe some overtime. 3 is at least available. Soulmate doesn't have the freest line. You do see Nop kind of waiting on it. Oh, what a bit of thievery, though, as they pass that sleight of hand check with a 20 and able to just steal that ball. So we reset again, and we're approaching 2.5 minutes.
Indeed. Field side tech reporter Antonio says apparently if a person spin kicks into another person's spin kick, they cancel out. I didn't know that. That's good to know. So a lot more dive kicks to the back of the head are actually being applied instead, it looks like, here by both teams, as we're just about 20 seconds out from the 2 minutes left on the clock period, and there has not been necessarily a single real threatening play on the goal.
Nearby, it's as threatening as a yapping dog. Alex has a chance, and you see all 3 members having a leap at it. But that actually does stall them out for trying to get back in the way of Le Croissant, who can maybe steal this away. That was a great back step. Now Alex has a 5-pointer in front. Gonna let the options pan their way out. Interior, exterior. Nop sees 2 defenders, and all 3 now they're maybe going for a dunk back in. Front side, and denied. A great pickup by Inspect.
That is the veterancy we are seeing on display by both teams. The offense, Le Croissant trying to stall for as long as they can to buy time for the other off-ball members of their team to clear the goal. But at the same time, Frost made sure they had one person on the ground, not affected by gravity for as long as they could, to make sure they can jump up for the steal at the right time. So many times today, Monkey Man, we have seen moments of people flying through the goal to get the steal, or the goals just being completely made wide open by tackles. Not this time. Goals here are not going to be found, they must be earned.
I have to really body someone to get points on the board, and still another chance is slowly being developed. Frost hasn't been able to post up a shot as of yet, and in fact, I believe that one was the first true shot we've had here in game number 1. Everything being patiently played for the multis instead of just the single pointers. No NA tactics here. It's all EU glory for the long haul of it.
Oh.
Dennis will get the takeaway, and it will stop him before that next one even gets to turn up.
Yeah, free 99 grabbing that ball. Well, at least it looks free 99, but as I have harped on many times before, and I will continue to my dying breath or until this game shuts down, defense in this game looks easier than it actually is. Stripping the ball like that. Look at this. Ooh. Dennis being off ball to allow Alex to move through that corner. That is precise timing and teamwork and heads up play by Dennis.
A nice winger play because he just went right around his teammate while the opponent was on top. Now that one looks much more inviting. And Inspect, they were already very smartly underneath the ring. They get bodied and leveled, but this is what it is. It doesn't matter if this becomes 3-5, 9-7, a billion or otherwise. It has a W on the mark for whoever can score first. Dennis has King on the back end, an extra option as they go forward into the bowl. They're actually just waiting for those tackles. You have 3 rotating, and that's Inspect. They never left that position there, Verbal, and they were able to come away with a good defensive effort.
Yeah, on top of not only Inspect being an absolute wall wombat, you saw Cries consistently keeping Alex and Nope on the ground. Nope and Dennis were denied from getting anything done. Whoa! That was a shockingly open net!
Okay.
I didn't even see that!
Wait, so he just kind of rides this inside wall after he moves forward, and you have one. Oh, it was the commit.
Hello?
The back man went for the spin kick drop to just see if he could get the ball away. It was a very aggressive read, but that one is going to bite them in the butt. So because they weren't postured right at the net, they try to take him down when they're in the lane, and that's a tough call, but it's the one they made, and it will make Frost fall behind this series as Le Croissant gets game 1.
Game number 1, Le Croissant, and not necessarily a mission statement on this best of 7, but I'm getting the feeling that both of these teams at least are willing to respect each other, Monkey Man. There is no clownery. There is no tomfoolery. There is legitimate effort having to be placed by everyone involved here. Sheerly from the effort of everyone knows that every other person in the ring is a threat. We saw, at least I saw, every single person in this Monkey Man make a play that is legitimately not MVP, but the point where you go like, oh, they're a threat. And it was with everyone.
There is no one player that's standing behind. And kind of reeling back to our first semifinal of the day, a big identification or identity really that was manifested by Le Croissant is how Nop as well as Alex King developed a lot of physicality to get Dennis to act more as a mid-zone player, that kind of glue connection, and they don't have to play directly on the player or on the ball all the time. But when they were able to do much more of that, it allowed Dennis to be more point man attack. We got to see some stellar defense by Frost, but late term, they were not able to dictate pace of play. We're going to go to Lost Civilization. We're going to see what game number 2 is going to look like, but it's also no panic time right now. A best of 7, a grand final. This is a marathon. If you end up down 2-0 after this game, then you got to start taking longer conversations, more concerted efforts. But right now, hey, that's just your first one of the books. The series is just getting started.
Is a marathon easier or harder to do if you're skating? I just had a thought.
How strong are your
which
thighs?
is a rare one.
I guess.
Not very strong. I just
Yeah,
checked.
same. My ankles are not good for that. So if we combine maybe my thighs and your ankles, maybe it all works out. Yeah, Voltron.
Yeah, is anyone got a saw we can borrow? Potentially.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
speaking of saws, how about we cut to the match that's starting soon?
Okay. The glow of green means go in most places. Unless you're colorblind, then it means gray. We are not at neutral standing here as Le Croissant. They are one up in this series, but it was a fist fight all the way to OT. Will that gentleman's agreement of early scores continue to bore us into a lull, or will they fight through anything that's dull and maybe get a 3 or 5 to start things off?
Well, it's already violence. Getting... okay, a lot more lower on the ground play to start off the touch-off. Normally, the ball gets transported out pretty quickly, and Inspect staying on the ground here. Although Dennis got tripped, he actually ended up getting a spare, so I mean, neutrally assured destruction somewhat. 1-pointer is open, technically. I don't foresee anyone going for that yet, but I'm not willing to say they ain't, Monkey Man.
Welcome for that word. We made that one up after learning all the other ones from you guys. But it's true that they've also been looking for their perfect moments to make some of these passes. Look at how much space is being developed by Frost. They're really chilling out all Le Croissant. They're already posturing for a possible 5, maybe even a team launch. They use that one to get Inspect and Cries up lane, and now Soulmate's already navigating to that 4th checkpoint.
Soulmate with a cheeky little maneuver, threatening to turn around and get the 3-pointer, opening space for Soulmate and Inspect to get up front. This is that golden grade play, the will era stuff that I have come to expect from these kind of players. Frost looking cool, calm, and collected. Pass up to Soulmate, who's up in the sky. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's a pass to Inspect for a 5-pointing dunk. He gets it from point blank. 1-1.
Unstoppable. Such good navigation on the top of the ring, and it was just a handoff. As soon as Inspect saw it, went back, then forward, and it was just unreadable. All defenders caught with their hands under their butts as they were just taking a seat and watching the Frost show. So, just when they think they have an advantage, it is washed away in less than 90 seconds. What a foray into offense and just controlling that second game.
Welcome to World of Champions. Occasionally, matches last longer than 7 business days, and other times they just go, no. It happens. It's why the game's great, and we love it.
Oh, man, but all those NASCAR sounds aside, I mean, that's going to be something that, you know, we saw of Le Croissant whenever they're in their first matchup, and when they lose possession, they smother with swarm tactics. We didn't get to see any of that develop because it was just coming out with a plan to go out, execute, and get that score. That one little play you were talking about with Soulmate is really kind of what broke the ankles of Le Croissant in that game.
Yeah, in these kind of matches for me, not only am I keeping an eye on the ball, but I've got to keep a really keen eye on off-ball play because you are consistently seeing little moments of, you know, lovely little bits of plays just over here, over there in the background. And that's why, you know, watching this game, you kind of have to learn a little bit because if you aren't careful, you'll miss some of the nice moments. Your off-ball play in this game can go unnoticed, and you know, I've heard rumors from some people unappreciated, but it's those things that enable people to make the highlight reel shots and to become known as the playmakers, the 5-point players. You've got to credit those people who are willing to work in the shadows.
There is always a supporting cast to every star in every play. There is an understudy that is waiting to take over their lines if they were to fall. And guess what? That's why it's a team game. We're going to go to game number 3 in this 3v3. We're hitting up Mexico City Arena all over again. Maybe one of the last times you get to see it in a high competition format. But guess what? The old classic is born anew. Both these teams tied up in this series as we start off nil apiece with 7 minutes to go.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tip-off goes immediately to Le Croissant. And what are they going to do with it? They're taking it a little bit further back, waiting for everyone to get in the right place. Alec notices on the other side of the rink, around the hip, which is going to be an option for a slingshot. It will be served up. Nope's in position for a passive needed. That might need to be taken, but no, Alex, because of the slingshot, was able to get back around and secure the ball.
It's a beautiful setup play, too. You know that that one was just extra communication. They had to navigate from interior to outside, but from the top rope, the RKO from Inspect is going to ruin that entire effort. It used to be that you could just sling your teammate from one end to the next, but they cut that one down, and though all the physics and all the science panned out for Lake Croissant, it's in fact going to be Frost that just makes this one go dead even Stevens.
Indeed, right now, in terms of the science, the score is like the Earth. Flat. Dennis going to be able to secure the ball, start riding it around, up high once again, a similar position to before. Alex and Nope are available for a pass if they so want to take it. But no, look at the floor skating. Again, another sort of side and discipline to For All the Champions play. Accurate and precise floor play avoids you getting hit, and just cratering in the floor means you get the ball stripped off you.
Good idea behind a lot of extra floor play too. If they're trying to be more physical, then you have to chase downwards and you don't get to maintain a lot of that speed, and you must be precise or else that dodge is going to make you look silly. First point gate is going to be open, but again, we're having good interception efforts being made by both sides. Nop is going to be reminded what a skate feels like to the old cranium. As they're going to take a nap. We got the concussion team out there, and it looks like they're doing okay. But the first couple of minutes go by, and this game has already lasted longer than the 5 points that we got in the previous, and everyone is dropping down to the tarmac.
Wow, it says something about the precision of every player's defense in the air and the accuracy of their tackles, that they collide in such a way that the ball goes neutral and just goes down. It doesn't go in a direction, it just goes straight down because they were colliding with each other so much.
Ball gave up bouncing. Didn't even want to be involved anymore. But,
done.
Oh, another great launch point. You see the adjustment by Dennis that they panic at the last second. Make a back handoff just to make sure that their team can maintain possession, and you will transfer out from inside out. Ooh. And you have a double commit though, so that means that there's gonna be at least a little bit of extra floor space for Alex.
Oh.
And this is all three players here for Lake Croissant, but that's all of just a single gate. So there's a leniency to tin that one open, and Dennis is at least flirting with disaster.
Was it a dunk? Was it a dunk? No. Is it a steal? No, not that one either. Nope says nope. Gonna take the ball, play it down low. Dennis is gonna be able to receive it. Again, just get a room with the goal or move on. That's what are your two options here. A little bit of prep work to try and secure that instead. And we are rounding the corner for a 3-point play.
Wanted to ruin the stall by Frost, who was hanging out on the top end of that wall. You get a nice spare tackle, and it's a 3v1 if they want to take that 3 right now. But they're posturing for the 5, and they will throw it back. Okay, points on the board, and now they're going to lead as Frost will have to chase.
So yeah, essentially, because we equalize, we can pretend this is now just a best of 5 to an extent. Of course, outside of, you know, fatigue, etc., kicking in. You know, the factors that are always invisible and hard to see. 3 goals immediately in this particular match is a nice little boost to Le Croissant. Hopefully, Frost take that as a moment to go like, okay, we've been letting the goal open once or twice for a little bit too long. Let's try and clean it up, chaps. Ooh.
You gotta give it to Frost. They've been leaving some of those back end shots open, and I think maybe they're gonna tighten up when it comes to those second lap style situations, which in this particular game would lend itself to a victory if Lake Croissant was able to grab it. But I don't mind that they've at least been posturing into zone defense. It's been forcing the patience out of Lake Croissant, but they've been doing that quite well and picking their absolute perfect moments to take some of these passes. It's gonna be another handoff as Dennis will be flying high, and there's so much speed and space being gained.
Crater, and that fortunately gets recovered. You mentioned patience, the reverse patience displayed by Le Croissant to do a little bit of reverse skating to make sure they can grab the zones around the gates around the ring safely. Self-pass attempt, but thank you. Nope cleans up after Alex's mess, but he hits the crossbar anyway. You're meant to clean up, not make the clip dirtier.
They were bouncing that from floor to ceiling and trying to get a real quick danger zone shot. Instead, it just doesn't complete. So a little bit of flair and style turns into another mile that has to be ran. King, as well as Nop, just hanging out right now. And I mean, we could probably, if we looked into the metrics of this, really kind of count up. It has been a exorbitantly authoritative amount of possession earned and owned by Le Croissant. They're looking for a one-pointer to maybe threaten a second lap. Oh, and now they will. They're actually just going to hang out with it, and all three members of Frost, well, now they're in a dangerous place.
If I had to eyeball it, at least 70% possession advantage towards Le Croissant. But at the same time, if I had to give the amount of, good ball strip plays, good defensive plays that led into something, that goes to Frost. Inspect and Soulmate have been consistently getting ball strips, and Cries has been nutty on the goal. Offense versus defense may be, the tired old story we can always trot out on broadcast, but it might actually be pretty poignant here.
A minute to go. That poignancy has to result in this tying goal unless they're thinking about the winner. Now you're in a predicament. They're trying to steal this one out. It doesn't matter how much possession you've had. If the W still gets on your side, they have Dennis alone, and it's a miss. It falls away. The mag pass will not hit, and they just do not get it to their teammate. And now the runaway train of keep away begins as Le Croissant. They're probably wiping their brow for that one, and they're going to make this one count.
That is absolutely gutting, soul-wrenching. Having the mag pass miss because the trajectory of the receiver changed is never great. I really hope the mental for Frost hasn't broken here and they go for one more solid push. They cratered. That's not gonna help the situation, lads. 9-8. It's counting down. Unless there's a miracle here, Monkey, I think the scoreline's going to read 2-1 here in favor of the food. All right. So, we're getting back in here. 2-1. Okay. 2-1 in favor of the foodstuffs. Happy days.
Happy days. A little bit of disconnect on my end. I didn't even get to hear the last 40 seconds of that. That was great.
Oh, good. The Europeans decided to boot you because of you being North
That's true.
I don't know. Privilege.
Are you saying the Europeans lost to the Europeans? What is
the Europeans won and the Europeans lost. It is what it is for the sets. So
if there's ever anything that NA players can get the takeaway on is that you're guaranteed to see an EU team lose. Look, that's about all we got.
The realities of this set, unfortunately. It is truly saddening. So hopefully we can cheer ourselves up by having game number 4 in this best of 7 be up online shortly. Lobby is being made before my very eyes. But what do we think for game number 4? Me, personally, Frost has to get a little bit more comfortable in the scramble. They're in the moments where it seems like they feel like they have control. I know that's a bit of a double connector there, but when it seems like they feel like they have control, they've got these ridiculous high flying tackles, people coming in from on high, great passing, that kind of thing. But when it gets into moments where they've lost that initial, momentum, Golden Boy style or Will style, then it gets it's been a little dicey, it feels like to me, Monkey Man.
It feels almost as if they're relying on plot armor to a design and decree. You get Inspect that his squad, they know how to bring in a bit of that content, a bit of the story, but it doesn't exist the entirety of the matchup. You got to see such a high percentage. I wish that we could, actually show a metric graphic to it, but
stats, please.
Please. But being just owned by Le Croissant. They came in, slapped them around, and like you're talking about on the recovery, I call those 50-50s because they work through, and sometimes you just have to be able to scramble back and do that again and again and again, and that is very tough to do consistently. We're going to go to Pixel City, where this is high time for Frost to get their everything together, or else they're going to be stuck in a pickle because it'll be 3-1 with grand final point available to Le Croissant.
wants pickle from a... Is there a pickle croissant? I don't know. We got a bunch of French people in the chat. You tell me. Nope. Gonna try and move their way on through. Has control of the ball up high. Ooh, but Cry's having none of that.
It looked like Nop crashed into Cries, and Cries said just thank you as they dropped their wallet. But then Nop quickly ran them back down and stole it away. So
you can't have my wallet. I don't know you.
That's my purse. Just slap. For all of you Bobby Hill lovers out there, that one's for you. King of the Hill, and very, very much maybe.
What? Going from King of the Hill to King of the Hua? That was an interesting little bit of a aerial maneuvering with the pass, but okay, Frost recover. 3-man on the ball, though. It's very hard to get around. Bring a teammate in. Soulmate manages to recover the rock. Cries on high. Has to do an air dive. Gate isn't activated, though, so Soulmate has to go back through. They lose a little bit of momentum because of that. And Soulmate taking the wise choice, in my opinion, Monkey, to slow it down by doing a bit of reverse skating.
And this will help to try and dodge more of that initial pressure, but it also allows Le Croissant to simply posture up to that next gate as a full-fledged 3-man just wall. And Cries in that moment proving to me that their body is made of nothing but feathers, and they wafted in the wind and didn't break that gate. Lots of tackling happening as everyone becoming the same thing as cinder blocks crashing into one another, and the cracks have yet to form. I love that swift smoothness as they go from outside in. King trying to dodge everyone. They juke back step, and Soulmate is left with their ankles on the track.
Apparently, the only thing harder than catching a loose ball in this game manually is catching one or two members of Le Croissant when they start doing a little bit of the toe tap breaking. That was an excellent display of finesse on the ground. But now they're going to turn the attention to the skies as Inspect is going to say, no, sir, and break the ball out of their possession with an interception. Soulmate and Cries are back up high for a pass, and now Frost can start building towards an open goal.
2.5 minutes, nearly burned off here in game number 4. If you have just now joined us, we'll take a peek at those two little numbers under the blue and orange banner. And you'll see that right now the series lead is sitting with Le Croissant. So they had the leniency, if they wanted to be a bit looser in the rotation. We're seeing the fist fights here out in open space. And even though this one has fallen as a loose ball, gate number 3, well, it was there. It was nearly obtained, but there's just so many shoulders and bows being thrown. I mean, I'm surprised we haven't brought out the stretcher yet.
Yeah, I mean, something concussion testing. However, Cries is going to be able to smoothly make his way on through. This has been the least graceful match of this set. There hasn't been a lot of there's been 0 slingshot plays, unless my eyes have deceived me. There hasn't been even a 1-point goal that's been open. It has just been staccato pacing because of what we're seeing right now. Absolute laddish roughhousing with the ball.
I'm watching 6 barbarians all trying to pass a performance check, and it's not going well. Dennis, they will self-pass on this second bowl, and maybe just getting to that second gate. Well, that's an accomplishment at this point, but Cries is trying to turn this into a difficulty as they flop sideways, just trying to dive away, and no one can get the tackle. Alex finally finds space, and gate 3, what a miracle, has been broken as they still have to turn that corner.
I'm gonna take a phone a friend on this one. Chat, can anyone possibly explain how that worked and how, even in the faintest dream, Le Croissant still had possession of this ball? That was 2 craters into a couple of just dives on the ground, and no one was able to tackle? Hello?
Well, you finally get a tackle. Look, if they're on the ground, then they just don't want to get them. If they're in the sky, then you have players like Inspect that become a heat-seeking missile and able to just easily get them. They're too easily read when they're just floating around. But, you know, at this point, we're approaching the 2-minute mark. Still scoreless. You said it's more flat. I say it's round, but mostly just jelly donuts left on either side of the scoreboard, as Frost seems to at least have some semblance of handles on the ball, but Dennis has a much easier read, but that's going to be picked up.
Yeah, tensions are rising in the match. 2 minutes round the clock. People piling in the chat. Even some of the old Will mates in the squad. Lautaire, I see you in the chat coming out for the boys. Let's see if you can give them a little boost they need to bring this set back to a 2-2. Soulmate ball up high. Gate, 3-point gate is a legitimate threat.
Can't get even the ones. And yeah, that 3 starts being a death notice here in game 4. Nice big passing. They have the 3 opening up a time or 2, and they're going to look for the putback shot. It's going to be there. They threatened, they faked, and the volley fell to Croissants. Frost will tie up the series.
That was almost an offensively simple goal. Inspect grabbed the ball, went to the ground slowly, and threw. That has not been the story of this set. It has been dunks out of the sky, it has been long bombs, it has been tooth and nail fighting to get the ball in, and occasionally tooth and nails flying from getting roundhoused by Alex. But that was just a clinical kind of play you do for your first or second game in this. Sometimes the oldies are the goldies.
You know, I've been so used to us scoring in overtime, I thought the game was over. So my bad.
It's fine.
1 minute.
Time dilation. It is what it is.
Look, I'm just on the other side of this black hole, as with gravity is just much heavier here, so deal with that.
Can you just come to the future that is our time zone, please? Why are you stuck in the past?
Why not y'all just lean across the water? Look, it's nice over here, we say. Not going to go into the politics of that, but 45 seconds to go as colonization has left me with only 2 brain cells, as one of them is struggling to breathe. The other one gets to see Dennis pick up the rock from a short pass, but that's the only room that's really been delegated and relegated over to Croissants. Dennis is stuck on the floor. Quick dodges. They've got to get a third, but the first one's still not open yet.
Dennis legitimately breaking ankles right now. An absolutely beautiful display of skating, followed by an ugly display of tech. Wait, what? How they got the ball? Hello? Loose balls are covered in Vaseline and dreams? How do you still have possession of this ball right now, Le Croissant? This is a fantasy.
Oh, that must be one sweaty pig skin. Everyone's been trying to keep a hold of it, but it is slippery. You've got Soulmate. They're going to stumble down. And now in bonus time, Dennis looking for one more chance. Got 2 options in front of them. They have to get that 3, but 5 may be on the way just to force the stall out of the defense. Everyone postured up here. It's a loose ball play. Where is it going? Soulmate ends up with it, of all people, and that's stumbling at the finish line.
Frost as... Let me go ahead and update my notes here. The scoreline says 2-2. I make sure I keep an eye on that now, because I learned how to count. It's nice. 2-2 now reads the scoreline, and that was a well-earned little comeback. Is it the power of former teammates coming on in chat? Who knows? But it seems Frost have been able to find their footing a bit, and we got ourselves an unironic ball game.
Yeah, and apparently I can see the future, so maybe I'm living in the future, knowing the series outcome. But either way, if we go to game number 5, and you know it's a bit of a cliche, but we've shortened our best ofs from 7 to 5 to 3. Only 2 games guaranteed remaining of those 3 as we move forward into this grand final. So with every punch, there is a counter, and that one. Well, that was the messiest round that you'll ever see in a boxing match. Everyone was everywhere. It was only haymakers all the time, only 360 no scopes allowed in this Rust lobby. So when we finally get our way over to chicken pizza, is it going to be consistency, or do we just see this mess continue?
Okay, there were several things you threw in that little monologue that I horrendously disagree with. Did you say chicken pizza? What the hell?
Yeah, look, it's chicken pizza right there.
Let me just squint here. That's an I, not a P.
Yeah, there's a silent invisible P right there, like off to the side. Have you never?
Am I being gaslit live on stream? How dare you?
It's part of the DLC. Did you not buy it?
This game has DLC?
it's mostly in the form of some kind of roller pass. So that's why we got wheels in the first place. But we are rolling into game number 5. You guys let us know if Frost or Le Croissant is going to be taking this one. It doesn't matter who exactly wins this, but it does because it's going to be series point advantage. I've seen teams crumble under that kind of pressure. You got to put the series away.
Indeed. And with the momentum swinging back to a neutral position, but Frost coming on the better end, that's going to feel good. And feeling good means you play good. And playing good means you look good. And if you look good, you go in one of Inspec's montages. And that is something Inspec's going to want to do with the boys. Will that start off with a winning grab at the tip-off? Survey says yes!
Rare moment. Often they say no.
That's not going in the montage. That's not going in.
No, unless it's your bottom 10 and not your top. Either way, sure. We got to see so much chippiness in these lanes, in these bowls, and just constant takeaways. A lot of floor play. Haven't been able to see the high flying antics, but we've seen stellar denials and defense. And Dennis, well, talk about them as they're consistently able to shut down Frost before they can start, but we pick right back up with Soulmate.
Slow it down. Reduce the momentum. I was saying potato there almost. Oh my god. I'm having a drink of water. Cover for my idiocy, please.
All right, it's okay. I actually just took a drink of water, so it's a stolen agua meta going on. Agua fina, as these guys looking fine. Not with a leap in the first minute of play. It's been just as contentious as it has for all the previous games, and though Alex does get at least hands on it, a teammate doesn't find the same as we rock and roll around this third checkpoint, the furthest from our scoring metric and position. But right now, it's just been about how you can find a player-to-player separation. They've not really been able to posture up into zones. Nop, though, as they are being chased by Cries, who's trying to get into the slipstream just behind them, will make a nice, fateful handoff as Alex gets to see the entire field for what it is.
Alex controlled the ball, just casually cruises down below, avoids attack at one point, is being at least menaced by passing to Dennis instead. They will deny that. Nope, avoids the tackle and manages to get up high.
Let's go. To spin back upwards. You do have the 1-pointer turning into 3. Alex with a chance, but they're going to be looking at 5 on the other side. They actually are going to be trying for a big kill if they can get through this. Dennis is going to be wide open. It becomes a one-on-one.
One-on-one potentially. 5 points are open. Nope.
5 are in front of him. That's going to be the smackdown. Oh, man.
Question, Monkey. Was that so hype? Can you hear me right now?
Crazy today, I tell you.
One moment. Okay. Hello. If you can hear me right now, please say something. Otherwise, I'm just talking to myself. Okay, so there's some interesting connection stuff potentially going on. We'll resolve that. Apparently, Discord physically can't take the level of hype going on right now. So we'll figure out what's going on between us, why the next game is being set up, but that is an authoritative little win to who, just for the sake of my scoring? Help me out here.
I believe that went to Frost. I don't know. I was distracted. It was chaos. I'm just glad I can be able to. Okay, I'm just glad I'm being able to hear you right now. Sorry if I jumped over you, but right now in the middle of look. My connection is based on tin cans and string across the Atlantic, and you guys are apparently rolling with fiber on the other end of that. So, my apologies. Either way, we do get to see now into a 5-point match. So they roll over from that, and there's a ton of momentum being swung, but it's got to be that counter punch that brings this one back to even Steven.
Yeah, and you mentioned the whole idea of the counter punch. It coming that fast is a big old boon. You need to be able to do that quickly to try and get the set through. The longer the set happens, it can drag, mistakes can be made, people could need to go drink or go to the toilet. You never want to play a best of 7 when you're doing the dance. So if you can get a set done, cool. And so winning that fast is a big old boon. As in a best of 7, we are now at set and tournament point for Frost, if I got my count correctly. Thank you, production. Of course, I'm gonna mess the count up at least one time. It's on the bingo card at this point. Le Croissant got the third one, so let me just correct that real quick. There we go. Lovely.
Sometimes those scorecards are in flux, dynamically living, and we go throughout this entire tournament, all the qualifiers, West and East, NA, EU, even North Africa, every player, as well as I think we have actually some South Americans that get to play with us. It's been fantastic to see this Continental Clash have the level of competition that's come to it. And this may be the final time that you get to see Venice Beach. So make sure life's a beach. This one's going to be kicking. We go into game number 6. Can Le Croissant be buttery smooth and the Frenchmen's be able to come out with a trophy from this massive challenge, or does Frost have ice in their veins to recover and force us to go to the distance?
Well executed tackles are something I am predicting to be something that will come in bunches. And well executed tackles are like grains of sand on a beach. They're coarse, they're rough, they're irritating, and they get everywhere. So because of that, I am waiting for any kind of disruptive play just to get a quick 3 or even a dagger 5 from Le Croissant. That is what I am right now waiting for, just for the sake of Le Croissant's mental, because you don't want to go this far and have Frost tit for tat. I gotta say, apparently the game is so excited about this, it might have frozen up potentially. So we are going to determine if a reset needs to be made or not. Hold on, everyone please pray in chat for us. If you don't put a prayer, you're directly responsible if we have to restart. And hopefully we get into game shortly. I'm looking
prayer
at you,
hands.
chat.
Yeah, prayer hands in the chat. You put them in there. Thoughts, and make sure there's brain emojis as well. Maybe a few cats if you can. Look, this is going to be a massive moment because the battle between all these continents has just turned into a homeland sort of event, as all of the major Eastern one is just trying to suss out who wants to be king of the court. We're going to be coming back into it as we reset into the lobbies and we kind of look into who and what is going to be that difference maker. It cannot be understated the level of the story that is being brought in by Le Croissant as well. The fact that they lost their group and they came in to be able to not dominate, but be as competitive as they are into these finals. It shows the depth of that skill point. I mean, you say skill issue. These are two really good squads going up against one another. So either way, I think both these teams have been able to kind of really put up and shut up anyone that may have been downing otherwise.
There is something to be said for just kind of going la da 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 and just kind of going through your qualifiers and then through groups doing completely fine. But to be able to scratch and claw your way through and be able to keep up discipline in a way and keep everyone just, well, rolling through. That wasn't intentional. Oh, God, I hate myself. But being able to do that in a regimented way that isn't just, it doesn't result in lackadaisical mistakes is arguably something to be commended more than coming in necessarily as favorites and just kind of going, all right, cool, we're the best, we win, see ya, and leaving.
It's tough to be able to just go up, make sure that you've grinded every single game, because you can leave so many behind. Be able to say, all right, I don't have to be able to work on this. Just consistency. And your teammates been able to reform some of these squads into more agile style dynamics. We got to see, I think, powerhouses in the past, and at this point, you have those that have really kind of kept to the game and be able to recycle it, pick it up again. And it's kind of an ode to those same players that will consistently do so again and again. And hey, I want to thank all you guys that have been able to not just compete, but watch and give us something to talk about to that measure. We're going to be going into our 6th game. We're just waiting for everything to be reset. We got to get all the invites out there, get everything going, because we had the forever loading mechanic. And, we got a lot of esports coming up in the future. There's been so many tournaments, so many championships, this being one of them right now. And the end of this summer has been so hot and I'm glad that I'm able to be part of a lot of this. And Verbal, we've had like a long journey seeing so many of these players be able to just fight tooth and nail throughout a lot of these competitions.
Yeah, and to get a hashtag real for oh god, that's cringe. To get real for a moment, there is rumors and suspicions that this might be one of the last bigger tournaments for Roller Champions. If that is the case, and I certainly bloody hope not, this was a damn fine tournament to savor. But this is a game, Roller Champions is a title that deserves to continue, deserves to have a scene, because the game's just bloody fun. It's unique, it's different, it does some cool things, and the community is always entertaining at its worst and mesmerizing at its best in their play. So me personally, Monkey Man, I'm happy to be able to do this with everyone in chat and with you and with production. I'll be sad to see it go, but I certainly hope not. But what I won't be sad for is this game actually loading, which it is currently in the process of right now.
Everyone cross your fingers, dot your I's, and make sure that you're in for the surprise. It's been super fun to be able to cast alongside yourself, Verbal, as well as Stealth Ninja and Casual this weekend. And of course, Sarek, you have Unovi, you have Snufflebox that have been all able to produce this effort. We're going to be going into game number 6, and it's about going in with a roar and coming out continuing to be loud. That's what matters the most in any of these competitions, be it this game, be it anything other. And of course, you guys treat yourselves right, treat each other right. That's about all that we can really kind of hope for when it comes to competitions. It's video games at its core. And of course, it's Roller Champions that has been a unique thrift into the esports realm. So many times you see some random stuff and you're like, I don't know if it really has been worth it or otherwise. This has been a really cool
Monkey.
experience overall.
Monkey, you know what would be a really funny joke?
Give me that joke.
Is if we hyped up this like grand introduction, and the map once again refused to load. Wouldn't that be funny?
You know, I feel like it's funny, but I feel like it's funny to a crowd of people that's not us. I don't know if that's if you count that as funny anymore.
It is a bit sad, not gonna lie.
It's funny as heck though, but Venice Beach, why you do me wrong? Why?
NA map confirmed.
Wow.
Brooklyn mid, Venice Beach mid.
Oh my goodness.
Am I forgetting another NA map? No, there's only 2.
The one, no, there's 3. It's Liberty. It's the New York one that we can't use because
Liberty.
Yeah,
thank you. Yes, Staten Island. Thank you.
Yeah, Staten Island because the FPS on that one is just tough. Okay, otherwise that map is pretty good.
The Staten Island is so mid. The main statue was made by the French. It's European.
Oh my god! Look, man.
Evidence is piling up.
They did help us beat you guys, though. So
holding on to the past, are we? All right.
I wasn't there, but I was told it was pretty cool. And then we got
you heard through the grapevine from your ancestors. All right, I see how it is.
I've been told from the winner's playbook that we made it work. Okay. Because history is only written by those guys, which hopefully,
Hang on, time out. One of our admins is wilding out in the chat. We have Mexico and Chichen Itza from NA. Mexico and Chichen Itza are in South America, right? Is Mexico considered NA?
Mexico City's in Mexico. Chichen Itza is Aztecian, and that's in Mexico. And
I legitimately thought Mexico was like South America. I stand corrected. I learned something today. Wow.
NA education, baby!
Oh, God.
Standing desk superiority! Woo!
Pain. Monkey Man got something over me on broadcast.
Yes!
Actually, pain. Help.
Oh my goodness. All right, we are resetting the lobby another time. I believe we're picking a different map because crashing is real. So, oh my goodness.
It is what it is.
Yeah, I had a bowl of baked ziti. I'm just gonna go to food. Between the break.
Why not? Sure, let's go. Make people hungry.
I've got nothing else. Actually, what? It's like 10 o'clock over there. What'd you guys have for dinner? Okay, you tell me because yeah.
I've had
water.
lunch. I haven't had dinner yet. I was after the broadcast and I was gonna have my dinner. Production apparently had a meal of water. At least you drunk something.
Wow, that's you need to get a lot more water at your desk or something. Like, come on. At least get one of those flavor packets. Like, have like a fruit punch or something.
Soda stream. Make it sparkling.
Look, I started off the stream with like with a bagel, and then I had a great value fiber brownie that's been chilling at this desk, and I ate just like a little bit ago, and then we hit it with some baked ziti, which I feel like all the things I'm naming are also European themed. Wow. Okay. Well, we didn't come over with. Yeah, we didn't come over with unique things.
When we're bashing our production for the food they may or may not have eaten, the delay has gotten bad. We apologize, folks. Roller Champions, it's a wonderful game, but occasionally it's a temperamental mistress. We're trying to get the match started. Everyone has loaded in. I will give you a live commentary of the match that is going on. Monkey Man off the phone, undisciplined.
No, I'm calling Roller Champions.
You have that power?
Yeah, I'm calling Ubisoft. 1 second.
Okay.
All right. Hello.
Holding.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, you need everyone to buy the roller pass. Well, what if we don't? Oh, you're making a half price. Okay. When? Oh, next year. Okay. I don't think that's gonna pan out based on y'all's schedule. Okay. How about you just let this one load and we'll think about it. Okay. All right, good. Okay. All right. They said maybe. Okay, they said maybe. So
maybe. We'll see.
Oh!
Bribery! All it took was good old-fashioned American bribery to get the finals of this European tournament going. Let's go!
Woo! That's how you do it. The good old American U.S. dinero pops through as we'll be popping in to game number 6. Just on the other side of what could have been considered an extremely long break. Frost and Le Croissant. It's up to Frost. Do or die. Will Le Croissant take the crown?
Dennis up high for a little bit, waiting for the rest of net, waiting to get his head knocked off. The block has been rocked. But back to the orange. Le Croissant has control until Cries rises up the wall, hands it to Inspect, who was die passing. That was a lovely little bit of movement, using the momentum of sliding on the ground to get the ball into the right place up to Soulmate.
Ooh, and the juke step that's just been continuing. Soulmate may have just been belly flopping at the very end, and we'll be chasing it down, but it's Nop that comes up with the rock. So we were talking about this a little bit back in Verbalocity. Recovery game seems to really be the pinnacle of definition to success for these teams. And even if it's just for takeaways to stop the ultimate offense, it's definitely about poking that ball out and at least disrupting their flow.
Yeah, being able to recover the ball in this set in particular has been particularly poignant, because how many times in this best of 7 have we seen the ball get loose in moments where it's been loose for an alarmingly long amount of time? It has been non-zero, if I'm not mistaken, Monkey Man.
At least a few times. And at this point, that one big takeaway is actually producing the potential for a 5-pointer. Inspect rounding the bend. They've got Cries all locked up, though. That's man-on-man pressure, but leaning off of them, Nop is going to try and go straight at the nose of Inspect. It's Dennis underneath, waiting on defense with Nop on top of the ring. They drop off. The shot is not there. They're waiting very patiently. And you see Alex trying to get in their face from the interior wall on outside. Great dodge move by Inspect, waiting for the premium moment.
Nice.
All the defenders drop off. Guess what? We're going game 7.
Game 7, because Soulmate decided to do his best Great White Shark impression. You hear the bam, bam, bam. That was a 3-man tackle off camera you heard. That was ludicrously good offensive setup by Frost. That was magnificent. There is nothing else to be said.
Except that we're going the distance. This grand final is taking a long time, but we're going to the absolute final seat at the table. We've been playing musical chairs. We've been moving up the dining room, and there's only one piece of pie left to be eaten, and it's going to be the sweetest one left behind. But now it comes down to, can Frost finally find that moment ahead of Le Croissant? Because Le Croissant, they've been the one with the leniency of having a series lead, of having points leads. But when you see the runaway by Frost, it's so hard for them to catch up.
Once momentum ends up happening, it can be quite good. Lobby is being set up, and I'm looking forward to seeing the final game, because this is where fatigue, nerves, hype all collide. Chat, I'm hoping you're quite hyped. Please don't be nervous or fatigued. That's our job. We appreciate all of you being here and for the patience during the way. Oh, I'm sad we're going to Staten Island now. Couldn't you have gone to a European map? Oh, it is what it is.
Trying to inspire the French with the one gift they gave us after all the assistance we sent across. Be it money, be it fame, be it fortune, be found. One of these teams has to come away from Game 7 of this Continental Clash European Glory final, and they're going to be coming away with a W. Is it going to be Frost? Is it going to be Le Croissant? Who will come out the better? Will we see 5-9? Will we see points on the other side? Because honestly, so far from what we've seen here, Verbal, it's been shutouts because both these teams have been playing as far away from each other offensively, but as close as they can when it comes to defense.
Yeah, there's been enough, back and forths that one could accuse this of being the set of a Grease remake. Those kind of, hit, give and take. We get a 5-pointer, you get a 5-pointer. It is music to one's ears, although Alex just eats shit in the background. You ruined the whole metaphor. Monkey about to go, I'm sulking. Damn it, Alex.
Oh, sometimes you're just not there for the footloose, fancy, free footwork. But either way, we do go into our first minute of play. Frost has been on a momentum shift, but it continues to be shifted in other directions by Le Croissant. You see Dennis and Nop riding on each other's hips, and Dennis was actually being read by Frost defenders, and that happened to deny his pass as well as to knock him down.
All control lost. I was about to say it was had, but apparently I'm not allowed to have nice things like correct factual statements. Alex has control of the ball now for Le Croissant. Ball will be passed over in an unconventional manner to Dennis before he is hit like a Mario block with an uppercut. Fortunately, however, they had an extra life and were able to recontrol the ball. Never mind, I'm a filthy liar.
There was neither coins nor a power mushroom coming out of that brick. As Soulmate will be turned into dust echoes and memories, laying in the first bowl, trying to see if they can get a little bit of extra cereal to it, but all posturing, positioning, and it's going to be cut down. Both these teams, they're making very good reads off the first and second man approaches just as they start these lanes. And so far, it's just been about playing as tight as you can. Now, the one thing that I'll mention, Verbal, when you play this style, it's so sweaty. If you make a mistake, you can suddenly fall out of order and it's unrecoverable.
Yeah, you noticed a little bit in the background, Alex King was going back and forth on the hit wall between gate 1 and 4 because Alex was assumedly having to wait on the result of who would grab the ball to whether Alex wanted to take the long way or not. So because of that, if things get a little bit too hectic, it could sometimes disrupt a good macro play. Slingshot up high, gate with a 1-pointer is open. Will the teams drink the Devil's 1-pointer? No. They're being good Christian players of Roller Champions. They are taking their vitamins, saying their prayers, and going for 3-pointers, as the good book says.
1-pointers in my Minecraft server? Not today. 3 on the ground. You do have Nop defending, and they leap. A nice pencil dive to try and take down the would-be shooter, but Nop is posting up, and 5 on the way. Now everyone's in chase. You have 1 hanging out, 2 going into the lane, and this one could be for all the marbles. Just more than 2.5 minutes into game number 7. Frost could get the steal, looking for the 5er, the takeaway by Dennis, and that will give them some relief.
Absolute menace. That one's going in the annual. those kind of high-pressure saves are going to be the wind under Le Croissant's proverbial wings. Alex getting a tackle mid-air with the roundhouse and having enough time to grab the ball. The defensive play on display by Le Croissant is truly Michelin star. That is just good eating.
Nop's going to try and create even more space just so they can have extra snacks. And like what's been mentioned, these teams, they do not shy away from the normalcy of your counterclockwise rotation. Nop is going to find a bit of a bounce, self-pass, and then move their way on the exterior hip. And look how Soulmate is trying to make these reads, but they're finding so much speed. But the pass, it will fall well away from their teammate, and we reset.
Yeah. Inspect going a little bit of solo tech to maintain speed. Has to divert course because Kryze wasn't far enough ahead to receive the ball. Instead gets it back to Soulmate. Gonna skate. Look at the height on that jump by Soulmate off the hip. Up to Kryze. Inspect clearing the path. 1 point gate open and will be driven right past as a 3-point is on the mind of Frost.
Oh, but sticky fingers need to be on the mind too. They dodge right
Hello?
by it. Got to pick up the ball, and loose ball play will be acquired. Kryze may have thighs and quads made of tungsten to get them that kind of height, but the heights at which these passes have been going have been a bit too loose for Frost to contend with. 2.5 minutes to go. The grind set, the mindset is real right now. Dennis, extra footwork, get the slingshot. He's got a 2-man play. Up in front of him is Nop, but all 3 of Frost also have taken over the bowl, and they're obviously playing a down a man as Dennis is looking for an option to throw to. Now it becomes a 2v2, and Nop looking for an extension here just to get the first gate open.
I think Nop might have unfortunately collided with Dennis on the way down, ended up slowing up momentum, and them trying to get it back or setting up for a goal allows Kryze to skate up the wall and secure the ball. Now, it's Frost that are displaying on-point defense.
You're going to need to continue posting that up, because otherwise it will be Le Croissant that will get this game winner. Alex stopping just short of the gate. Trying to see who they can bait out. They get one. This one will go ceiling and down. Dennis is already in position, and that's still a loose ball play, so that's going to be collected. And again, it's just getting to the checkered flag. 1.5 minutes. We're sub 90 seconds verbal, and this one could be coming up on 1-pointers being victory marks.
Ball secured by Alex, just getting off of the floor. Back to Dennis. Gate number 1 has not been secured yet. We are gate number 4 right now. So it's going to be at least another 2 laps before a 3-pointer happens. Although we're getting later into the match that a dagger 3 might get shortened into a Dirk 1.
Going to bring out that last little bit of effort. That clutch up mechanic. You got to be able to just maintain your nerve. Have that resilience at the very end. They double commit. Inspect is left isolated on this first bull. Alex and Nop are going to try and track him down, but look at this extension. They're actually going to make that longer turn.
He's dancing.
Oh, man. Trying to just get away from him. Use that hit mechanic. You have half minute coming up and another takeaway. This is going to be a grinder. I think we're only going to be seeing 1 for the victory here, Verbal.
Yeah, Dirk 1 is going to be the way to go. Soulmate clipped. Ball secured. But nope, Frost go tit for tat with the defense. Kryze knocking out 2, forcing a scramble. Ball back down towards gate 4 with no gate active currently. We are still at 0-0. Donuts everywhere, only appropriate on Staten Island as we're going to OT.
And either one of these teams find it. Frost has final handles at the start of overtime, but will they have it when they make that final shot? Everyone from the defense starting to get nervous on Le Croissant. The takeaway, Kryze in a 1v1, looking for tournament points. They make everyone jump. Alex is on the ground, Nop on top, and now they drive down for the wall. Inspect has Kryze as a secondary option, but they're tackled in open space, and Nop will get the recovery. That's what you need if you're Le Croissant.
A display of gallantry there by the 2 defenders from Le Croissant that came off the goal. You saw that as soon as that gate opened, all 3 of them just go diving right through the goal to stop an early throw from the back. But then when they comprehended that Frost was going to try and play a little bit slower, they sent Alex and then Nope right behind Alex to go stop them on the wall. And it worked. And because of that, threat has been neutralized.
Such a ballsy decision to make too, because that does take away a player that you want to be maybe just around the net. So good decision making in the moment, and you have to be that leader when you are. Frost again, though, they've had the surplus of offensive opportunities, and now you're starting to see the necessity for Alex and Dennis to get defensive. Nop, everyone, my boys love Nop. That dude keeps coming in clutch, keeps striking the ball from out of Frost's hands, but Frost has very needy fingers, and they're able to get that ball back again.
Long bomb down the lane. Cries has ball in hand. Oh, gate number 1 might be happening here, Monkey.
Oh, everyone's down. We have one extra option. They're gonna throw it through. A spare comes in. They're just waiting. Oh,
Yo!
Alex King.
Alex King, on his throne of defense, sits proud. You are not getting it that easily. We are going 3 minutes into overtime. I unironically will state the following. What a save.
Man, striketh up 3 times and let the chat get canceled or pause for a moment. But for right now, we work on our 3rd minute. And Frost, they keep battering down against the bricks that are Le Croissant. But those sledgehammers are weak. Their handles are not fine. And they've been just slapping at it with weak wrists. Inspecto versus Alex King. And again, who else but the defensive savant of Nop?
This extended defensive pincering that Le Croissant are putting into play, this strategy, these tactics are working extremely well, Monkey, I'm noticing. Not once, but twice has a overtime winning goal at the end of tournament play has been stopped because they sent people to go harry, to go skirmish on the front lines instead of turtling up.
Gotta be ballsy when you're doing that stuff like that. You gotta be aggressive, but you must be decisive. And right now they have 2 defenders up in the second bowl. It becomes a 2v2 just as everyone recovers up into the first lane. A diving throw, a pass up as Alex King will be on the underside, just looking for a chance to be able to get it through that needle. The eye closing, and everyone on the ground. They've got one more. They just look to pick their placement. They take it!
For a 3rd time running this set, a goal is decided because of a spare or better tackle from the offense, leveling the entirety of the defense. That is the kind of team play you need to win a clash on a continental scale, and Frost will be the ones to put their name on the winning trophy.
Frost, too chill, too clean, too cool under pressure that they kept putting Le Croissants under, and they just never, not once in that overtime, had a chance to go on offense. Frost would get the ball back, they would recover off of those denials, and they would try and try and try again. I think they did it 4 times, 4 tries, not too many, because eventually they break through, and with ice in their veins, hey, put their name on the plaque, they get that trophy, and they'll be able to hold it up high. Congratulations to them, Verbal. They're going to be our Continental Clash champions.
Indeed. I've got to say, I am incredibly happy with that segment. Yeah, my voice box is not necessarily happy, or, you know, the fact that we've been streaming for over 5 hours of pure Roller Champions brr, or technical issues, or this, that, and the other. But seeing a game that, or a set that is that good to watch is the reason why we care about Roller Champions. This is the stuff that we wait for, that we play for, that we watch for. It's just that damn good.
As a good caster once said, it's the stuff that comes after the stuff. You started with the good stuff, and you can make that even greater stuff. And that's exactly what this community was able to put together. This awesome production of Unovi, Snufflebox, everyone that was able to help with administration as well as getting all these teams come in. And of course, all of you guys out there, either supporting them, playing with us, and just being able to watch. That's been the coolest thing about all of this. Be it this platform of Roller Champions, be it another video game, having the ability to be resilient in that moment has been really, really cool. And just seeing them lay it out on the line, I mean, We got to see a hardcore defense versus an amazing offense, and it just took the tiniest bit of difference to really paint the picture of who was going to be able to win.
Yeah, you saw so many plays there that were the kind that make you accidentally bang your elbow or your knee on your desk because you jump out of your seat like, what was that? There were a few moments where I almost funny boned myself on my bedside. It was this match was legitimately a hazard to my health in some regards. Yes, I am a wuss, how dare you ask? But this was the kind of thing you adore to see nonetheless. You've got to give props to every single person that played. You've got to give props to Inspect. You gotta give props to Cries, you gotta give props to Soulmate, Styx as well, even though he wasn't in that match. You gotta give props to Alex King, Cam, Nope, and the other subs whose name I can't say, TT Jujubika. I think that's the substitute. That's they've got the sub listed, you gotta thank them as well. They put on absolute clinics, and also everyone else who we saw today. This is the kind of matches that we care about sitting down and talking over very loudly and obnoxiously.
Yeah, and of course, we got to give a shout out to our awesome production that was able to provide it to us. I've said their names a few times. We got Snufflebox as well as Unovi, who has been behind the cameras, working all of the awesome production that have been able to make us look a little bit maybe more or less human, maybe superhuman at times. But it's cool to be able to see that facility of support. Otherwise, things like this don't even happen, and you don't get to see everyone kind of come together in big gamer moments like these. And having everyone that had that passion to begin with, trying their hardest, their damnedest to be able to put their name in a glorious moment, it's something only the thinnest percentage, the tiniest amount metric-wise, will ever be able to surmount. But it's, as the old adage goes, it's not the destination, but it's the journey that brought you along the way. It's the friends and the cool stuff and the whatever. I've been able to make so many memories and see all of you, and it's the dedication you bring to games. Like, I barely get any time. You guys making time. That's what's been so cool to be able to see this. But whether this game has a sequel, has, you know, even more that drives to it, and rumors be real or not, it's been cool. Why not? Just remember it for all the better of it.
Indeed. Now, while the game is still fresh in our mind, never mind, I'm told everything is finished and we're going to be closing down. I like to ramble, what can I say? Thank you all very much for watching. We appreciate all of you, even the production guys who I thought were in different countries. But most of all, we thank you all very much for watching here at Esports Anchor. Oh, hold up. I'm being told to wait. The cat's attacking the admin off stream. Don't worry about it. Thank you all very much for watching. We appreciate your time and your eyeballs. And as always, you can go now. Ta-ra.
Stop the time, 'cause I wanna freeze this moment. Make it mine, hold you close. Now my heart's wide open. When I'm with you, suddenly I feel no pain. Do you make it go away? Do you make it? Now my heart's wide open. When I'm with you, side no pain.